Audiobook title: The Guard Engine's Awakening. Original title: Crossing the Otherworld to Build Gundam. Audiobook by Zephyr Audiobook, and Short Audiobook Part 02, Chapter 51 to 100. Chapter 51. Preparing for the storm, the vast expanse of the colonial sphere was carved into 10 distinct districts. The kingdom of Mykion, Draco Varland's homeland, was nestled within the 6th. However, the real titans of the sphere resided elsewhere. In the 1st district, the monolithic Garthian Empire held absolute sway, a unified power that had spent 2 decades in splendid isolation. For 20 years they had turned inward, their society focused entirely on development, shunning external conflict. This period of peace had allowed the empire's economy to soar to unprecedented heights, its population swelling to a peak. But this prosperity was not an end in itself. It was the foundation for war. The Garthian war machine, fueled by a booming economy and a vast pool of manpower, was now primed and ready. Its leaders watched their neighbors, the 2nd and 10th districts, with a predatory gaze, waiting for the slightest provocation to unleash their coiled might. The empire was a powder keg, and it would only take one foolish nation to light the fuse. Meanwhile, the 8th district was dominated by the Viridian Federation. Outwardly, it was a beacon of progress, its politicians endlessly championing democracy, human rights, freedom, and equality. Yet beneath this veneer of civility lay a ruthless pragmatism. The Federation frequently engaged in shameless, underhanded tactics, dispatching spies to destabilize target nations from within. These agents would slip through the shadows of back-alley politics, contacting local dissidents, funneling illicit funds to their cause, and using the media as a weapon to slander and delegitimize the ruling government. Their goal was simple: to engineer a coup, install their chosen puppets, and add another client state to their collection. In the corridors of power, many observers wryly noted the striking resemblance between the Viridian Federation and the Earth Sphere's infamous Anglo-Saxon Republic. They were, for all intents and purposes, twisted twins. The Republic, often mockingly called the Cowboy Nation by its detractors, preached the same sermon of liberty and justice for all, yet would cast aside those very principles the moment they conflicted with its own interests. The fingerprints of these two powers were all over countless conflicts. Wherever war broke out, their weapons were sure to follow. They were the vultures of the galaxy. The chaos of a civil war was cause for celebration, a champagne-popping affair for the arms dealers who profited from the bloodshed, their pockets growing heavy with the spoils of endless conflict. Of course, their scheming was not without limits. They were bullies but not fools. They knew which sleeping giants to let lie, carefully avoiding the wrath of powers like the Garthian Empire or Earth's own titans. The Cathayan Empire and the Rossovian Union. Draco Varland absorbed the latest intelligence feeds, the holographic displays in his command center casting a cool, blue light across his face. The patterns were undeniable. Multiple nations were teetering on the brink of war, and behind them he could see the puppeteering hands of the Federation and the Republic, likely financing the conflicts through proxies. He had a strong suspicion that his own backyard, the 6th district, would be engulfed in flames within a few months. He stretched, rolling his neck until it produced a satisfying crack. Right then, he murmured to himself, a grim smile touching his lips, "Looks like I'd best get ready. When war comes knocking, it's payday for blokes like us." His focus sharpened. Time to have a proper look at what we brought back from that Jupiter ship. For the next few days, Draco immersed himself in the analysis of the alien metal and the strange, unknown liquid recovered from the derelict vessel. All around the Aegis asteroid, his mother base, a flurry of activity was underway. Nearby meteorites were being hollowed out and repurposed, transformed into sprawling manufacturing plants, self-sustaining ecological habitats, and fortified military outposts. The production lines were already bearing fruit. The first operational Strike Dagger mobile suit had just been completed. Saskia, the pragmatic president of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing, immediately contacted Jaren Lee, the commander-in-chief of the mercenary group, requesting a pilot for shakedown trials. Jaren, ever the shrewd commander, assigned not an ace, but a decidedly average pilot to the task. His reasoning was sound. If a bog-standard pilot could handle it well, then the machine was a triumph. The pilot's feedback was glowing. After the test flight, He reported that the strike dagger was significantly easier to handle than the old GM models. In his words, "It's so intuitive, you could probably teach a kid to fly it after a few days of training." Saskia read the report with a hint of skepticism. Was the pilot buttering her up? There was only one way to find out. Despite having no piloting experience whatsoever, she had the test pilot give her a crash course. After just a few hours in the simulator, she had grasped the fundamentals. With a determined set to her jaw, Saskia climbed into the strike dagger's cockpit. The experience was astonishing. Within hours, a complete novice who had never touched a mobile suit's controls before was capably maneuvering the machine. She was sold. The strike dagger was brilliantly user-friendly. The credit for the revolutionary operating system belonged to Isabel Shaw, the head of the software development team. She, an old university classmate of Draco's, was in awe of her boss's genius. To think that one man had not only designed the entire mobile suit, but also coded such an incredibly intuitive OS was mind-boggling. However, her professional pride wouldn't let her rest. She saw areas where the system could be streamlined even further, made even more accessible. She approached Saskia with a proposal. Give her team a few more days, and they could refine the OS to a state of near-perfect simplicity. Saskia readily agreed. Days later, Isabel delivered. The new version of the OS was a masterpiece of ergonomic design. The verdict from the subsequent tests was unanimous. Any reasonably intelligent child could get the hang of it in no time. Without a moment's hesitation, Saskia unleashed her public relations team, launching a massive campaign to promote the strike dagger. The pace of innovation didn't slacken. 4 days later, the Blitz Gundam was officially completed and entered its testing phase. The very next day, the Death Scythe Gundam rolled out to join it, with the same pilot assigned to test both machines. In a series of grueling mark battles, the two Gundams were pitted against each other. Each possessed unique strengths and advantages, but it was clear that only the crucible of real combat would determine which was ultimately superior for the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Aegis, Buster, and Heavy Arms Gundams were already under construction. Further down the schedule, the twin Geminas units and their specialized equipment were slated for production as soon as the current trio was complete. Throughout this period, Draco remained locked away in his lab, his efforts finally yielding a significant breakthrough with the alien materials. He had isolated a platinum-gold metallic ore from the unknown metal. This ore, he discovered, could serve as a substitute for the rare materials required to construct a GN drive. He named the lustrous mineral photinium. Crucially, manufacturing with photinium wouldn't require a hazardous journey into Jupiter's crushing atmosphere, as the original process did. A specialized workshop capable of simulating Jupiter's high-pressure environment, combined with some bespoke equipment, would suffice. There was, however, a catch. To create a true GN drive, the photinium ore had to be meticulously refined. Draco decided to press ahead and build the first one. The long-shelved plan to construct a genuine GN drive was now back in motion, and soon, a finished prototype was ready for its first activation test. The drive spooled up with a low hum. As it came to life, it began to emit a cloud of particles, glowing with the same ethereal cyan-green light as those in the historical records. But there was a vital difference. In the original designs, these particles were harmful to humans at high densities. The particles generated by the photinium-based drive, however, were completely benign. Even at maximum saturation, no filtering layer was needed. The drive's regenerative energy output was also a solid 10% more efficient than the original specifications. Furthermore, while it retained the ability to jam radar and communications, Draco had engineered a control function that allowed it to selectively leave allied systems unaffected. The final test was transom. As the system engaged, the drive flooded with crimson light. The Gundam's performance metrics skyrocketed, registering a staggering increase in output, a full 5% better than the legendary transom of old. A faint, satisfied smile touched Draco's lips. It was perfect. The only fly in the ointment was the limited supply of photinium. After refining the entire stock, he calculated he had just enough for 10 Gundam-sized GN drives. If he were to build a larger, warship-class drive, like the one used by the Ptolemaios, It would consume enough material to leave him with only 6 Gundam drives. He could, of course, build pseudo-GN drives or Tau drives. Without the need for refining, he could produce over 50 of them, using other materials to supplement the small amount of photinium required for each. But Draco dismissed the idea immediately. Tau drives were a barge job, a pale imitation of the real thing. To unlock the full potential of future designs, like the 00 Gundam series, true GN drives were non-negotiable. More importantly, pseudo-GN drives produced toxic red particles. His simulations with photinium were conclusive. No matter how he tweaked the design, the resulting red particles remained hazardous to humans. Even with filtering, the risk was too great. He would stick to manufacturing true GN drives. The first step was clear. He would build a 00 Gundam to serve as the testbed for his new drive, and put it through its paces in live combat. Draco gazed out at the star-dusted void. Whether war breaks out in a few months or not, nobody knows for sure. He thought to himself, everything I'm doing now, it's all just preparing for the coming storm. Chapter 52, the exhibition. I still can't wrap my head around it. The boss actually went and invented something called a GN drive. One of those little things can power this entire base. It's absolutely mental. The scariest part, it doesn't need any fuel, no raw materials, nothing. It just makes energy on its own. It's basically a bloody perpetual motion machine, straight out of science fiction. The low hum of machinery was punctuated by the hushed, awestruck chatter of the base personnel as they went about their duties. For the past few days, the Aegis asteroid had been running solely on the output of a single GN drive, and the sheer performance of the device had sent shockwaves through the crew. A power unit designed for a mobile suit was effortlessly supplying the energy needs of a sprawling military headquarters. The genius of their boss, Draco Varlan, was a constant source of amazement. But this new technology was on another level entirely. It was a discovery that could fundamentally upend the energy infrastructure of both the Earth sphere and the colonies. If he ever decided to release it to the public, Draco would become unimaginably wealthy. But they were also savvy enough to understand why he never would. Releasing the GN drive would be like taking a sledgehammer to the delicate financial ecosystem of the galaxy's elite. The great families and powerful corporations, whose fortunes were built on conventional energy, would be threatened. They would react viciously, either by forcing Draco to share the technology or, more likely, by having him assassinated and seizing it for themselves. Boys, have you heard? The test is over. We're back on the old power grid. You're joking. Why would he stop? Running the base on the GN drive was brilliant. No choice, mate. The boss needs those drives for the new Gundams he's designed. Isabel Shaw overheard the conversation as she passed behind the technicians. She'd been working on the Aegis asteroid for some time now, and had grown accustomed to the way her colleagues spoke of Draco, their words dripping with a reverence usually reserved for deities. At first, she dismissed it as simple brown-nosing, the sort of thing you hear from employees trying to curry favor with the boss. But then she saw the truth for herself. The mobile suits, the warships, the personal firearms, even the advanced manufacturing machines in the factories, and the fully automated base systems. Every last piece of it had sprung from the singular mind of Draco Varlan. That was when she finally understood their worshipful admiration. He was her old classmate of 3 years, yet she'd never had an inkling of the titan he truly was. Compared to him, the most lauded scientific minds and esteemed academics of her home, the Cathayan Empire, were little more than incompetent fools. She was certain that even if the Empire pooled all its scientific resources, mobilizing every last researcher, they still couldn't replicate the GN drive. It wasn't just an invention, it was a piece of black technology that could reshape the world. She spotted Draco ahead, taking a moment for himself, perched on a supply crate and nursing a cup of coffee. "All right, boss." Taking a well-earned coffee break, she asked, her tone light. Draco looked up as Isabel sat beside him, offering a nod. "Just for a bit. Needed to clear my head." Her gaze drifted past him to the maintenance bay, where crews were swarming over the imposing frames of the Death Scythe, Strike, and Dual Gundams. These incredible machines, these so-called Gundams, were yet another product of the man sitting quietly beside her. "So what's next on the agenda for you?" she asked. "Any plans to pop back home for a visit anytime soon?" "The plan is to keep digging," Draco replied, taking a sip of his coffee. More research. As for going home, not on the cards right now. He turned to her. How about you? Are you settling in all right here? Yeah, I'm all sorted, she confirmed with a nod. I've already called my family to let them know I'm safe, and that I've found a good job. Told them not to worry, and I made it crystal clear they're not to tell Leo Roth I've come out to space. Sounds like you found a bit of peace and quiet here then. Good for getting on with your work. Isabel shrugged. To be honest, I've always been a bit of a career woman. I'm not interested in relying on some bloke. I want to prove my own worth on my own terms. And you've already done that, Draco said sincerely. You took the OS I wrote and made it even better, perfecting the little details. She rolled her eyes playfully. Oh, stop it. Compared to you, I'm small fry. The OS you wrote. I couldn't create something like that from scratch in a million years. I reckon you could show it to a dozen software engineering PhDs back home, and they wouldn't have a clue where to start. You built it all on your own. All I did was a bit of polishing around the edges, and if we're being honest, the Strike Dagger's OS would have worked perfectly fine without my tweaks. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, Draco countered. In my field, I can look at most scientists and confidently say they're rubbish, but there are things I'm utterly useless at. Cooking, for example, or music, I'm completely tone-deaf. You've got a point, she conceded with a smile. Everyone has their own particular genius. Draco drained the last of his coffee and stood up. Right, break time's over. I've got to get back to it. And don't you be slacking off either, he added with a grin, as if she shot back, getting to her feet. I wouldn't want the big boss docking my wages now, would I? She turned and headed back to her own post. Draco made his way to his private laboratory. There were still so many unknown metals and mysterious liquids from the Jupiter ship, each one a puzzle waiting to be solved. Elsewhere, the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company was making its presence felt at a major military hardware exhibition. The vast convention hall buzzed with energy, filled with gleaming displays from countless corporations showcasing their latest mobile suits, fighter jets, tanks and infantry weapons. Intelligence agents from every major nation were in attendance, their eyes fixed firmly on the Tianyi booth. Rumors had been swirling for weeks about a new mobile suit in development. The Kingdom of Mykion had been the first nation to adopt Tianyi's GM mobile suit, and the machine had already proven its worth. In a recent border skirmish, Mykion had deployed a force of 40 GMs. The results were staggering. They had shot down 32 enemy fighters and obliterated 46 enemy mobile suits, along with their carrier, 2 frigates and a destroyer. Mykion's losses were minimal. Only 6 GMs were destroyed, with another 14 sustaining various degrees of damage. The lopsided victory sent a shockwave across the entire 6th district. Investigations quickly traced the formidable GMs back to Tianyi, a company operating within Mykion's sphere of influence, but with branches now established in several neighboring countries. Orders began to flood in. Nations that purchased the GM confirmed its combat effectiveness, finding it superior not only against other mobile suits, but also remarkably adept at swatting conventional aircraft from the sky. The only sticking point was the price. At 50 million per unit, the GM was a significant investment. Many nations, constrained by tight defense budgets, were forced to stagger their purchases, placing orders for 100 units to be delivered in batches of 25 over 4 years, paying as each shipment arrived. The market wasn't limited to governments, either. A number of wealthy magnates purchased GMs to be piloted by their private security forces. At the exhibition, Tianyi had 2 models on display. The first was the GM Custom, a high-performance variant whose demonstration flight drew gasps of admiration from the assembled military attachés. However, when the price was revealed, a hefty 80 million, most of the interested parties quietly backed away, their budgets unable to stretch that far. The other machine on display was the Strike Dagger. Its price was a mere 30 million. The crowd drew an immediate conclusion: a mobile suit that much cheaper than the standard GM had to be an inferior model. This perception was reinforced by articles in military journals, which had described the Strike Dagger as a stripped-down, mass-production unit, little more than a bog-standard grunt armed with a simple beam rifle. It was overlooked, dismissed as bargain bin fodder for second-rate armies. Chapter 53. The buying frenzy. Crowds of military attachés, procurement officers, and wealthy enthusiasts gathered around the information displays for the strike dagger, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and mild disdain. The spec sheet was, to put it mildly, underwhelming. Its standard armaments were pitifully basic: a pair of 60mm Vulcan cannons mounted in the head and a single beam saber. The default loadout was a simple shield, a beam rifle, and as an optional extra Saskia had insisted on including, a 120mm solid round machine gun. The machine's lightweight composite armor offered less protection than a standard GM, and the whole thing was powered by a conventional battery pack. For the representatives of the major galactic powers, it was a non-starter. The weapons package was woefully inadequate for frontline combat. At best, they might consider it for backwater border patrols, or as a glorified security mesh for the space police. For the smaller, less affluent nations, however, it was a different story. The strike dagger was a perfectly serviceable, if uninspired, addition to their national defense forces. At a price of 30 million, everyone agreed it was at least fairly valued. Then the live demonstration began. What happened next caught everyone completely off guard. The announcer revealed that the test pilot for the demonstration wouldn't be a seasoned professional. Instead, they had randomly selected an attendee from the crowd. The chosen individual was a self-confessed military nerd, a civilian whose only combat experience came from simulations. Flushed with embarrassment, the young man shyly shook his head and waved his hands in refusal, stammering that he'd never piloted a real mobile suit in his life and wouldn't dare try. After a great deal of coaxing and a quick, reassuring briefing from the Tianyi staff, he was bundled into a pilot suit. His nervousness was palpable as the cockpit hatch sealed shut. In the beginning, his movements were clumsy and hesitant, but with calm instructions relayed from the ground crew, he slowly began to get the feel of the machine. He progressed from a stumbling walk to a confident run. The crowd watched, murmuring amongst themselves, as the amateur pilot gradually grew bolder. Soon, he was executing controlled jumps and sustained flight maneuvers, the mobile suit responding to his commands with a startling grace. He was getting the hang of it, and fast. The final phase of the test involved combat simulations, dodging incoming projectiles and returning fire. Initially, the man's reactions were too slow, his shots flying wide of the mark. But after just 10 minutes of practice, something clicked. He started to move with an instinctual fluidity, the strike dagger weaving through the holographic threats with perfect precision. His aim sharpened, and soon he was consistently hitting the dead center of the targets. A wave of stunned silence washed over the onlookers. This couldn't be right. Was this military enthusiast, this supposedly random civilian, just an actor, a shill planted by the company to make their product look good? The air thickened with suspicion. Anticipating this reaction, the Tianyi staff made a bold announcement. Anyone who wished to test the strike dagger's simple controls was welcome to do so. The challenge was immediately accepted. The procurement teams from various nations dispatched their own personnel, experienced pilots and engineers, to the cockpit. The results were irrefutable. Every single one of them performed even better than the civilian had. The feedback was unanimous and electrifying. The strike dagger was absurdly easy to control. A child could learn to pilot it. More than that, its sensor response and threat detection systems were, they reported, significantly more advanced than those in their own nation's standard-issue mobile suits. Suddenly, the floodgates burst open. The procurement officers were in an uproar. A mobile suit this simple to operate could slash training times for rookie pilots, getting them combat-ready in a fraction of the usual time. The superior sensor suite would dramatically increase a pilot's survivability and overall combat effectiveness. It wasn't just the smaller nations clamoring for a piece of the action anymore. The representatives from the wealthy, powerful states were now elbowing their way to the front, desperate to place bulk orders. Saskia watched the chaos unfold, utterly gobsmacked. She had privately hoped they might shift 300 units in total across all buyers. That would have been a spectacular success. The reality unfolding before her was beyond her wildest imagination. The order reports piling up on her datapad were so astronomical she didn't know how to process them. Several nations, with economies and populations comparable to the Kingdom of Mykion, placed immediate orders for 200 strike daggers each. Mykion itself, flush with cash and territory from a recent military victory, ordered 200 strike daggers and 100 of the high-performance GM customs. Larger countries were ordering batches of 300. The wealthiest nations were placing colossal orders: 500 strike daggers, 300 standard GMs, and 150 GM customs. In what felt like a matter of minutes, the total orders for the strike dagger alone had rocketed past 500 units. A cold dose of reality hit Saskia. She thought of the factories she'd recently acquired and repurposed for manufacturing. Even running around the clock, their maximum monthly output was a mere 100 units. Her jaw, which had been hanging open in disbelief, snapped shut. She shook her head, a spark of audacious resolve flashing in her eyes. She barked out a string of commands to her subordinates: cancel every single order for the strike dagger, effective immediately. Refund all deposits. Then she made an announcement that echoed across the stunned exhibition hall. The new price for a single strike dagger was now 35 million space colonial dollars. For a moment, Saskia thought she was going to faint. The cancelled orders came flooding back in, not just reinstated but expanded. She stared at the new report, her hands trembling. The price hike hadn't deterred anyone. It had only fanned the flames of their desire. The total number of orders had now surged past 3,000. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no conceivable way the company could fulfill such a massive demand. Her legs felt weak, and two of her aides had to rush to support her. "Ma'am," an assistant said, holding out another datapad. "These are the orders for the combat suits, tanks, drones, and warships. Please take a look." Saskia took the datapad, glanced at the figures, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. "My head's spinning," she gasped. "Get me a chair." Now, an aide quickly slid a chair behind her. Saskia sank into it, rubbing her temples. If they accepted all these contracts, they'd be working flat out for the next 5 years, with no capacity for anything else. While Saskia wrestled with the crippling burden of their success, their competitors were experiencing a different kind of agony. From their empty, silent booths, they watched in despair as a veritable scrum of buyers swarmed the Tianyi display, practically fighting one another to place an order. At their own multi-million-dollar stands, there was nothing. A few stray onlookers would occasionally wander past, giving their models a cursory glance, but most were simply deserted. The contrast was stark, brutal, and absolute. Chapter 54. The subcontractors, a wave of desperation washed over the exhibition hall. In a frantic bid to claw back some market share, rival companies began slashing their prices, hoping to entice buyers with bargain deals. Some went as far as selling their mobile suits at cost, but it didn't make a blind bit of difference. The crowd remained firmly camped at the Tianyi booths. Their sales reps, growing hoarse, argued their cases with renewed vigor. They spoke of superior firepower, thicker armor, and versatile modular weapon systems, trying to paint the strike dagger as a simplistic, one-trick pony. "Our kit has proper stopping power," one insisted, gesturing to a hulking brute of a machine. "It can be outfitted for any mission profile, unlike that monotonously equipped thing over there." While some of the procurement officers nodded along, acknowledging the logic, they all returned to the same, unassailable point. "We understand the need for heavy firepower and robust defenses," a veteran officer explained patiently. "But the problem is, your control systems are too complex. They bog the pilot down, slowing their reaction times in the heat of battle. And that complexity means a longer, more expensive training pipeline. The strike dagger, with its simple, intuitive interface, will let us get pilots battle-ready in a fraction of the time. That's the game changer." The truth finally dawned on the flailing competitors. They weren't just being outsold, they were being outthought. But one company president refused to concede. Pushing his way to the edge of the crowd surrounding the Tianyi display, he bellowed, "Distinguished representatives, the strike dagger's controls may be simple, but simplicity means nothing if it can't hold up in a real fight. I propose a live-fire simulation, my company's latest model against the strike dagger. Let's see how it truly performs." A murmur of interest rippled through the procurement teams. It was a valid point. A practical demonstration would be the ultimate test. The Tianyi representatives were more than happy to oblige. The mock battle was staged in the vacuum of space just outside the colony. The two mobile suits armed with rifles that fired high-velocity rounds of liquid paint. The rules were simple: Best 2 out of 3 rounds. A direct hit scores a point. The result was swift and decisive. The strike dagger won 2 consecutive rounds without breaking a sweat. The challenger, his face a mask of disbelief, was not ready to admit defeat. Your pilot is clearly an ace, he protested. It's not a fair test of the machines. I demand a rematch, but this time the pilots swap mobile suits. Tianyi graciously accepted the demand. The outcome was exactly the same. The pilot, now sitting in the strike dagger's cockpit, secured another clean 2-round victory. This time the challenger had nothing left to say. His humiliation, however, did not deter others. Several more companies, smelling blood and a chance to seize the narrative, stepped up to challenge the strike dagger. They all hoped that a single, high-profile victory would be enough to break Tianyi's momentum and redirect the flow of orders. It was a futile effort. Match after match, the strike dagger emerged victorious. Most challengers were dispatched in 2 straight defeats. The lucky ones managed to snag a single win, only to lose the deciding round. After witnessing the unbroken string of Chinese letter, the remaining competitors finally saw sense. Unwilling to suffer the same public humiliation, they quietly withdrew, abandoning the mobile suit market to focus on salvaging what orders they could from other sectors. For Saskia, the series of decisive victories was a source of immense pride and satisfaction. That feeling, however, was quickly swamped by a fresh wave of panic. The successful combat demonstrations had triggered yet another avalanche of purchase orders. The total number of strike daggers on order had now breached the 4,000 mark. Oh, for heaven's sake, she muttered, her head swimming. Add in the GMs and all the other weapons contracts. We'll be working flat out for the next 5 years with no room for anything else. She immediately placed a call to her vice president, her voice tight with urgency. Find new locations, she ordered. Buy land, lease facilities, whatever you have to do. We need more factories, and we need them yesterday. Just as she ended the call, an aide approached her. Ma'am, President Snowbin of the Fesida Corporation would like a word. Saskia paused. Fesida was a corporate giant, more than 10 times the size of Tianyi. They had never had any dealings before. What could he possibly want? Intrigued, she told her aide to show him in. President Saskia, a pleasure, Snowbin said, extending a hand. He was a man whose expensive suit and easy smile radiated corporate power. The pleasure is all mine, President Snowbin, Saskia replied, shaking his hand as they sized each other up. I won't waste your time with pleasantries, he began. First, allow me to congratulate you on securing such a staggering number of orders. Truly remarkable. You're too kind, President Snowbin, Saskia replied with practiced modesty. We're still a small company, hoping for the continued goodwill of giants like Fesida. You're far too humble, he chuckled. Your success is entirely your own merit, which brings me to the reason I'm here. I'm not one for beating around the bush. I'd like to discuss a business proposition. I'm listening. From what I understand, Tianyi's current production capacity is limited, he said, choosing his words carefully. There is no way you can fulfill these orders in a timely manner. The Fesida Corporation has extensive manufacturing facilities. We could help you by taking on some of your orders as a subcontractor. Saskia's eyebrow twitched. It was a viable solution, a lifeline. We would certainly be open to that, President Snowbin, she said coolly. Of course, the matter of subcontracting fees would have to be thoroughly discussed. Of course, this is business after all, he boomed. Why don't we find a quiet restaurant? We can discuss the finer points over a good meal. I think that's an excellent idea. But as Saskia and Snowbin, flanked by their respective aides, made to leave the exhibition hall, their path was blocked. A wall of expensive suits and strained smiles stood before them. The presidents of the other major arms companies. Saskia's brow furrowed in annoyance, but she kept her composure. Gentlemen, she said, her voice laced with a polite chill, to what do I owe the pleasure? We heard you might be looking to subcontract some work, one of them said, getting straight to the point. We'd like to throw our hats in the ring. We were just heading to dinner to discuss that very thing, Saskia replied, her eyes flicking pointedly towards Snowbin. Another president turned to Snowbin with a predatory grin. You don't mind if we join you, do you, President Snowbin? Internally, Snowbin was cursing the man and all his ancestors, but his face remained a mask of affable charm. Of course not, he said smoothly. The more the merrier. To an outside observer, the dinner that followed would have seemed a picture of convivial camaraderie. Laughter and fine wine flowed freely, as the leaders of rival corporations chatted like old friends. In reality, the atmosphere was thick with a murderous tension. Every single person at that table, save for her own team, would have happily plunged a knife into Saskia's back. She had cornered the market so completely that they were left fighting for scraps, and their resentment was palpable. If they saw a single opportunity to sabotage her, they would take it without hesitation. Saskia was under no illusions. She could feel their jealousy radiating across the table. They wanted a piece of her cake, and while she loathed the idea of sharing it, she knew she had to. If she sent them away empty-handed, they would find 1,000 subtle ways to undermine her, to trip her up from the shadows. They would never tolerate her feasting while they starved. She had to give them a few crumbs, just enough to keep the wolves from her door. As toasts were being made and false compliments exchanged, another figure appeared at their table, uninvited. It was Lady Helena Long, a representative of Isekai Military Technologies. A hush fell over the room. Isekai was one of the top 3 military technology firms in the Cathayan Empire, and easily in the top 5 across all the colonies. Their presence here was a shock. For Saskia, it was more than a shock. It was a complication. Lady Helena was her boss's aunt, dressed in an exquisite formal gown, inspired by the ancient fashions of her homeland. Lady Helena moved with an effortless grace. "I do hope I'm not intruding," she said, her smile both charming and disarming. "Forgive me for arriving unannounced." The presidents, recovering from their surprise, stumbled over themselves to welcome her. Lady Helena approached Saskia, feigning ignorance of their connection. "President Saskia," she said, extending a hand, "I am Helena Long. It is a genuine pleasure to finally meet you." "The pleasure is all mine, Lady Long," Saskia replied, her mind racing. "I'm honored that such an important person would know of a small-timer like me." "A small-timer?" Lady Helena laughed, a light musical sound. "My dear, after the coup you've pulled off today, you are the most important person in this room. The orders my own company has secured are a mere fraction of yours. It is I who should be learning from you." "You're too generous," Saskia said. The two women larked in a dance of polite, razor-sharp pleasantries. The dinner continued, the atmosphere now even more charged than before. Chapter 55. Medical nanomachines. In the days following the exhibition, the executive suites of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing were a whirlwind of negotiations. Saskia met with a procession of her competitors, and in the end, every company that came to the table walked away with a subcontracting deal, some larger than others. She was shrewd in her dealings, however. The contracts were strictly for the production of hardware components, the limbs, torsos, and outer armor of the mobile suits, the heart of their technology. The cockpits and the revolutionary operating systems would remain firmly in-house. The media was in a frenzy over Tianyi's monumental success. Requests for interviews flooded their communications channels, with reporters from every major news outlet desperate for a statement. Tianyi politely but firmly refused them all. Meanwhile, far from the glare of the public eye, the Death Scythe and Blitz Gundams undertook their first live combat mission. Tasked with infiltrating and neutralizing a pirate asteroid stronghold, the two machines performed flawlessly. They slipped past the enemy's defenses like ghosts, delivering a devastating surgical strike before melting back into the void. The pirates were annihilated without ever knowing who or what had hit them. Draco was exceptionally pleased with the results. The field test confirmed his assessment of their individual strengths and weaknesses. The Blitz, with its Mirage Carloid system, could achieve perfect visual invisibility, but this came at the cost of disabling its phase shift armor. It was also a colossal power drain, leaving the Gundam vulnerable while cloaked. The Death Scythe, on the other hand, couldn't turn invisible, but its anti-beam coating and advanced jammers allowed it to effectively vanish from radar and other sensor systems, all while consuming significantly less energy than the Blitz's cloak. With these tests complete, the Zero Gundam was officially added to the production schedule, slated to be constructed alongside the Geminas twins as soon as the Aegis, Buster, and Heavy Arms were finished. Draco's own research had borne new fruit. Sifting through the other unknown materials recovered from the Jupiter ship, He had isolated two more remarkable metals. The first, a lustrous silver-white alloy, he named argentrinium. The second, a dark grey metal of incredible resilience, he christened crysteel. His analysis revealed that by alloying these new elements with specific terrestrial metals and applying several proprietary techniques, he could create nanolaminate armor. This breakthrough immediately set new plans in motion. The development of the Gundam Barbaros and Gundam Astaroth was greenlit, with a projected start date just 2 months away. Having set those projects on their course, Draco threw himself into his next endeavor. A few days later, looking utterly exhausted, he stumbled out of his office and nearly walked straight into Leo Kai. "All right, Faye," Leo asked, steadying his friend. "What have you been cooking up in there?" "A new Gundam, not this time," Draco mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "Something else entirely." "Oh yeah, what's that then?" "A medical pod. It uses, well, the project name is Medical Nanomachines." Leo's eyes widened. "Are you having a laugh? You're a doctor now as well." "I've dabbled a bit," Draco admitted with a weary shrug. "So what's it do?" "It's complicated to explain," Draco said, stifling a yawn. "Come on, I'll show you the designs. You'll get it then." Leo followed him into the office. As Draco pulled up the schematics on the holographic display, Leo's eyes grew wider and wider with every detail he absorbed. "Bloody hell, Faye," he breathed, his voice filled with awe. "If you can actually make this work, think of how many of our lads we could pull back from the brink." "It's not a miracle worker," Draco cautioned, tempering his friend's excitement. "It has its limits. If an injury is too catastrophic, or a limb is beyond saving, amputation and conventional surgery will still be the only option." "Yeah, I get that nothing's a sure thing," Leo conceded. "But even so, this would take a massive load off the medics. It would save so many. That's the idea." "Well, get on with it then. What are you waiting for?" Draco shot him an exasperated look and rolled his eyes. "What do you think I am, a god? You think I can just snap my fingers and conjure it out of thin air?" "Don't be daft, Faye," Leo said, his expression turning serious. "But a lot of the lads in this company already worship you like one." Draco rolled his eyes again. "Well, don't. I'm a person. I need to eat, sleep and rest, just like anyone else. And right now, all I want to do is switch off for a bit and give my brain a rest so I can actually get back to work properly." Leo clapped him on the shoulder as they left the office. For the next 3 days, Draco did exactly that. He shut himself in his quarters and did nothing but lie in bed, letting his overworked mind go completely blank. Aside from getting up for meals, he spent the entire time sleeping. For months, he had been running on fumes, surviving on less than 6 hours a night, and the chronic sleep deprivation had left him with persistent, splitting headaches. On the 4th day, he woke up naturally. A glance at the clock showed it was midday. He climbed out of bed, stretched until his back popped, and rolled his neck, which produced a series of loud cracks. After a shower and a change of clothes, he went for a meal, and then, feeling human for the first time in weeks, he returned to his work on the Medical Nanomachine project. It took him nearly a month, but he finally produced the first working prototype. 2 days later, a fleet returned to the Aegis asteroid from a patrol. During a skirmish, one of the pilots had been critically wounded when his mobile suit sustained heavy damage, causing an explosion in the cockpit. He had been pulled from the wreckage alive, but was now deep in a coma. Draco saw his chance. The comatose pilot was carefully transferred to the new medical pod. A crowd of onlookers watched in hushed silence as the pilot was lowered into a translucent, life-sustaining gel, an oxygen mask fitted over his face. On the monitors, they watched in utter disbelief as the man's grievous wounds began to heal before their very eyes. The process visible to the naked eye, as flesh and bone, knitted themselves back together. A few days later, with his injuries completely gone, the pilot awoke. He was bewildered, convinced he should be dead. To find himself alive was a shock. To discover that he didn't even have a single scar was a miracle. When word spread that Draco had single-handedly invented the revolutionary device, the already legendary esteem in which he was held by the crew soared to new, almost mythic, heights. With the resounding success of the prototype, Draco immediately ordered the medical pods into mass production and began the process of filing for a patent. Back in the factory, the Geminas twins were now at 50% completion, while the Zero Gundam, a top priority, was already 90% finished, and would soon be ready for its initial shakedown tests. The base's production capacity had now expanded to the point where they could construct 3 Gundams simultaneously. If the Zero Gundam's trials went smoothly, the Gundam Astrea would be developed concurrently with the Barbaros and Astaroth. Draco had also begun to sketch out preliminary plans for 2 other classic machines, the Hyakushiki and the Gundam Roman II. He envisioned them serving as command units for the leaders of his elite mobile suit squadrons. For now, it was just an idea. Jaron Lee, however, thought the idea had serious merit. He believed the 2 high-performance machines would be perfect as limited production models for his best pilots. The only obstacle was the cost. Without the steady supply of raw materials from Tiany's own mining ventures, the cost of building a Hyakushiki or a Roman II would be even higher than that of the original prototype Gundam. Fortunately, their vertical integration and self-sufficiency had significantly driven down their overall manufacturing costs. In his office, Jaron studied the production schedules, seriously contemplating whether he should approach Draco and propose dedicating an entire production line to the 2 new command units. Chapter 56. The sisters from Jupiter awaken boss regarding the newly completed mobile suit factory in the asteroid. Jaron Lee began, standing before Draco Varlan's desk. I'd like to formally request that we dedicate one of the production lines to the Hyakushiki and the Gundam Roman II. Draco barely glanced up from his terminal. Fine by me. The decision's yours, Jaron. You have full authority to sort it out. Thank you, sir. While you're here, Draco added, his fingers still dancing across the holographic keyboard, what's the status of the Roman II and Dagger series production lines? They are fully operational, sir. We've already rolled out the first batches and have begun phasing out the older models. And what's the feedback from the pilots? How are the lads finding them? The regular forces are chuffed. They say the Roman II is a marked improvement over both the original GM and the custom. Jaron reported crisply. The special forces are equally impressed with the Dagger series. The combination of the 105 Dagger, Dual Dagger, and Buster Dagger gives their squadrons incredible tactical flexibility. What's the standard loadout for our elite teams? Primarily a mix of the Roman II and the Dual Dagger, with a handful of 105 daggers for support. We're using the Dual Dagger fitted with its assault shroud armor as the designated commander's unit, and the Roman II and Hyakushiki. Could the special forces make use of them? Absolutely, sir, Jaron confirmed without hesitation. We could field them in dedicated 4-unit Gundam teams, or assign them as high-performance commander units. Good, I understand, Draco said, finally looking up. That's all, Commander. Carry on. Jaron snapped a crisp salute and exited the office, leaving Draco alone with his thoughts and the silent streams of data flowing across his screen. He turned his attention to the latest news feeds. War had erupted in the 7th Colonial District. What began as a border dispute between 2 nations had spiraled, dragging 2 more into the fray. As always, the new combatants were either opportunistic vultures looking to stab a neighbor in the back, or reluctant allies dragged into the conflict by treaty obligations. The consensus among the analysts was grim. This was not going to be a short war, and it was likely to spread. Draco, however, saw past the headlines and troop movements. He saw the strings of the puppet masters. This wasn't just a war between nations. It was a clash of ideologies, a bloody battleground between democracy and monarchy. He was almost certain it was a proxy war. Behind the democratic states, he could smell the money and influence of the Viridian Federation, and in the shadows of the monarchies, he could feel the staunch, iron-willed support of the Garthian Empire. He leaned back, steepling his fingers as he mulled over the strategic calculus. The Garthian Empire can't afford for these kingdoms to fall, he mused. Their defeat would delegitimize the very idea of monarchy, emboldening the democratic factions across the sphere. They'd use it as a pretext, spouting rhetoric about liberation from tyranny to justify attacks on other kingdoms, chipping away at the Empire's allies until Garth itself was isolated. The Viridian Federation would be all too happy to pour fuel on that fire, sending in agents and agitators to stir up dissent from within. Draco rolled his neck until it cracked. Still, he thought with a cynical smirk, The money men and arms dealers in the Federation must be laughing all the way to the bank. War is the springtime of our trade, after all. A bitter smile touched his lips and he shook his head. Then again, who am I to talk? I'm in the same business. That's the part calling the kettle black, isn't it? His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp chime from his desk console. He leaned forward and activated the calm. Speak, the voice on the other end was urgent. It's the sisters we recovered from the Jovian ship. The older one, she's woken up. What? Draco shot up from his chair, his weariness vanishing in a surge of adrenaline. I'm on my way. Persica Tao's first sensation was a dull, throbbing ache behind her eyes. Her vision swam into focus, revealing the sterile white ceiling of a medical bay. A woman in a doctor's coat was leaning over her, checking her vitals. Persica's mind was a fog, her memories a chaotic jumble of fractured images. Where am I? She rasped, her voice hoarse from disuse. You're safe, the doctor replied gently. This is the mother base of the Tiani group. After establishing his other commercial ventures, Draco had consolidated all his operations, the mercenary group, the arms company, and more, under the unified banner of the Tiani group. Why am I here? We found you and your sister on a derelict spaceship. You were both in cryo-sleep pods. The words echoed in her mind, each one a key turning a rusty lock. Sister, spaceship, cryosleep. The fog began to thin, and in its place came a searing pain. Memories, violent and terrifying, flooded back. She cried out, clutching her head as the fragmented recollections tore through her consciousness. The spaceship, the Jupiter ship, she gasped, her voice trembling. My name is Persica. Persica Tao. I'm from the Jovian Federation. It was that day. Just then, the door to the medbay slid open and Draco stepped inside. Persica's head snapped up. She didn't know this man, yet as she looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. She felt a strange, inexplicable sense of familiarity. Draco gestured for the doctor to leave them. Once the door had closed, Persica found her voice again. Who are you? My name is Draco Varlan, he said, his tone calm and steady. I'm the leader of the Tiani group. This base, everything you see is mine. I am, she began, but he cut her off gently. Persica Tao, that's your name. And you have a younger sister, Lyra. She stared at him, shocked into silence. How could he possibly know that? I found documents on your ship, he explained, anticipating her question. They told me who you are, but there's something else you should know. I've seen fragments of your memory. I know what happened on that ship. He proceeded to recount several specific, harrowing details from the disaster. A wave of pure terror washed over Persica. She instinctively recoiled, shuffling backwards on the bed. This was impossible. Don't be afraid, he said quickly, his voice softening. It happened because you and I are the same. We're both new types. When I first discovered your cryopod, I touched it. In that moment, our minds must have synchronized. That's how I saw what you saw. She was still afraid, but a new, powerful curiosity was beginning to override her fear. New type. What does that mean? Are we still human? Of course we are, he reassured her. Think of it as the next stage of human evolution. We have heightened senses, an intuition that borders on precognition. He searched for an example. I saw a clip from your ship's logs. The moment your sister started screaming, your expression was one of absolute terror, too. It was because you both felt it at the same time, a sudden, overwhelming wave of pure danger. The memory surfaced clear as day. She remembered that chilling, inexplicable feeling of dread that had seized her heart moments before everything went wrong. My sister, she whispered. Is she a new type as well? Yes, she is. Where is she? Is she all right? Just as Draco was about to explain that her sister was still in cryo-sleep, the chime on the door panel sounded. He tapped the comms button. Yes, boss, it's the other one. The little sister. She's waking up. Understood. He turned back to Persica, a rare small smile on his face. It seems your sister is awake. Would you like to go and see her? Yes, the word was a desperate, hopeful breath. Draco had a nurse bring a wheelchair. He pushed it himself, guiding Persica through the quiet corridors of the medical wing. How long? She asked quietly as they moved. How long have we been asleep? Draco took a moment to calculate. Jupiter's orbit around the Sun takes roughly 12 Earth years. According to the records, The Jovian Federation was founded in Universal Century Year 30. All contact with the Earth sphere was lost in Year 3 of the Jovian calendar, which corresponds to UC 65. The year is now Universal Century 115. The numbers settled upon her, each one a crushing weight. 50 years, an entire lifetime had passed while they slept. A choked sob escaped her lips. She covered her face with her hands as tears she hadn't realized she was holding back began to fall. "We're almost at her room," Draco said gently. "Dry your eyes. You don't want your sister to see you looking like this. You need to be the strong, older sister she remembers." His words struck a chord. She quickly wiped her tears away, composing herself just as they arrived at the door. Inside, Lyra was lying pale and still in the medical bed, and Roman 4 line feeding nutrients into her arm. Her eyes were closed. "What's wrong with her?" Persica asked, her voice tight with panic. "Don't worry," the attending physician said calmly. "She's just woken up from a long cryo sleep. Her body is extremely weak. She just needs rest and care." Persica turned to Draco, her eyes pleading. "Please," she said, "can we be in the same room? I want to be here to look after her." "Of course," he replied without hesitation. "And one more thing," she added, her voice growing stronger. "I want to see all the documents you recovered from our ship. I need to know what I've forgotten." "No problem at all," Draco said. "It's all yours." Chapter 57. The war in the 7th District. 2 weeks had passed since the sisters from Jupiter had awoken. Their bodies, once frail from decades of cryo-sleep, had now fully recovered their strength and vitality. Lyra Tau lay serenely on a diagnostic couch, a delicate, crown-like device resting on her head. It was a psychoreceptivity monitor, one of Draco's own inventions. To an observer, she looked like a sleeping princess, but in truth, her mind was more awake than ever before. She felt her consciousness expand, her very spirit seeming to dissolve and merge with the vast, silent tapestry of the cosmos. She could feel the gentle, inexorable turning of the universe itself. In the control room, Draco sat before a bank of monitors, his eyes fixed on the streams of data. Beside him, Sal Yu and Persica stood watching. The figures on the screen were remarkable, on Draco's custom scale for psychic potential. Lyra's spatial awareness, telepathic sensitivity, and precognitive intuition were all scoring a grade B or higher. "That's enough," Draco said, satisfied. The test concluded, and Persica stepped forward to gently lift the psycho crown from her sister's head. Draco made a final note. Lyra's danger sense was a solid grade A, while Persica's own was a B. The old security footage from their ship had been right. The younger sister's intuition was undeniably sharper. He gave Sal a nod, who then gently escorted the still dreamy Lyra from the room. "So," Draco began, turning to Persica, "what are your plans now?" "If it's possible," she said, her voice hesitant, "I'd like to take my sister and go home, back to the Jovian Federation. I need to see what's become of it." Draco's expression was regretful. "I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Not right now anyway. The journey is too long and too hazardous." "Then what about the Republic of Songlai?" she asked, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "It was my parents' homeland." The hope died as soon as she saw the look on his face. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this," he said gently, "but the Republic of Songlai ceased to exist more than 20 years ago. Its colonies were absorbed by the Garthian Empire." Persica was rendered speechless, the news hitting her like a physical blow. She was utterly adrift. Songlai wasn't just her parents' home, it was her birthplace. "And your parents?" Draco asked quietly. "Is there any chance they are still in the Jovian Federation?" She shook her head, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. "They died in a work accident a long time ago. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up painful memories." "It's all right," she whispered. "Was your sister born in the Federation?" "Yes, our parents passed away not long after she was born." "Is there any other family, anyone at all?" "No," she said, her voice barely audible. "We're all that's left." "Right then," Draco said, his tone shifting from gentle to practical. "Here's what we'll do. You and your sister will stay here for the time being. I can arrange some work for you, give you a place. You'll be safe here." A wave of relief washed over her. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." As Draco turned to leave the test chamber, she called out, "Wait, yes, I've heard that people live longer now, much longer. Is it possible for my sister and me to have that treatment?" "It's not surgery," he clarified. "It's a simple course of injections. That's an easy request to grant. I'll make the arrangements." Across the colonial sphere, the strike dagger was rapidly becoming the backbone of countless smaller nations. In the brutal, thankless work of quelling rebellions and hunting down pirate gangs, the unassuming mobile suit was building a formidable reputation, racking up an impressive list of combat victories. Military journals and news outlets, intrigued by the machine's meteoric rise, began to investigate. What was the secret to the strike dagger's appeal? How had it become the most sought-after mobile suit on the market? And how was it performing so spectacularly in the field? Their reports were filled with glowing testimonials from military commanders across the sector. The verdict was unanimous. It was cheap, ludicrously easy to maintain, and so simple to operate that training times had been slashed. Pilots reported that the strike dagger gave them a decisive edge, not just against other mobile suits, but against faster, more agile conventional fighters as well. This wave of positive press served as the best possible advertisement. Nations within the 6th district that had already purchased a fleet of strike daggers began placing new, larger orders. Those that had initially held back were now scrambling to get their hands on it. The machine's fame soon spread beyond their borders, with nations and organizations in the neighboring 5th and 7th districts launching their own investigations into Tianyi, the mysterious company that had produced such a remarkably effective weapon of war. In the 7th district, the flames of war raged uncontrolled. What had begun as a conflict between two camps, democracy and monarchy, had devolved into a brutal, chaotic free-for-all. Warlord states, dynastic family-run colonies, and corporate-backed factions had all joined the fray, turning the district into a meat grinder. The conflict was now simply referred to as the war between the Democratic Alliance and everyone else. The violence had triggered a massive refugee crisis, with millions fleeing to other districts, and a lucky few making it all the way to Earth. In one particular theater of the war, the Democratic Republic of Laos was locked in a bitter struggle with the Kesto warlord state. The warlords were on the verge of collapse, relentlessly pushed back by the superior numbers and equipment of the Republic's forces. In a final, desperate gamble, the leader of Kesto liquidated the state's gold reserves and precious assets, using the funds to purchase a fleet of strike daggers from a sympathetic warlord state in the 6th district. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the Republic of Laos. The cheap, mass-produced strike daggers completely dominated the battlefield, tearing through the Viridian Federation-supplied Fenrir mobile suits and Raptor fighters that formed the backbone of the Republic's military. In a series of stunning victories, the Kesto forces, spearheaded by their new mobile suits, turned the tide of the war. They not only reclaimed all their lost territory, but also punched deep into the Republic's colonies, capturing several of their key strongholds. The turnaround was so dramatic it sent shockwaves across the entire 7th district. A nation that had been on the brink of annihilation had been saved, seemingly by a single type of mobile suit. Suddenly, everyone wanted to know what this machine was and where they could get it. Emboldened by their success, the Kesto warlord state looted its newly conquered territories, using the spoils to buy even more strike daggers at inflated prices from any seller in the 6th district willing to do business. The final outcome was inevitable. The Republic of Laos was completely overrun, its government dissolved, its name wiped from the map. It was the first nation to be utterly destroyed since the war began, and its fall dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the entire Democratic Alliance. The war in the 7th district continued, a vortex of violence dragging ever more nations into its bloody embrace. Draco stood on the bridge of the flagship of a small Tianyi fleet, 3 destroyers and 3 frigates. Their official mission was to hunt for pirates, but this was no client contract. It was a cover. Draco was here to personally oversee the first field test of the Zero Gundam and its revolutionary GN drive. The Geminas Gundams, piloted by the formidable sisters Jaina and Neria Zhu, were also due for their shakedown trials. The sisters' previous machines, the Gundam Unit 4 and Unit 5, had now been officially mothballed, joining the original prototype Gundam in secure storage. Their pilots had simply become too good, their skills and reaction times far outstripping the performance limits of the older models. The Gundam Unit 6 was scheduled to join them in retirement as soon as a suitable replacement was ready. Jaron Lee had initially planned to reassign these decommissioned Gundams to his elite squadron leaders. He abandoned that idea the moment Draco showed him the blueprints for the Hyaku Shiki and the Gundam MK Roman II. At first, Jaron thought the Hyaku Shiki alone would suffice. Its performance was comparable to the MK Roman II, and it came armed with a devastating mega bazooka launcher. But then Draco revealed the designs for the G Defensor support craft. When combined, the MK Roman II and the G Defensor formed a new, vastly more powerful configuration that Draco had designated the MK Roman II-G. It possessed incredible speed and thrust, and was even capable of sustained atmospheric flight under its own power. That sealed the deal. Jaron immediately approved both machines for production. A week into their patrol, they had found nothing. The endless starfield on the main view screen remained stubbornly empty. They were now approaching the border between the 6th and 7th districts. If they didn't find any pirates in the next 48 hours, they would have to turn back. Draco stood beside the ship's captain, his eyes scanning the long-range sensor displays. Suddenly, a cluster of contacts appeared on the screen. "Captain," Draco said, his voice calm but sharp, pointing to the display. "What do you make of that?" Chapter 58, The Saint of the Theocracy of Aurea. "It's a fleet from the Earth sphere, boss," the captain reported, zooming in on the long-range visuals. "From the Theocracy of Aurea. You can tell by the flag they're flying. That large vessel at the center of the formation, that'll be their flagship. Must be carrying someone important." Draco studied the emblem on the screen, a regal golden cross wreathed by a pair of pristine white wings. He knew of Aurea. It was the dominant power in the European region of Earth, its influence extending over nearly 70% of the continent. It stood as one of the great powers of the Earth sphere, its name spoken in the same breath as the Rosovian Union, the Cathayan Empire, the Anglo-Saxon Republic, and the other major alliances. The true measure of a great power in this era was not just its military or economic might, but its possession of an orbital elevator. Those nations that held a tether to the heavens held the keys to the galaxy. Those without were forced into subservience, either becoming vassal states paying exorbitant fees for access, or bleeding their treasuries dry through crippling taxes, just to move their goods into orbit for trade with the colonies. The Theocracy of Aurea was unique among them. It was a state ruled by a pope, a nation founded on a doctrine of peace. In its entire history, it had never once initiated a war, maintaining a steadfast neutrality and refusing all military alliances. "So what are they doing all the way out here?" Draco mused, resting his chin on his hand. "The war in the 7th district is getting worse, boss," the captain offered. "It's threatening to spill over into the neighboring sectors. My guess is they've sent a delegation to preach peace, try to convince the other powers to stay out of it before it engulfs the whole sphere." "I heard the 7th is a complete mess," Draco said. "Pretty much every nation in the district is at each other's throats. The locals are fleeing in droves." "That's right, sir," the captain confirmed, and more colonies are shutting their borders, refusing to take in any more refugees. A lot of them are heading to Earth, and most of those are ending up in Aurea. I heard they've already taken in over 3 million from all sides of the conflict." 3 million? Draco raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like a recipe for disaster. You get that many people from warring nations in one place, all nursing grudges, they'll be at each other's throats. It's a constant problem, sir. That and a rising crime rate. It's becoming a real headache for their government, which is probably the other reason they are out here. If they can't stop the war from spreading, the flood of refugees will eventually cripple their economy and shatter their domestic security." Draco let out a short, humorless laugh. "Bleeding hearts, the lot of them, playing the saint and wondering why their country is going to the dogs because of it. If I were in charge, I wouldn't let a single one in. Let the nations that started the fire deal with the people fleeing the flames." The captain remained silent, but the look on his face showed he wholeheartedly agreed. Aboard the Aurian flagship, the Sancta Civitas, a profound silence reigned. Saint Ethel, the revered saintess of the theocracy, sat slumped in her chair, a figure of porcelain fragility. Her immaculate white vestments seemed to amplify the weariness in her slender frame. A delicate lace wimple framed her face, failing to contain the coiled braids of her brilliant gold hair. Her features were a study in perfect, heartbreaking beauty, but her bright, cornflower blue eyes were filled with tears of bitter disappointment. She stared out of the viewport at the indifferent stars, her small hands clenched into tight fists in her lap. Standing guard behind her was her personal knight, Sir John. He watched her, his heart aching with a familiar sense of helplessness. He knew the reason for her despair. Their last stop had been the Republic of Ipak, a nation that loudly proclaimed its devotion to democracy, freedom, and human rights. Ethel had gone to them with a simple, heartfelt plea for peace, urging them not to be drawn into the maelstrom of the 7th District. The Republic's leaders had listened with polite smiles, paying lip service to her noble ideals, before blandly informing her that this was a just war, a righteous crusade, they claimed, to topple tyranny and bring equality to the oppressed. John had seen it all before. A just war, he thought with a deep, internal sigh of cynicism, just another pretty excuse to mask their own grubby ambitions. They don't care about freedom or equality. They care about their political careers, about pleasing the corporate masters and arms dealers who line their pockets. War is a business. It makes the gun runners rich, and it lets the grain barons hoard their stockpiles and sell them to the starving at obscene prices. It's all just one big, bloody, profitable machine. He glanced at Ethel's reflection in the viewport, and at the bottom of it all, it's always the ordinary folk who suffer. No matter the system, no matter the flag, they are the ones who get treated like cattle, like crops to be harvested. Your Holiness, he said softly, breaking the silence, this war, it has a momentum of its own now. The people want peace, a quiet life, but the ones in power, the capitalists, peace doesn't profit them. They will sacrifice as many lives as it takes, as long as the money keeps flowing. Ethel turned to look at him, her blue eyes pleading. John, is peaceful coexistence really so impossible? He didn't know how to answer. The truth was a brutal, ugly thing, and he couldn't bear to be the one to shatter her fragile hope. He knew her story. She was a victim of a long-forgotten war, an orphan taken in and raised by the Pope himself. Her devotion to peace was born from the deepest kind of pain, an unshakable conviction that no one else should ever have to suffer the loss she had endured. Seeing his silence, Ethel looked down at her own pale hands, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Why, she whispered to herself. Why? A female voice crackled in John's earpiece. John, how is she? What's her mood? He remained silent. Ah, the voice sighed, full of sympathy. That bad, is it? You're rubbish at cheering people up, you know that. If you think you can do better, be my guest, John retorted flatly. That earned him a moment of blessed silence. Suddenly, the door to the Saintess's chambers flew open. A soldier, breathless and wide-eyed with panic, stumbled inside. Your Holiness, Sir John, we're under attack. A pirate fleet. They're on us, and they're huge, at least 5 times our number. Ethel shot to her feet, her despair instantly replaced by resolve. To the bridge, she commanded, sweeping out of the room with John close behind. On the command bridge, a red-haired female knight named Yuffie was staring intently at the tactical display, her brow furrowed in disbelief. A pirate fleet of this size shouldn't exist, and why would they target a diplomatic convoy from the theocracy of Aurea? It was madness. Yuffie, report, Ethel said, her voice cutting through the rising tension in the room. Your Holiness, Yuffie replied without looking away from her console. We broadcast a warning, identifying ourselves and our affiliation. They ignored it completely, and are continuing on an attack vector. I've given the order for all mobile suits and fighters to launch and engage the hostiles. A cold, dismissive sound came from beside Ethel. Pirates, Sir John scoffed. Don't be naive. Look at their numbers, their coordination. These are no disorganized rabble. Ethel and the others turned to look at him. Her Holiness has been touring the colonies, calling for an end to the war. He explained, his voice grim. Think about it. Who does peace hurt the most? The arms dealers. Her efforts are a direct threat to their bottom line. They must despise her for it. These aren't pirates. They are a mercenary outfit, or a criminal syndicate, hired to do the arms dealers' dirty work. Their target is you, Your Holiness. They're here to either kill you or to take you. Ethel closed her eyes, a sharp pang of anguish piercing her heart. Her simple, desperate quest for peace had made her a target for the very merchants of death she sought to defy. Chapter 59. The Zero Gundam's Test, Lord Armistead. We have engaged the Orion fleet. The blue-haired young man's voice was a model of detached deference as he reported to the stern-faced figure on the viewscreen. The older man's reply was clipped and cold. "You know the drill, Sark. This woman has become an unacceptable liability to our interests. Deal with her." "Understood, my lord." The screen went black. Sark turned his attention back to the tactical display, his fingers moving with practiced efficiency as he marshaled his forces to maintain the illusion of a random pirate attack. Their fleet was a carefully curated collection of scrap. A handful of their mobile suits and fighters were decommissioned, second-line models purchased from major powers, but the bulk of their force consisted of civilian engineering pods, crudely retrofitted for combat. On the surface, they looked like a ramshackle pirate band, but beneath the ugly, cobbled-together exteriors, every machine had been extensively modified, their performance tuned and upgraded to a level that could rival the frontline units of a respectable military. The battle was a slaughter. "What the hell is going on?" An Orion pilot screamed over the comm. "How are these ancient rust buckets so powerful? I'm pinned down. Requesting support now. It's no good. Our line is collapsing." The theocracy of Oria's paladin mobile suits and Pegasus fighters were completely outclassed. Their pilots couldn't comprehend it. They were being systematically torn apart by machines that looked like they belonged in a museum. On the bridge of the Sancta Civitas, the knights and senior officers watched the tactical display in horror. They were losing badly. Joseph Bach-Kuhn launch in the Pegasus Roman II fighters. Juan Bella deploy in the Crusader mobile suits. Yuffie barked, her voice tight with urgency. "Go!" The 5 knights snapped a crisp salute, turned and ran for the launch bays. Aboard his own flagship, Draco watched the unfolding massacre with a calm, analytical eye. He turned to the comms officer. "Launch," he said simply. Moments later, the Zero Gundam, piloted by Draco himself, slid from the catapult. It was followed by the twin Geminas units of the Zhu sisters, Jaina and Neria, and a full contingent of GM Roman II and Dagger series mobile suits. Their objective was simple: engage the pirates and put the new Gundams through their paces in the crucible of live combat. "Oh," Sark murmured, a flicker of interest in his eyes as he saw the new Orion units appear on his screen. "So these are Oria's new toys. I was beginning to think their military technology had been completely stagnant for the last 30 years. It seems they've been busy after all. I may have underestimated them." He leaned back in his command chair with a smirk. "Still, a handful of new machines isn't going to change the inevitable outcome." On the battlefield, the arrival of the elite Orion Knights provided a brief, desperate respite. They tore into the pirate lines, their superior machines and skill accounting for more than a dozen enemy units in the first few moments, a much-needed boost to the flagging morale of the Orion forces. But it wasn't enough. "My energy levels are critical," Joseph yelled over the comm. "I'm falling back to the ship to His voice cut out into static. Joseph, what's your status?" "Answer me," Bach demanded, his voice edged with panic. "Damn it. Joseph's been hit. They're on me." The channel filled with Kuhn's agonized scream, then fell silent. Bach knew they were gone. A glance at his own console confirmed the grim reality. His ammunition counters were at 0, and his energy reserves were flashing red. He had no choice but to break off and retreat. Juan and Bella, piloting the 2 advanced Crusader mobile suits, were faring no better. Bella brought her machine's heavy beam cannon to bear, unleashing a torrent of energy that vaporized a cluster of pirate suits and fighters in a brilliant flash of light. But the single shot drained her power reserves to almost nothing. "My energy is gone. Juan, cover me," she yelled. Silence was her only reply. A frantic check of her radar told her everything she needed to know. Damn it all. Juan's been shot down. On the bridge, St. Ethel watched the call signs of her knights wink out one by one, each loss a physical blow. Tears streamed down her face. Joseph, Juan, Kuhn, they were more than knights. They were her friends, the children she had grown up with in the orphanage. They were her family. Sabah has returned to the flagship and is resupplying. An officer reported. Dame Bella is attempting to retreat, but she is surrounded and taking heavy fire. "Send in every available unit," Yuffie commanded, her own voice cracking with grief. "Give her covering fire. Get her out of there." She couldn't bear to see Ethel suffer another loss, to lose another of their childhood friends. Bella fought her controls, her crusader now limping, one of its legs a mangled wreck. Her power was almost completely depleted. She didn't dare fire her beam rifle, knowing the energy drain would likely cause a total system shutdown. Panic began to set in. Her comrades were trying to break through to her, but the sheer number of pirates was overwhelming. In her haste, she made a mistake. A pirate MS slipped through the covering fire, its beam saber igniting as it lunged straight for her cockpit. There was no time to dodge. All she could do was watch, her eyes wide, as the incandescent blade filled her viewscreen. She didn't close her eyes to wait for death. She stared, determined to burn the image of her killer's machine into her mind. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson beam of light lanced out from the darkness, striking the pirate MS dead center in its cockpit. The machine vanished in a silent, blossoming fireball. A flurry of identical beams followed, each one finding its mark with impossible precision, turning the surrounding pirates into a constellation of exploding wreckage. Bella, stunned, traced the beams back to their origin. There, hanging silently in space, was a machine she had never seen before, a fine trail of ethereal green particles shimmering in its wake. Confusion erupted on every channel. What was that? Where did that MS come from? My radar gave no warning. My radar is down. I've lost all sensors. Mine too. The sudden appearance of the unknown machine shocked both the Orion and the pirate forces into a momentary standstill. Can that be it? Sark whispered on his own bridge, leaning forward intently. The super weapon from the 6th district they've all been talking about. A Gundam. His screen updated, revealing the twin Geminas units and the rest of Draco's forces emerging from the void. So the 3 with the V-fins must be the Gundams, the rest are standard suits. Sark mused aloud. That one with the green particles is scrambling my sensors. No matter, whatever their game is, they're not going to change the outcome. He straightened up in his chair. All forces begin phase 2 of the attack. Are they reinforcements? Ethel asked, her voice a hopeful whisper. No one on her bridge could answer. In the cockpit of the Zero Gundam, Draco was methodically calling out numbers. 11, another pirate MS exploded. 12, a fighter disintegrated. 13, 14, 15. His shots were perfect. 1 trigger pull, 1 kill. The Zhu sisters were a whirlwind of coordinated destruction. Neria in Geminas 01 and Jaina in Geminas 02 moved like dancers, their machines weaving and firing in perfect synchronicity. In the first minute of their engagement, they had destroyed 52 enemy units between them. The boss is a proper monster, isn't he, sis? Neria said over their private channel, her voice filled with awe. The Zero Gundam's performance isn't even on par with our Geminas, and he's already taken down nearly 30 on his own. Honestly, he's in a different league to us, Jaina replied. He's not even pushing the Zero Gundam, he's just using this as an opportunity to test the combat viability of the GN drive. Do you think he'll start developing Gundams specifically for the drives now? I'd count on it, Jaina said. The Zero Gundam carved a graceful arc through the battlefield, its trail of green particles leaving a shimmering ribbon in the blackness, as it fired shot after perfect shot. The tests are a success, Draco thought to himself, a flicker of satisfaction in his calm gaze. Now I can proceed with the development of the Gundam Astrea and the Gundam Virtue. Chapter 60. The PX system test. The unknown mobile suit squadron has shot down over 200 of our units. The tactical officer reported, his voice strained, and nearly half of those kills were achieved by the 3 Gundams alone. Sark's brow furrowed as he listened. So the rumors were true, he muttered. The Gundams are every bit as powerful as they're cracked up to be. His eyes were glued to the main viewscreen when suddenly, he shot bolt upright in his command chair. The image had changed. The 2 Geminas Gundams were now bathed in an intense, shimmering blue aura. What in God's name is that? Jaina Neria, Draco's voice came over their private channel, calm and authoritative. Activate the PX system. The sisters complied. The moment the system engaged, they were overcome by a sensation of absolute mental clarity. It was as if their minds had been emptied of all extraneous thought, leaving only a serene, focused awareness. On their screens, the chaotic swarm of enemy fighters and mobile suits seemed to slow to a crawl, every movement, every vector, laid bare before them. In contrast, their own thoughts and reactions felt lightning fast, allowing them to process the battlefield in its entirety and respond instantly. The glowing blue Geminas units became untouchable phantoms. They moved with a velocity that defied physics, their thrusters leaving a trail of spectral afterimages in their wake. Amidst the ghostly blue light, enemy machines erupted into silent fireballs. In this state of heightened consciousness, the sisters could do more than just react. They could predict. They could see the enemy's next move before it was even made, allowing them to launch devastatingly effective preemptive strikes. With a beam rifle in one hand and a beam saber in the other, they became a whirlwind of destruction, scything through the pirate fleet. In less than 2 minutes, they had reaped a terrible toll, becoming twin angels of death on the battlefield. Panic and terror ripped through the pirate comms channels. The pilots, whether in mobile suits or fighters, broke and fled from any sector the Geminas units entered. No one wanted a dance with the Grim Reaper. Sark watched the tactical display, his knuckles white. A battle that had been a foregone conclusion, a guaranteed victory, had been completely overturned by the arrival of this single, unknown squadron. He refused to let his plan fail. Launch the second wave, he snarled. Begin the boarding action. From the bellies of the pirate fleet, a swarm of assault boats ejected, their engines flaring as they streaked towards the beleaguered Orion convoy. Their goal was simple: punch through the hull and seize the ships from the inside. Aboard the Geminas units, the blue aura flickered and died. The PX system, having run its 3-minute course, had automatically disengaged. The sisters felt their minds snap back to normal, the world suddenly returning to its frantic, chaotic pace. The enemy's trajectories were no longer clear. They were both breathing heavily, a profound sense of mental and physical exhaustion washing over them. Draco's image appeared on their main screens. "Report. Are you all right?" "We're fine, boss," they answered in unison. "Your thoughts on the PX system?" Jaina answered first. "It's incredible." My mind felt completely empty, crystal clear. I could see the path of every single enemy unit, and our reaction time was instantaneous. We could counter anything they threw at us. Neria added, "Our physical reflexes were faster too, and the suit's performance went through the roof. It felt like we were completely synchronized, like we were one with the machines, but now that it's off, we're feeling pretty drained." "That's the trade-off," Draco explained as he continued to calmly pick off enemy targets. "The PX system pushes both pilot and machine beyond their design limits for 3 minutes. It even enhances your cognitive functions to the point of precognition. The drawback is that it has a mandatory cooldown period. You can't reactivate it until your own physical and mental state has returned to baseline. And it has one critical fail-safe. Both pilot and machine must be in perfect condition. If either one has any issues, any damage, the system will not engage." As they spoke, Draco noticed the swarm of assault boats closing in on the Orion fleet. The few remaining Paladin mobile suits were desperately trying to intercept them. Kamikaze tactics, Draco thought with a detached air. If they can take the bridge or capture a VIP, they can still win. Several of the boats streaked past his Zero Gundam. He let out a cold, dismissive laugh and pressed a button. A volley of crimson beams lanced out, and the assault boats vanished in a chain of silent, brilliant explosions. "Boss," the voice of one of his squadron leaders crackled over the calm. "The Orion commander is requesting our assistance. They want us to destroy all hostile boarding craft." Draco's reply was immediate and icy. "Ignore them. That's not our problem. Stick to the mission." "Sir," a few more assault boats made the mistake of flying in front of the Zero Gundam. They met the same fate as the others. On a secondary screen, however, Draco saw that his intervention had come too late for some. Several boats had already slipped through the Orion defenses, disappearing into a jagged hole that had been blasted in the hull of the flagship. He assessed the rest of the space battle. The pirate forces were shattered. It would only be a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. He glanced down at his pilot suit. It was the Spartan combat suit, an advanced model he had developed from the standard military version. Designed for special forces and ace pilots, it offered superior protection in both hazardous environments and the vacuum of space, and its resistance to beam weaponry was significantly higher. Decision made. He guided the Zero Gundam towards the Orion flagship, positioning it just outside the breached hangar. His cameras peered into the darkness, revealing a zero-gravity graveyard. The bodies of Orion crew members and pirate boarders floated together in a silent, macabre dance. From a compartment in his cockpit, he retrieved a personal weapons case. Inside was a pulse submachine gun, a sidearm, several ammo clips, a flashbang, a remote-detonated microcharge, a combat knife, and 2 vials of emergency medical gel. He systematically strapped the gear to his suit, then opened the cockpit. With a soft hiss, he launched himself from his seat, a ghost slipping into the wounded starship. St. Ethel was being hurried from the bridge, a cordon of knights forming a protective wall around her. The ship had become a war zone. Fierce gunfights had erupted in the corridors, the passageways littered with the dead. "Hold this line," an Orion officer roared over the din of weapons fire. "We cannot let them pass. The Saintess's life depends on it." The air was thick with the smell of ozone and cordite. Bulkheads were scarred with scorch marks and bullet holes. "These aren't pirates." An injured crewman gasped, clutching a wound in his arm as he took cover behind a support strut. "They fight like commandos. They are too good," another whimpered. "Just 3 of them, they took out 8 of our men in seconds." "Grenade!" someone screamed. The explosion was deafening, the screams that followed even worse. When the smoke cleared, the corridor was a scene of utter carnage. The crewman with the wounded arm was the only one left alive. He stared in horror at the remains of his comrades. His rifle was empty. He watched as 3 of the boarders advanced on his position, their movements fluid and professional. One of them raised a pistol, aiming it squarely at his head. Suddenly, the pirate let out a strangled cry and collapsed, a smoking hole in his chest from which blood began to pool on the deck plating. The other 2 instantly dived for cover. A moment later, one of them made a soft, gurgling sound and slumped to the floor, blood fountaining from his neck. He twitched a few times, then lay still. The last boarder crouched behind a bulkhead, his rifle raised, his eyes wide with terror as he scanned the empty corridor. The injured crewman watched, frozen, as the pirate's head suddenly twisted around at an impossible, sickening 180-degree angle. The man dropped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. The crewman was gripped by a new, more primal fear. He was next. Some invisible killer was stalking the corridors. He waited for an eternity, but nothing happened. He was alone, surrounded by a gallery of the dead and the dying. Shaking, he began to pray. "By the grace of the Holy Lord," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "It's a miracle. The Lord himself has intervened." Chapter 61. The healing gel. The narrow corridor was a storm of plasma bolts and concussive rounds. One side fought with desperate fanaticism to capture their prize. The other fought with unwavering devotion to protect her. A small metallic canister clattered across the deck, coming to a stop at the feet of St. Ethel's guards. Before anyone could react, it erupted not in flame, but in a blinding flash of arcing electricity. A powerful stunt charge crackled through the air, and in an instant, the knights protecting the Saintess collapsed, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. "John!" Yuffie shrieked, her body twitching violently on the deck, her hair standing on end. "For God's sake, get the Saintess out of here." Sir John had reacted a split second faster than the others, tackling Ethel to the ground and shielding her from the worst of the blast. As he scrambled to his feet, pulling the dazed Saintess up with him, he saw their companions lying incapacitated. He had to run. "Stop right there," a voice barked. "Hand over the Saintess, or they all die." Several of the boarders leveled their rifles at the heads of the downed knights. John's eyes locked on Yuffie, a pistol pressed firmly against her temple. "John, don't you dare," she yelled, her voice strained. "Leave me. Get her to safety, or crack." The gunshot was sharp and deafening in the enclosed space. A flower of red blossomed on Yuffie's thigh. She screamed, a raw, piercing sound of agony. John froze, his duty warring with his heart. A man who was clearly the leader of the boarding party strolled towards them, a cruel smirk on his face. "That was a warning," he said calmly. "Disobey me again, and the next one goes through her skull." Ethel looked at her friends, her childhood companions, trapped and wounded for her sake. She bit her lip until she tasted blood, and then, with a resolute expression, she stepped forward. John reached out to stop her, but another gunshot echoed down the corridor. A searing pain erupted in his own leg, and he collapsed to one knee, clutching the bleeding wound. "No," Ethel cried, immediately placing herself in front of him, her arms spread wide in a gesture of protection. "Don't hurt them anymore. I will go with you. Good girl, the leader sneered. He tapped his palm, reporting his success, then turned his gaze back to her. Now, order your forces to stand down. All of them. John, Ethel said, her voice heavy with defeat. Give the order. He wanted to refuse to fight to the last, but the unwavering resolve in her eyes broke his will. He gritted his teeth against the pain, and gave the command to the bridge, ordering all Orion forces to cease resistance. Right, the leader said, grabbing Ethel's arm. Now tell your little friends in the fancy mobile suits to stop their attack. Ethel's expression faltered. That I can't. The leader's patience snapped. He grabbed her by the collar of her vestments, his face inches from hers. Don't mess with me. Tell them to stop. Now I'm telling you the truth, she insisted. We don't know who they are. They just appeared and started helping us. Are you taking the piss? He snarled. You think I'm a bloody idiot? Nobody plays the Good Samaritan in this galaxy. Not for free. A new voice, calm and laced with amusement, echoed from the empty corridor behind them. My forces are certainly not volunteers. We're just here to test our new equipment. Who's there? The leader yelled, spinning around. His men scanned the corridor, but it was empty. One of the boarders made a wet, gurgling sound. He dropped his rifle, his hands flying to his throat as blood gushed between his fingers. He collapsed. Before anyone could process what had happened, another boarder's head snapped around with a sickening crack, his body crumpling to the deck. A third screamed, a short, sharp cry of agony, and fell to his knees, a combat knife suddenly protruding from the center of his chest. Panic erupted. The leader grabbed Ethel, pressing the barrel of his pistol to her temple. Show yourself, he shrieked, his composure shattering. Show yourself or the girl dies. His remaining men scrambled into a back-to-back formation, their weapons sweeping the empty space. The voice was utterly unconcerned. Killing her means nothing to me. As if on command, the knife embedded in the dead man's chest flew out, rocketing through the air and burying itself in another boarder's forehead with a sickening thud. Then a brilliant white light filled the corridor, blinding everyone. For a few seconds, the world was a cacophony of disoriented shouts, screams, and frantic bursts of gunfire. When the leader's vision finally cleared, all of his men were dead. Your Holiness, run! John yelled, seeing that the man's grip on Ethel had slackened. She tried, but the leader reacted with feral speed, seizing her again. Show yourself, damn you! He screamed, his voice cracking with hysteria, or I'll blow her head off. All right, I'll show myself, the voice replied, its tone light and conversational. But first, a little game. Guess where I am. Am I behind you or in front of you? Guess correctly and you get to see me. The leader swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. You're behind me. Wrong answer, the voice said cheerfully. Goodbye, a single muffled shot. A neat, round hole appeared in the center of the leader's forehead. A fine spray of red mist erupted from the back of his skull, spattering across Ethel's white robes. Some of the floating, zero-gravity droplets seemed to impact an invisible surface before being casually wiped aside, smearing against a nearby bulkhead. And then a figure shimmered into existence, a man clad head to toe in sleek black combat armor. Draco clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tursky. Cloaking time's up, he muttered to himself. It's still too short. I'll need to refine the power cell. Ethel stared at the black-armored warrior, her mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Draco gave her a cursory glance, then turned to leave. Yuffie, recovering from the stunt charge, scrambled to her feet and snatched up a fallen pistol, aiming it at his back. Who are you? She demanded. Draco didn't break his stride, knowing the sidearm was about as threatening to his Spartan suit as a child's toy. Stop or I'll shoot. Yuffie put the gun down, Ethel commanded. But Your Holiness, that's an order. Yes, Your Holiness. Yuffie lowered the weapon, but her eyes remained fixed on the stranger, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Please wait. Sir Black Knight, Ethel called out, hurrying after him. Draco stopped and turned. Is there something you need? Thank you, she said, performing a small, formal gesture of gratitude. Thank you for saving us. I am in your debt. Don't misunderstand, he said, his voice flat. I wasn't saving you. This was simply a weapons test. Nevertheless, she insisted, without your intervention, the outcome would have been unthinkable. You have my eternal gratitude. Just then, another squad of Orion crew members rounded the corner. Seeing the stranger in black armor, they immediately raised their rifles. "Lower your weapons," Ethel commanded sharply. "Do not show this man any disrespect." The crewmen exchanged uncertain glances but obeyed. Ethel could see the Black Knight was about to leave. She ordered her men to clear a path for him. As Draco started to walk away, a message pinged in his helmet's comm system. He paused and turned back one last time. "Your Holiness," he said, "do me a favor and tell your people to keep their distance from my mobile suit. My men can be overzealous. I wouldn't want there to be an accident." He glanced at the gunshot wounds on John and Yuffie's legs, then tossed 2 small syringe-like vials to Ethel. "Inject this into the tissue next to their wounds," he said, before turning and disappearing down the corridor. Should we use this?" Yuffie asked, eyeing the vial with suspicion. "I'll try it," John said, gritting his teeth. A crewman knelt and administered the injection into his thigh. The searing pain of the bullet wound was instantly replaced by a strange, cool, itching sensation. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, the bullet was slowly, visibly pushed out of the wound, followed by a trickle of dark, infected blood. Then the flesh began to knit itself together. In seconds, the gaping hole had closed, leaving behind smooth, unblemished skin. John stared at his leg. There wasn't even a scar. He kicked his foot out, tentatively at first, then with full force. There was no pain. He slapped the area where the wound had been, feeling only the dull sting of the impact. I'm completely healed," he announced, his face a mask of disbelief. He pinched his own cheek hard, just to be sure he wasn't dreaming. Quickly, "Give me mine," Yuffie demanded, and a moment later she was staring at her own miraculously healed leg. A stunned silence fell over the corridor, broken only by a single, whispered question. What in the name of the Holy Lord was that? Chapter 62. "We'll take the job, but the price is going up." The miraculous healing gel was a field-expedient remedy Draco had developed, a spin-off from his more advanced medical nanomachine research. Back in the cockpit of the Zero Gundam, he sealed the hatch and ran a systems check. A second later, the post-battle report flashed onto his screen. The results were satisfying. 0 friendly mobile suits had been shot down, with only 3 sustaining damage, none of it critical. He gave the order for his forces to disengage and return to the fleet. Far across the void, Sark stood at virtual attention, reporting his utter failure. "I am deeply sorry, Lord Armistead." On the viewscreen, the older man's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. His silence was more intimidating than any outburst could have been. He was waiting for a reason, a damned good one, why his meticulously planned operation had fallen apart. Sark gave a detailed, chronological account of the battle, focusing on the sudden, decisive intervention of the unknown squadron and their 3 nigh unstoppable Gundams. "Gundams," Billy Armistead murmured, stroking his chin. "Yes, I've heard the whispers coming out of the 6th District. They're new super-mobile suits. Rumors of them having the power to take on 100 enemies at once. I dismissed it as hyperbole. It seems I was mistaken." Sark kept his head bowed, not daring to move a muscle. "Sark," Armistead said, his voice dangerously soft, "your plan was sound. Your resources were more than adequate, and yet you failed. By rights, you should be bringing me your head in apology. However, the appearance of these Gundams was an unforeseen variable. No one could have predicted it. For that reason, and that reason alone, your failure is excusable." A wave of profound relief washed over Sark, so intense it almost made his knees buckle. He had been certain his life was forfeit, that his family would be ruined. "Capital punishment is waived," Armistead continued, his tone hardening, "but you are not off the hook. I am giving you one chance, Sark. One chance to atone for this mess. I want you to find out everything there is to know about these Gundams. Who built them, where they came from, and then you will devise a plan to either steal their technology or deliver their creator directly to me. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Armistead." "Perfectly." The screen went black. Sark wiped a sheen of cold sweat from his forehead and immediately ordered his battered fleet to vacate the area. "Boss," Captain Bruce's voice came over the internal comm, "the Orion flagship is requesting a direct channel. They wish to speak with you." "You handle it, Captain," Draco replied, his tone dismissive. "I'm not interested." "Sir." "Good day," Captain Bruce said, his image appearing on the Orion Bridge viewscreen. "I am Captain Bruce, commander of this fleet." "And I am Sir John, Knight Protector to Her Holiness the Saintess," John replied formally. "It is an honor, Captain. Likewise, Sir John. What can we do for you?" "Captain, my government was exceptionally impressed by your force's combat prowess. We also noted that your fleet's transponder identifies you as belonging to the Tianyi mercenary group. We would like to formally inquire if you are available to accept a contract." Bruce's professional interest was immediately piqued. "That depends on the nature of the contract, Sir John. We require an armed escort to the 7th Colonial District. We are prepared to offer a fee of 100 million Earth sphere currency per day. Furthermore, we will fully reimburse your fleet for any and all combat-related expenditures, with a significant bonus on top of the base cost." Captain Bruce's brow furrowed. The 7th District was an absolute slaughterhouse right now. The pay was excellent. 100 million Earth currency was equivalent to 150 million colonial, and the terms were generous, but his small patrol fleet was not equipped for a sustained campaign. In a week of constant fighting, they'd be torn to shreds. "I will need to consult my superiors," he said carefully. "Of course," John replied. "Oh, and one more thing. While we await your decision, would it be possible for our convoy to remain here, under the protection of your fleet? We would be willing to pay a retainer of 50 million Earth currency per day for stationary guard duty." "That is acceptable," Bruce said, rattling off an account number. "Transfer the funds here." Moments later, after a notification confirmed the payment had been received, Bruce gave the order for the Orion fleet to move into a defensive formation with his own ships. He then immediately relayed the entire proposal to Draco. Draco felt a headache coming on. The 7th District was madness, and escorting a high-profile peace delegation through, it was practically begging for trouble. He told Bruce to forward the proposal to Jaren Lee and let the top brass on the Aegis asteroid make the final call. The response came an hour later. High Command had accepted the contract, but on the condition that a much larger, purpose-built fleet would be assigned to the mission. Jaren Lee also gave Captain Bruce a specific set of revised terms to present. Bruce reopened the channel to the Orion flagship. "Sir John," he began, his voice all business, "we have decided to accept your contract. However, given the extreme risk profile of the mission, the price has gone up." "How much?" John asked, his expression unreadable. "The supplementary conditions, full reimbursement and bonuses, will remain the same. However, the daily escort fee will be 200 million Earth sphere currency." John's response was immediate. "Done, very well," Bruce said, slightly taken aback by the speed of the acceptance. "Our main escort fleet will arrive at this location in a few days. Please maintain your current position until then." "Understood, Captain." 3 days later, the stars themselves seemed to part as the new fleet arrived. It was a formidable force. The mobile suit carriers Albion 1 and Albion 2, flanked by 12 destroyers, 10 frigates and 4 heavy supply vessels. Captain Bruce's small patrol fleet handed over their charge and set a course back to the mother base. The Zhu sisters docked their Geminas Gundams in the hangar of the Albion 1, and Draco, instead of returning with his ship, took a shuttle over to the massive new carrier. He had decided to join the mission. He wanted to see the chaos of the 7th District with his own eyes, and more importantly, he wanted to test his other new Gundams in the crucible of real combat. The new task force, designated Guardian Fleet, was under the command of Colonel Shrek, the veteran captain of the Albion 1. With their precious cargo safely ensconced in the center of their formation, the fleet turned and set a course for war. Draco stood on a gantry overlooking the main hangar of the Albion 1, a silent titan amidst the giants of steel. Below him sat the Geminas twins, the Strike, Aegis, Buster and Heavy Arms Gundams, the GP-04 and the Z Gundam. The Albion 2, meanwhile, carried a full complement of Dagger series mobile suits. He reviewed a message from Jaren Lee. The Hyaku Shiki and the MK Roman 2G had officially entered production. If their combat trials were successful, they would be greenlit for mass production. He leaned against the railing, his mind racing with future possibilities, a quiet, pensive figure amidst the hum and bustle of the hangar deck. Not far away, a small group of pilots were talking quietly. Leo Kai, Aviana, and a pilot named Jax Ko were huddled together. Their conversation focused on the newest and most controversial addition to their ranks. "What was your uncle thinking?" Aviana asked Leo, her arms crossed. "Putting her on a high-risk mission like this straight out of the gate." The her in question was Persica Tau, the woman from Jupiter. Since waking from cryo-sleep, she had shown an almost supernatural aptitude for piloting, her skills improving at an exponential rate. She was, without question, a natural-born ace. Jaron Lee, recognizing her raw talent, had bypassed all protocol and immediately granted her the official rank of ace pilot. The decision had not been popular. Many of the veteran pilots who had fought and bled for years to earn that title were deeply resentful, though she had silenced many of her critics by handily defeating them in simulator duels. A current of bitterness remained. He's probably trying to get the rest of the lads off her back, Leo reasoned. Let her prove herself in a real scrap, earn some proper combat experience, shut the moaners up for good. I don't know, Aviana grumbled. It's still a bit much. I had to claw my way up to the ace roster, mission by mission, kill by kill. For her to just be handed the rank, it doesn't sit right. Well, speak of the devil, Jack said, nodding his head towards the other side of the hangar. Looks like the new girl is heading over to see the boss. Chapter 63. The Rhineman Emirates. Jaron Lee's report was quite emphatic, Draco said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast hangar. He and Persica Tau stood in the shadow of the colossal Z Gundam. He told me he overrode a fair bit of opposition to promote you directly to ace pilot. This is your first proper mission. Are you nervous? Yes, Persica admitted with a small nod, a tense set to her shoulders. She still couldn't quite believe it herself. She, a maintenance technician from a 50-year-old derelict ship, possessed the reflexes and intuition of an elite warrior. The evolution of mobile suits, their complete dominance of the modern battlefield, was astounding to her, but most astounding of all was the man standing before her, the quiet genius who had single-handedly designed these incredible machines they called Gundams. You need to find a way to relax, Draco advised, his tone not unkind. Clear your mind. You can't afford to bottle it when it counts. I understand. On a related note, he added, your sister's aptitude tests were also impressive. Her raw talent is second only to Sal Yu's. The change in Persica's demeanor was immediate and dramatic. My sister cannot go to war, she said, her voice sharp with anxiety. I haven't said she must, Draco replied calmly. Whether she chooses to become a pilot is her decision, and hers alone. You are her sister, Persica, but you cannot make all her choices for her. She is a new type, just like us. A gift like that should not be buried. Persica opened her mouth to argue, but Draco anticipated her, and if she decides she doesn't want to pilot a mobile suit, or ever set foot on a battlefield, then I will not force her. You have my word. She fell silent, her heart torn. She was deeply worried about Lyra. The cheerful, optimistic girl she had known before their long sleep was gone, replaced by a quiet, withdrawn young woman haunted by a past she couldn't fully remember. Persica felt a desperate need to protect her, but she also knew she couldn't remain a guest on the Aegis asteroid forever. She had decided to work for Draco, to pilot for him, as a way of repaying the debt she felt she owed him for their rescue. For Lyra's care, she had turned to Luna Yu. Her brother, Sal, was one of the few people Lyra seemed to open up to, and Luna had taken a genuine liking to the quiet girl. It was the best arrangement she could make. With a final, determined nod, Persica turned and entered the cockpit of the Z Gundam, her new home. She had work to do, systems to calibrate, a machine to prepare for the battle she knew was coming. Aboard the Sancta Civitas, St. Ethel's request for a tour of the mercenary carrier, the Albion, had been politely but firmly denied by Colonel Shrek. The refusal left her, and particularly her two knight protectors, John and Yuffie, deeply frustrated. They were desperate to understand the source of the Tianyi group's power, to have witnessed them annihilate a force 5 times their size using only mobile suits, and without taking a single loss, was to witness the seemingly impossible. The performance of the 3 mysterious Gundams in particular defied all known combat logic. Yuffie had tasked her intelligence officers with digging up everything they could. Their report was both enlightening and perplexing. The Tianyi group was a relatively new conglomerate, registered just a few years ago in the kingdom of Mykion in the 6th district. It had started as a mercenary company and an arms manufacturer before rapidly diversifying into microchips, software, logistics, food production, and even mining. Their technological prowess was not limited to weaponry. Their software and chip designs were said to be years ahead of their competitors. One detail, however, baffled Ethel. For a group with such advanced science, they had no medical division. The healing gel that had miraculously cured John and Yuffie was a piece of medical technology so far beyond the current standard as to be almost magical. Why would a company with such a revolutionary product not be capitalizing on it? It made no sense. She decided to try a different approach. She contacted Colonel Shrek again, this time with a formal business proposal. "Colonel," she began, her tone gracious but firm, "please convey to your superior my wish to arrange a meeting. I would like to formally invite the Tiani group to invest in my home country, the theocracy of Aurea. We would welcome the establishment of any of your corporate branches on our soil." She paused for effect. "And we are particularly interested in purchasing a significant quantity of your injectable healing agent." "I will pass on your message, Your Holiness," Shrek replied. "Please stand by." When Shrek relayed the request, Draco's response was swift and decisive. "Colonel, inform the Saintess that the Medigel is not currently for sale. It's still in the experimental phase. As for all other business inquiries, you may refer her to Commander Jaren Lee and the presidents of our various corporate divisions." "Understood, boss." As he ended the communication, Shrek shook his head in bemusement. For a man who wielded such incredible power, his boss was remarkably hands-off, content to delegate almost everything. He was, of course, unaware that Draco's laid-back management style was a carefully crafted illusion. While he gave his presidents and commanders a great deal of autonomy, Draco had his own loyalists embedded in the critical departments of every company, particularly finance. He was kept appraised of every major transaction, every strategic decision. As long as his chosen leaders remained loyal and effective, he saw no reason to interfere. For 3 days the journey was uneventful. The Guardian fleet sliced silently through the void, a shield of steel around the Orion convoy. For a mercenary outfit, it was the perfect contract. No fighting, no risks, just pure profit. Colonel Shrek was more than satisfied. In just 72 hours, they had earned 600 million Earthsphere currency without firing a single shot. On the 5th day, they arrived at their first port of call, a small, independent nation called the Rhineman Emirates. It was one of the very few states in the 7th district that had managed to remain untouched by the ravages of the war. As the fleet docked for repairs and resupply, a formal invitation arrived. Emir Rhineman Roman IV requested the honor of St. Ethel's presence at the royal palace. She graciously accepted, and accompanied by Sir John, her personal guard, and a security detail provided by Colonel Shrek, she departed for the capital. A ceremonial cannon salute echoed across the city as Ethel's motorcade swept up to the palace gates. Waiting to greet her on the red carpet was Emir Rhineman Roman IV, a tall, powerfully built man with dark skin and a dignified, close-cropped haircut. Flanked by his prime minister, various cabinet members, and the royal guard, he exuded an air of calm authority. He greeted Ethel with a warm, paternal smile, taking her hand in his. "Welcome, Your Holiness. Welcome to the Rhineman Emirates. Thank you for your generous invitation, Your Excellency," she replied with a graceful nod. After the formal introductions were made, Ethel smiled. "Your Excellency, on the journey here, I was struck by the beauty and tranquility of your nation. I saw green pastures, where shepherds tended their flocks, fertile fields, where farmers worked the land. Your towns are peaceful, your people seem content. It is truly a paradise in this troubled part of the galaxy." The emir's smile was genuine, yet tinged with a deep and profound weariness. Seeing his expression, Ethel faltered. "Forgive me, Your Excellency. Have I said something wrong?" "Oh no, not at all, Your Holiness," he said with a sigh. "You are right. We are a paradise, and in a sector consumed by war, that makes us a beacon for the desperate. We are besieged by refugees from every warring nation, all seeking sanctuary here. But we are a small, humble nation. Our economy is not strong. We simply do not have the resources to care for them, and so we have had to turn them away. For this, the great democratic nations have seen fit to condemn us, to denounce us on the galactic stage as heartless and cruel." Ethel frowned, not at the emir, but in solidarity with him. Her heart went out to this small nation, being unjustly pilloried for a crisis it had no part in creating. "Your nation has been unfairly condemned," she said, her voice firm with conviction. "You have not started this war, nor have you participated in it. You have every right to protect your borders and your people. No other nation has the authority to judge you for it." It is clear to me that your military is for self-defense alone. You do not have the capacity to project power beyond your own sphere. A look of genuine gratitude washed over the emir's face. Thank you for your words of support, Your Holiness. It is not just myself and my government who feel this way. The majority of my people are also opposed to accepting the refugees. They fear it will bring nothing but trouble. I understand that fear completely, Ethel said, her voice dropping a little. She understood it better than he could possibly know. She had seen with her own eyes the social unrest, the crime, the myriad problems that the millions of refugees from the 7th district had brought to her own beloved Aurea. Chapter 64. An inquiry. The powerful engines of the heavy motorbikes hummed in unison as they cruised down the open highway. Draco Varlin led the way, flanked by Leo Kai and 2 other Special Forces mercenaries, their dark forms cutting a sharp line against the idyllic landscape. Draco scanned his surroundings as he rode, taking in the rolling green hills and the impossibly blue, artificial sky. He brought his bike to a smooth halt at the side of the road, pulling off his helmet to better appreciate the view. Below them, a vast pasture stretched out towards the horizon. It was a perfect, almost painterly scene. A family of shepherds, their laughter carrying on the gentle breeze, guided their flock with long wooden crooks, while their children darted about, playfully rounding up stray lambs and nudging them back towards the group. Draco watched the simple, happy tableau unfold in the warmth of the artificial sun. Watching this family work and laugh together, he felt a rare and unexpected sense of peace. I don't believe it, Lieutenant, one of the mercenaries said, pulling up alongside Leo. The 7th district is tearing itself apart, and then you find a place like this. It's unreal. It's a paradise, Leo agreed, his voice quiet with awe. After a few more moments, Draco put his helmet back on and kicked his bike into gear. The others followed, leaving the tranquil pasture behind as they rode on towards a nearby town. They parked their gleaming machines in front of a bustling tea house, the cheerful sound of conversation and clinking cups spilling out onto the street. The place was packed. As they stepped inside, a young waitress with warm, friendly eyes approached them. I'm so sorry, gentlemen, she said with a welcoming smile. We're full to bursting right now. Would you mind sharing a table? Not at all, Draco replied. This way, please. She led them through the crowded room to a 6-person table, where 2 local men were enjoying a quiet conversation over their tea. Gentlemen, the waitress said, would you mind if these visitors shared your table? Not at all, not at all. One of the men boomed, gesturing to the empty chairs. The more the merrier. Welcome. Draco and his men took their seats, thanking them. The waitress handed them menus, and Draco, after a quick glance, looked up at her. What would you recommend? We'd like to try your local specialties. The waitress's smile widened. For drinks, you have to try our goat's milk chai or our spiced milk tea. We're a tea house, so we don't do big meals, but for snacks, I'd recommend the barbecued wild boar skewers, the wild rabbit sausages, our fresh coconut bread, and you have to try the fried fruit pancakes with honey. Right then, Draco said, turning to his men. How does all of that sound to you? Getting a round of enthusiastic nods, he turned back to the waitress. We'll have the lot, please. As she bustled off, Draco turned to their table mates. I'm Draco, he said, offering a friendly nod. What do you lads go by? The thinner of the 2, who had a wild mane of curly hair, introduced himself as Bijo. His companion, a larger, more heavily bearded man, was Jelin. It's a pleasure, Draco said. I have to say, we've noticed that most of the people here seem to be of African descent. Bijo chuckled. That's right. The ancestors of most of the people here came from the African continent on Earth, a long, long time ago. It's remarkable, Draco continued. I still can't quite get my head around finding such a peaceful haven in the middle of the 7th district. Bijo shrugged, a gesture of simple contentment. We just want to live our lives, you know. We're not interested in war. Our emir feels the same way. He just wants to look after our country and be left in peace. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Draco inquired. Not at all, mate. Fire away, Jelin said. It's just, given that this place is a paradise, I'm surprised you haven't been flooded with refugees. With all the fighting going on, why haven't people fled here for safety? Bijo and Jelin exchanged a look. By the sound of it, you're not from the 7th district, Jelin observed. The 6th, Draco confirmed. My men too. "Ah, that explains it," Jelin said, his expression turning serious. "Look, it's not that we don't want to help, believe me. It's that we are terrified of the unimaginable disaster it would cause." "A disaster? How so?" "Well," Jelin began, leaning forward, "at the start of the war, a few of the other neutral nations did open their borders. They took in refugees, thinking they were doing the right thing. But it all went wrong. It wasn't just the crime and the social problems. The real danger was the spies. The warring powers hid their agents among the refugees. These agents would stir up trouble, inciting conflict between the locals and the newcomers. Then the democratic nations, who never shut up about human rights, would blast the news everywhere, making the host nation look like monsters. The local people, fed a load of propaganda and not knowing the full story, started to believe their own government was evil. The spies would fan the flames, and before you knew it, the country would be ripped apart by civil war. It's already happened to several of our neighbors." Draco nodded slowly. "I see. My personal view is that the nations who start the wars should be responsible for the refugees they create. It's not right to expect other countries to clean up their mess." "Exactly," Jelin boomed, slamming his fist on the table in agreement. Bijo's expression soured, his voice rising with anger. "And yet, those democratic nations condemn us for it. They get on their high horse and accuse us of having no compassion, of violating human rights. They say, how would you feel if it happened to you and no one would take you in? I'd like to give them the finger and spit in their faces." He spat, his voice thick with indignation. "They are the ones who started this bloody war. It's their responsibility. Why should a peaceful country like ours, a country that has harmed no one, be forced to pay the price?" "He's right," Jelin added, his face grim. "Why should it be on us? The democratic camp, with their constant preaching, makes my skin crawl. Honestly, the so-called dictatorships they're fighting are less of a nuisance. We had one of them ask us to shelter some of their civilians, and they even offered to pay for everything so it wouldn't cost us a penny. We still said no, and you know what? They accepted it, no questions asked. But the Democrats, they don't offer a single coin. They just demand we help in the name of a humanity they don't practice themselves. And their promises are worthless," Bijo scoffed. "All talk, no trousers, the lot of them." "So," Draco summarized, "a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites then." "Spot on," the two men cried in unison, clapping their hands in approval. Their outburst drew the attention of the surrounding tables. A middle-aged man with a magnificent afro leaned over from his seat. "Excuse me, friends," he said, his brow furrowed. "You look like you're from out of town. What brings tourists to the 7th District in times like these?" The atmosphere at their table and those around it shifted instantly. The friendly curiosity was replaced by a tense, wary suspicion. Bijo and Jelin looked at Draco and his men as if, seeing them for the first time, their eyes narrowed. Leo Kai and the other two mercenaries tensed, their hands subtly moving closer to their sidearms. Draco calmly raised a hand. "Easy, everyone," he said, his voice perfectly level. "You're right, we're not tourists. We're mercenaries. Our team was hired to escort the diplomatic convoy from the theocracy of Aurea. We're just docked here for a resupply. We're on shore leave and we were curious. We'd heard the 7th District was in chaos, but then we saw how peaceful it is here. We just wanted to ask a few questions while we got a bite to eat." The tension in the room dissipated as quickly as it had formed. "Look there," one of the other patrons said, pointing to a large screen on the wall. The local news was on, showing footage of St. Ethel being welcomed at the palace. Bijo's jaw dropped. He stared at Draco, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Blimey," he breathed. "You're the blokes escorting someone that important." Draco gave a casual, self-deprecating shrug. "The price they offered was too good to turn down," he said with a wry smile. "Our bosses took the job." Chapter 65. If you want respect, earn it. What was meant to be a simple resupply stop in the Rhineman Emirates had unexpectedly morphed into a full-blown diplomatic visit. At the emir's personal invitation, St. Ethel toured the small nation, and everything she saw confirmed her initial impression. The people were unpretentious, honest, kind, and diligent. It was a nation that embodied the simple peace that so many souls across the galaxy yearned for. Deeply moved, she decided to extend her stay by 2 days to document this remarkable society, before continuing her peace mission to the Republic of Stonk. Her decision, however, had unforeseen consequences. On the second day, a delegation from the Republic of Balan, a leading state in the Democratic Alliance, arrived unannounced, declaring their intention to conduct a journalistic inquiry into the Emirates. Emir Reinman Roman IV, though thoroughly displeased by the arrival of these uninvited and undoubtedly troublesome guests, was bound by diplomatic protocol to receive them. The rumble of heavy motorbikes echoed down a sun-drenched street in the capital. Draco, with Leo Kai and two of his best men in tow, was taking in the sights. As they rounded a corner, he spotted a lone figure wandering through the market stalls and gave a short, sharp blast of his horn. Persica Tau was adrift in a sea of unfamiliar sights and sounds. Other members of the Tiani crew were out enjoying their shore leave, laughing in large groups or exploring in tour buses, but she was utterly alone. It wasn't that she was antisocial, it was that no one had invited her. She was an outsider, a ghost in their midst. Lost in thought, she was startled by the horn. She turned and saw a powerful, military-grade motorbike, the kind used by the Tiani group. The rider, his face obscured by a dark helmet, seemed to be looking directly at her. She frowned, wondering what he wanted. Then he lifted his visor, and she saw it was Draco. He gave her a casual wave, beckoning her over. "Aren't you bored, wandering around on your own?" he asked as she approached. "Hop on. I know a place with the best cakes you've ever tasted." He held out a spare helmet. She wanted to refuse, to politely decline and retreat back into her solitude, but he was her boss. It felt like an order wrapped in a kind invitation. She took the helmet, noticing for the first time the three other bikers waiting patiently behind him. She swung her leg over the seat behind him, hesitating for a moment before her hands found their place, resting lightly, then gripping his waist. Draco gave a hand signal to Leo's team, then expertly turned the heavy machine around and accelerated down the street. When they arrived at the cake shop, Persica realized his companions were Leo Kai and two other members of the Special Forces. She gave Leo a polite nod. He returned it with a curt, almost imperceptible dip of his head but said nothing. The owner of the shop, a stunning woman with sun-kissed bronze skin and a cascade of brown hair, recognized them from the night before and greeted them with a radiant smile. "Welcome back, gentlemen," she said warmly. "You're just in time. We have two new specials today, strawberry chew cream cake and chocolate chew cream cake, and I've just brewed a fresh pot of sweet red tea from my own garden." Draco turned to Persica. "Which one do you fancy?" "Strawberry, please," she said quietly. The men all opted for the chocolate. A few minutes later, 5 cups of fragrant tea and 5 beautifully constructed cakes were placed before them. They were miniature works of art, vibrant and appetizing. Persica took a delicate bite, her hand instinctively coming to her mouth as she let out a small, appreciative whisper. "Delicious. She's right," Draco said after sampling his own. "This is even better than the honey cheesecake we had last night." One of the mercenaries nodded in agreement. "The cake's fantastic," he commented, "though I'm not much for sweet tea myself, prefer something a bit more bitter." Leo and the other man, however, seemed to be enjoying both. Persica stared down at her plate, a wistful expression on her face. "I wish I could bring Lyra here," she murmured almost to herself. "She's always loved sweet things." "Once there's peace in this part of the galaxy," Draco said, having overheard her, "you can take a holiday. Bring her back here." "Yes," she said with a small smile. Across the table, Leo Kai rolled his eyes. Draco's gaze sharpened, turning to his friend. "Leo," he said, his voice low but firm, "she is your colleague, a comrade in arms. I will not have personal friction affecting this team's performance." "Faye," Leo retorted, his voice equally low but laced with an unyielding edge. "I'll work with her, I'll even fight alongside her, and I'll accept her as a peer. But she has to prove herself first. When she delivers results, when she earns her stripes, it won't just be me, all the aces will accept her. But right now, no one wants to hang out with her, no one wants her in our circle, because in our eyes she hasn't earned the right to be there." Before Draco could respond, Persica gently tapped the back of his hand. "Boss," she said, her voice devoid of emotion, "I just remembered there was something I needed to take care of. If you'll excuse me." "Go ahead," Draco said, his eyes still locked on Leo. As the door to the shop chimed softly, marking her departure, He turned back to his friend. "Give her a break, Leo," he said, his voice edged with frustration. "She has no one in this world but her sister. They are completely alone. Can't you show her a bit of compassion, look out for her?" "Faye, this isn't about compassion," Leo shot back, his conviction unwavering. "If she were just another pilot, if she'd started at the bottom and worked her way up like everyone else, we'd all be falling over ourselves to help her and her sister. That's not the problem. The problem is that she just appeared out of nowhere and was handed the rank of ace. We can't accept that. Not a single one of the aces got there without fighting through hell. We earned our rank on countless battlefields, with blood and sweat and kills. That's how it works, whether you're in a regular army or a merc outfit. Seniority, experience, results, that's what matters. How do you expect us to respect someone with no combat record, who's been given the same rank as us? If she wants our respect, she has to earn it. Simple as that. Once she does, no one will shut her out." Draco let out a long, slow sigh. He understood. He didn't like it, but he understood the rigid, honor-bound tradition that governed the lives of men like Leo. Merit was everything. At the exact same moment, Persica was leaving the cake shop. Emir Reinman Roman IV was making a formal introduction in the grand hall of his palace. "Your Holiness, may I present Ambassador Nixon from the Republic of Stonk?" "Ambassador," St. Ethel said, extending her hand, "it is an honor to meet you." Nixon took her hand, his smile a little too wide, his eyes glinting with a mocking light. "The honor is all mine, Your Holiness. Here to spread the good word of peace, are we?" Ethel met his condescending gaze with a serene smile of her own. "There is no need to preach peace here, Ambassador. The Rhineman Emirates are already a nation of peace. You have only to look at its people, so honest, so diligent, so kind, to see that." Nixon chuckled. "Ah, but Your Holiness, you are only seeing the surface," he said, his voice dripping with insinuation. "This peaceful nation has a dark underbelly. A great many of its people, particularly its ethnic minorities, are suffering from terrible persecution." Ethel's eyes flickered for a fraction of a second towards the emir. She saw the look on his face, a mask of profound, weary resignation. In that instant, she knew exactly what game Ambassador Nixon was about to play. Chapter 66. Pinning the blame. Ambassador Nixon, what is the meaning of this? Emir Reinman Roman IV demanded, his voice tight with a barely suppressed anger. "My country is at peace. My government is in harmony with its people, and our diverse ethnic groups coexist without issue." Nixon simply smiled, a thin, predatory expression. He gestured to an aide, who produced a datapad and held it up, displaying the photograph of a Caucasian man. "This man," Nixon announced to the room, "is a citizen of your nation. He has fled to my country and requested political asylum. He accuses your government of gross human rights violations. He claims you are engaged in the persecution and genocide of your ethnic minorities." The emir let out a short, sharp laugh of contempt. "You show me a picture of some random foreigner and claim he is one of my citizens. Where is your proof?" "Oh, we have proof, Your Excellency," Nixon replied smoothly. The aide tapped the screen, and a video began to play. It was the man from the photograph, his face a mask of theatrical anguish. He claimed to be a refugee, a survivor of a brutal genocide. He spoke of how the majority population oppressed minorities, how their businesses were stolen, how the authorities turned a blind eye to their suffering. As his final, irrefutable piece of evidence, he held up his national identity card, its details clearly legible, proving he was born in the Rhineman Emirates. "Even if this man is a citizen," the emir retorted, his voice dripping with scorn, "it does not mean he is telling the truth. Minister of Justice, I want this man investigated. Find out what crimes he committed that forced him to flee his home and invent such monstrous lies to slander his own country." "At once, Your Excellency," the minister replied, immediately making a call. Nixon's expression was one of pure disdain. "There is no need for excuses, Your Excellency. This man is a victim of your purges. You can alter the records, you can deny the truth, but you cannot fool us." At this, the emir's prime minister, a sharp-featured man of Chinese descent named Chen, stepped forward with a derisive snort. "Genocide of minorities, Ambassador. With all due respect, are you blind? Take a good look at me. If this country practiced genocide, do you honestly believe the Prime Minister would not share the same ethnicity as His Excellency the Emir?" He took a theatrical step to the side, gesturing to the cabinet ministers assembled behind the throne. And look at my colleagues. We have ministers of Chinese, African, Indo, and Caucasian descent. If this nation was truly engaged in a racist purge, don't you think this chamber would be filled with officials of only one ethnicity? The ministers behind him watched Nixon, their faces alight with amused contempt. St. Ethel, who had been observing the entire exchange in silence, saw the trap with perfect clarity. This was the standard playbook of the Democratic Alliance. They would use these fabricated accusations to pressure the Emirates into abandoning its current system of government. If the emir refused, they would launch a smear campaign, then invade under the pretext of liberating the people and restoring human rights. A cold, knowing smile touched her lips as she watched Nixon squirm. Prime Minister, Nixon scoffed, recovering his composure. This diverse little lineup of yours is nothing but window dressing, a performance designed to fool the ignorant and the naive. We see right through it. You are all just a collection of cronies, clinging to your own vested interests. You don't give a damn about your so-called persecuted compatriots. You call us a performance? Prime Minister Chen shot back, his voice like cracking ice. And what of your so-called democracy? One person, one vote, a charming fantasy, but no matter who the people elect, the government they get is always the one that serves the interests of its corporate backers. Tell me, Ambassador, when was the last time your government actually did anything for the people who voted it into power? At least we are held accountable by the people, Nixon sneered. If we fail, we are voted out. And then what? Chen pressed. Another party takes over, and the cycle begins anew. They exploit the people. They line their own pockets, and they serve their capitalist masters. You swap one set of puppets for another, but nothing ever truly changes. Your democracy is nothing but endless political squabbling, a constant battle for power and profit, while the lives of ordinary people are completely ignored. Before Nixon could formulate a reply, the Minister of Justice interrupted. If I may, he said, holding up a datapad, I have the results of the investigation. The man seeking asylum in your country is, in fact, a fugitive from justice. He owned a small market. When he was unable to compete with a rival business, he began a campaign of slander and eventually assaulted the owner. He was convicted of defamation and assault and ordered to pay compensation. He fled the country to avoid paying his dues. The emir turned his gaze back to Nixon, his eyes blazing with a righteous fury. You hear that, Ambassador? Do not come into my house and slander my nation with the words of a common criminal. Do not accuse us of genocide. This is all because we refuse to join your precious alliance, because we refuse to change our way of life to suit your agenda. So you invent a pretext. You pin some imaginary crime on us to justify an invasion. Do me a favor and tell your masters to come up with a new trick. This one is old and tired. If you want to attack us, then do it. Do it openly. Declare war. Go and fight for your corporate overlords and satisfy their greed. I would rather deal with the evil, dictatorial empires you so despise than with sanctimonious hypocrites like you. At least our enemies have the decency to stab us in the front. Nixon's smirk never wavered. So you deny your crimes against humanity. A confession might have earned you the forgiveness of the Democratic Alliance, but you are clearly unrepentant, and it seems your crimes are not limited to genocide. We have reason to believe you are also in possession of weapons of mass destruction. A wave of outrage rippled through the assembled ministers. This is not an accusation, Nixon continued, his voice dripping with condescension. It is based on credible intelligence. We hope your nation will cooperate with a full investigation. This is an outrageous violation of our sovereignty, the Prime Minister roared. Whether we possess such weapons or not is none of your concern. Another minister shouted, You have no right to investigate us. Nixon watched their impotent fury with a cold, detached amusement. Cooperate, he said simply, or face the consequences. At that moment, the Minister of Defence's personal communicator chimed. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing. As he listened to the report, the color drained from his face, his expression shifting from shock to pure, unadulterated rage. He strode quickly to the emir's side and whispered urgently in his ear. The emir's face went rigid, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the arms of his throne. He took a single, deep, shuddering breath, Fighting to control his fury, he raised a hand, silencing the protests of his ministers. He fixed his gaze on Nixon, his voice dangerously quiet. "Ambassador," he said, each word laced with venom, "what is the meaning of this? A massive fleet from the Democratic Alliance has just violated our sovereign space and is, at this moment, invading our territory." The ministers looked as though they were ready to physically tear Nixon limb from limb. The ambassador, however, looked entirely unconcerned. "As I said," he replied with an arrogant shrug, "that's what happens when you refuse to cooperate. You have only yourselves to blame. Our intelligence indicates you possess biochemical nerve agents. If our investigation proves otherwise, the Alliance will, of course, offer a full apology." It was then that St. Ethel finally spoke, her voice cutting through the rage and tension in the room like a shard of ice. "And after your apology," she said, her eyes fixed on Nixon, her expression one of cold, utter contempt, "you will invade anyway. You will seize their national grain reserves, giving the lion's share to your corporate masters, and then you will sell what little is left back to the starving population at grossly inflated prices. After that, you will install a puppet democratic government. You will grant the people a meaningless vote to fool them into thinking they have a say in their own lives, and all the while, your capitalist patrons will pull the strings, controlling the nation's economy and its destiny. That is your plan, is it not, Ambassador?" Chapter 67, Arrogant Bullies, Your Holiness. Ambassador Nixon said, his voice dripping with condescension, "I must ask you not to judge a gentleman's intentions by your own petty standards." "My standards have nothing to do with it, Ambassador," Ethel retorted, her voice as sharp and cool as ice. "It is simply that the tactics you employ are so transparent, so utterly devoid of originality, that even a fool could see through them. Honestly, it's tiresome." Nixon's eyes narrowed. "I would advise you not to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations, Your Holiness. And I would advise the Democratic Alliance," she shot back, "to stop interfering in the internal affairs of other nations and to cease its flagrant violations of their sovereignty. We are acting for the cause of human rights," he declared, his voice rising with theatrical fervor. "For democracy, for the safety of all." "Spare me your sanctimonious pronouncements," Ethel cut in, her patience clearly exhausted. "Whether a nation possesses weapons of mass destruction or not does not grant you the right to invade its sovereign territory and conduct forced inspections. HMPH, how could a subject of a dictatorial regime like yours possibly comprehend the great and noble ideals of democracy?" Ethel let out a short, cold laugh. She was a woman who cherished peace, who had dedicated her life to its advocacy. But she was no fool. She understood that every nation had the right to self-defense, the right to arm itself against aggression. What she could not and would not accept was the spectacle of a powerful nation using its military might to bully and dominate a weaker one. And as far as she was concerned, Nixon and the entire Democratic Alliance were nothing more than a pack of sanctimonious, arrogant bullies. She leaned back and whispered a few quiet words to Sir John. He gave a single, sharp nod, then slipped discreetly from the room. A moment later, his voice was a low murmur in Yuffie's earpiece, briefing her on the escalating situation and instructing her to relay the intelligence to Colonel Shrek. The message was clear: prepare for the worst. Shrek received the update and immediately patched it through to Draco. The order came back instantly. "Colonel, recall all personnel on shore leave, effective immediately. The only exception is the squad assigned to the Saintess's personal protection. I want the entire fleet on combat alert." As he gunned the engine of his motorbike, a feeling of weary déjà vu washed over Draco. "I can't believe it," he thought to himself. "It's the same old playbook they used back in my world. Probe for weakness, fabricate a pretext, then attack. And just like before, it's the so-called democratic faction pulling the strings, all to serve the interests of their corporate masters." Within the hour, every last Tiani mercenary had returned to the Guardian fleet. On Colonel Shrek's command, half the fleet powered up its engines and moved out of the port, establishing a defensive perimeter in the space outside the colony. The remaining warships formed a tight cordon around St. Ethel's convoy, their weapons trained on Ambassador Nixon's ships, which hovered menacingly nearby. On the decks of the Tiani vessels, mobile suits stood like silent steel sentinels, ready for action. Shrek opened a channel to Sir John, I can dispatch a mobile suit team to the palace for the Saintess's immediate protection, if you deem it necessary. Give me 1 minute, Colonel, John replied. I will advise. The screen went black, only to be immediately replaced by Draco's face. Colonel Draco began, give me your honest assessment. If this investigation team finds no WMDs, what are the chances they'll just invent some other crime to pin on the Emir and attack anyway? It's not just a chance, boss, Shrek replied grimly. It's a certainty. So they have other tricks up their sleeve. They have a whole bag of them, Shrek confirmed. The Democratic Alliance has been running this game for decades. They might change the script slightly, tweak the accusations, but it always boils down to the same thing. The invasion is the goal, the justification is irrelevant. I see. And do you have any ideas on how we might counter their games? Catch them out? A note of curiosity entered Shrek's voice. If you don't mind me asking, boss, why are you so invested in this? Draco was silent for a moment. To be honest, Colonel, I'm not entirely sure, he admitted. Call it a pang of conscience. I've seen enough people turned into refugees for one lifetime. Understood, sir, Shrek said, a hint of a smile in his voice. In that case, I have a few ideas we could try. No guarantees they'll work, mind you. Right, you make the arrangements, Colonel. The rest is in the hands of fate. As Draco signed off, Sir John's face reappeared on Shrek's screen. Colonel, please dispatch the mobile suit team. The Saintess requires your protection. On their way. Minutes later, a squadron of 8 105 Dagger mobile suits, equipped with high-mobility flight packs, descended from the sky, taking up positions around the royal palace alongside 4 of Oria's own Paladin-class machines. My, Ambassador Nixon purred, observing the deployment from a palace balcony. I had no idea the theocracy of Oria's personal arms were quite so advanced. Then, his eyes widened as he recognized the distinctive silhouette of the machines. Wait a moment. Aren't those the famous Strike Dagger mobile suits that have been making such a name for themselves recently? The Emir and his ministers all turned to look at St. Ethel, their expressions a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Nixon's face lit up with a triumphant, venomous smirk. Well, who would have thought it? The eternally neutral theocracy of Oria, secretly supplying a warlord state with vast numbers of advanced mobile suits. It seems you dictatorial regimes really are all birds of a feather. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Ambassador, Ethel replied, her voice perfectly calm. Those mobile suits are not of Orian design, though I must admit I rather wish they were. Oh, Nixon purred. Then perhaps your holiness would care to explain where they came from, and why they seem to be protecting you. Ethel rolled her eyes with an almost imperceptible sigh. Ambassador, are you not able to see the insignia on their right shoulder pauldrons? Forgive my ignorance, your holiness. Please enlighten me. They belong to the Tiani mercenary group, she stated simply. I hired them for my protection. Nixon's brow twitched. He had never heard of a mercenary outfit possessing such state-of-the-art technology. They must be from another colonial district, he thought. He decided to change tack, turning his attention to the Emir. Your Excellency, he said, his voice oozing false concern. Her Holiness has just landed a squadron of combat troops on the grounds of your royal palace. Do you not intend to protest this violation? I gave her my permission, the Emir replied flatly. Then I trust you will extend the same courtesy to our investigation team and allow our mobile suits to land here as well. Absolutely not. I forbid it. Your Excellency, Nixon said with a mock pout, you are showing a clear bias. That was the final straw. And what if I am? The Emir roared, his voice thundering through the grand hall. This is my country, my palace. I am the one who makes the rules here. I have had enough of you and your arrogant, bullying tactics. You waltz into my sovereign territory. You invent some flimsy, pathetic pretext to justify violating my nation's sovereignty. And you expect me to simply roll over. If I had the power, I would teach you a lesson in humility you would never forget. Nixon simply crossed his arms and smirked, looking at the enraged Emir as if he were a condemned man on his way to the gallows. I do look forward to seeing if you can maintain this defiant attitude when the investigation begins, he said coolly. The Emir let out a snort of pure disgust and turned his back on him, refusing to waste another breath on the man. As if on cue, a new, massive fleet appeared in the skies above the colony, dwarfing the small patrol ships of the Emirates Defense Force. In the hangar of the Albion 1, Draco sat in the cockpit of the Strike Gundam, watching a live feed from one of the 105 daggers on the ground. The screen was filled with the image of the newly arrived Democratic Alliance fleet. Their fleet is 3 times the size of the Guardian fleet. He murmured to himself, his expression grim. This isn't an investigation, it's an invasion force. In the cockpits of the other Gundams arrayed around him, his ace pilots watched the same feed, their hands resting on their controls, ready to launch at a moment's notice. Chapter 68. The Investigation Team. Since when did the Rhineman Emirates possess warships of this caliber? The purple-haired young man murmured, his eyes fixed on the powerful angular form of the Albion class carrier and its escorts. He leaned closer to the screen, studying the mobile suits standing guard on its deck. Are those strike daggers? The silhouette is similar, but different. Colonel Ile, a female communications officer, reported from her station. Transponder signals confirm those vessels do not belong to the Emirates. They are registered to a private military company, the Tianyi Mercenary Group. A mercenary group? Ile's surprise was genuine. When did a mercenary outfit in this district acquire a fleet with this kind of firepower? They are not from this district, sir. The intel says they are from the 6th Colonial District. The 6th District? Ile was now thoroughly confused. What in the world is a mercenary group from the 6th District doing all the way out here? He tapped his console. Hail them. I want to know why they are in our operational theater. A minute later, the officer reported back. Sir, we have a response. The message reads, this fleet is operating under a private contract with Her Holiness, the Saintess of the Theocracy of Aurea. Our mission is to ensure the safety and security of her diplomatic convoy from any and all potential threats. Tell them to stand down and disarm their weapons, Ile ordered. Inform them that we are on a peaceful mission and have no hostile intent. They refuse, Colonel. The officer replied a moment later. Their response was, we have a duty to our client. HMPH. Ile's eyes narrowed to slits. Very well. Order the investigation team to proceed to the port and tell them to keep a close eye on these mercenaries. An MS carrier, a fighter carrier, and 8 frigates detached from the main fleet, their engines flaring as they began their descent towards the colony's main port. Ile turned to his intelligence officer. Get me everything you can on this Tianyi mercenary group. As she disembarked from the fighter carrier, a sophisticated, mature woman with shoulder-length black hair and an impeccably tailored suit surveyed the scene in the bustling port. She gestured with a gloved hand towards the Tianyi warships, their distinctive flags, a sword flanked by a pair of black, feathered wings, fluttering in the artificial breeze. Are those Orion vessels? She asked an aide at her side. No, ma'ams, the aide replied. They belong to the Tianyi mercenary group. The woman was Claire, the designated leader of the investigation team. She was a high-ranking official from the Democratic Republic of Yarden and a senior advisor to the Democratic Alliance. Her sharp eyes scanned the mobile suits standing sentinel on the warship's decks. She frowned as she saw the Dagger series suits. Then her eyes widened slightly in recognition. Are those GM mobile suits? She murmured. Ma'am, a scientist in a lab coat asked from behind her. The GM, Claire explained, her gaze still fixed on the machines, alongside the strike dagger. It's another new model that has been appearing in the hands of the autocratic regimes. It's a slightly superior machine, and both it and the dagger have been causing our forces a fair bit of trouble on the battlefield. I heard they both originated in the 6th District, another scientist commented. Indeed, Claire mused. One has to wonder what power in that backwater sector has suddenly developed the capacity to produce such advanced mobile suits. She gave a wry smile. The prevailing rumor is that they are the work of a single private arms company, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing. A staff member approached. Ma'am, your vehicles are ready. Claire led her procession of scientists and investigators towards the waiting motorcade. As they drove, her eyes were drawn to the Tianyi mercenaries providing security around the port. Noting their advanced personal armor, even their infantry kit looks state-of-the-art, she observed quietly, this is a very well-equipped mercenary group. Aboard the Alliance flagship, Colonel Ile received the preliminary intelligence report on his new rivals. He scanned the document, his expression shifting from curiosity to open contempt. A Gundam, he scoffed, reading the exaggerated accounts of its performance. A mobile suit with the power of 100 machines. What a load of absolute rubbish. The technology in the 6th district must be positively primitive if one decent mobile suit can achieve results like that. He tossed the datapad aside in disgust, dismissing it as irrelevant propaganda. Meanwhile, aboard the Sancta Civitas, Ethel instructed Yuffie to send a formal message to the Republic of Stonk, conveying her deepest apologies for the unavoidable postponement of her diplomatic visit. Outside the royal palace, a swarm of local media had gathered, tipped off by a palace spokesperson. They were lying in wait for the arrival of the investigation team. When Claire's motorcade pulled up, a frenzy erupted. Reporters surged forward. A barrage of questions shouted over the din of camera flashes, held back only by a cordon of the Emir's royal guard. On what grounds do you base these claims of weapons of mass destruction? Is your evidence credible? Will it withstand scrutiny? What is your real agenda here? By what right do you invade our sovereign territory without permission? You make an accusation and then barge in to investigate. Is this how the Democratic Alliance shows respect for other nations? Claire ignored the cacophony completely, her expression serene as she was escorted into the palace. Her team followed, their faces impassive masks as they walked the gauntlet of furious, patriotic journalists. "Greetings, Your Excellency," Claire said, offering a flawless diplomatic bow to Emir Reinman Roman IV. "I am Claire, head of the Democratic Alliance's Anti-WMD Proliferation Investigation Team." "Welcome, Madam Claire," the Emir replied, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "Please forgive our uninvited intrusion," she continued, her voice oozing a false sincerity. "We received intelligence that your nation was concealing weapons of mass destruction. For the safety of all humanity, we were compelled to act immediately. I hope you can understand." The Emir was incandescent with rage, but he knew the bitter truth of galactic politics. A weak nation has no voice. He was powerless. He had no choice but to bite his tongue and swallow his pride. "You may conduct your investigation," he said, his voice tight, "but on 2 conditions. First, my own officials will accompany you at all times, and second, a neutral third party must be present to observe." Claire's eyes flickered towards Saint Ethel, who was standing beside the throne. "And I assume Her Holiness and her retinue will be acting as this third party." The Emir did not answer her directly. Instead, he turned to Ethel. "Your Holiness," he said, his voice now filled with a genuine plea, "would you consent to act as a neutral witness in this matter, to bear witness to my nation's innocence?" "I would be honored," Ethel replied without hesitation. As the Emir turned back to Claire, his eyes met those of his Minister of Defense. He gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. The minister acknowledged the silent command, and discreetly began issuing instructions on his private communicator. "Shall we begin the investigation then?" Claire asked, a note of impatience in her voice. "All in good time, Madam Claire," the Emir replied, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "It would be a grave breach of diplomatic protocol not to first offer our esteemed guests some refreshment." Claire returned his smile, her own equally devoid of warmth. "We would be delighted to accept Your Excellency's generous hospitality," she said with a slight curtsy. Chapter 69. The brawl. On the second day, the investigation began in earnest. As per the Emir's conditions, Sir John had assigned several of his own knights to accompany the Alliance team and their local escorts. Down at the port, Draco, dressed in the crisp, functional uniform of a Tiani mercenary, was taking a stroll. With the exception of the elite squad assigned to Ethel's protection, all of his personnel were on duty, maintaining a vigilant patrol around the docks and in the space immediately surrounding the colony. The alert level had been lowered slightly from the previous day's high state of readiness, but a palpable tension still hung in the air. He leaned against a railing, his gaze fixed on the Democratic Alliance warships docked directly opposite his own. He watched their patrol squads march by, noting their standard issue A001 combat gear, a Viridian Federation design. It was basic but effective. Ballistic helmet and goggles, a rigid chest plate over a full-body armored suit, a standard-issue rifle, a sidearm, and a pair of grenades. The Tiani patrols, clad in their far more advanced and imposing combat suits, would periodically cross paths with the Alliance soldiers. Each time, the Alliance troopers would slow their pace, their eyes lingering on the superior armor of the mercenaries, before turning to point and mutter amongst themselves towards the Tiani fleet. A scuffed-up football suddenly bounced to a stop by Draco's boots. "Hey, mister," Can you get our ball back for us? Draco turned to see a group of children running towards him, their faces bright with laughter. He smiled, picked up the ball and tossed it back to them. They were the children of the port workers, and this area near the staff dormitories was their playground. Well, if it isn't our young mercenary friend. Draco looked up and saw Bijo from the tea house approaching, a wide grin on his face. Bijo, mate, Draco greeted him. You work down here then? That's right, he said proudly. See that lot having a kickabout? The short-haired tomboy, the one who's running rings around all the lads. That's my daughter. Draco followed his gaze and saw the girl expertly dribble the ball past two boys before scoring a goal. She's got some serious skill, he commented. Is Jelin around too? Aye, he's just up reporting to the foreman. Draco's expression turned more serious. Bijo, I've noticed a bit of bad blood between the local workers and the investigation team. What's the story there? You've not seen the news then, lad? Been a bit busy, I'm afraid. The news is saying these so-called investigators are accusing us of hiding weapons of mass destruction, Bijo said, his voice laced with a bitter anger. It's a complete fabrication, a pretext. It's because we refuse to take in the refugees they created, because we won't bow down and change our way of life to suit them. Now we're all terrified that even when they find nothing, they'll just invent another lie and use it as an excuse to attack us. When a strong nation wants to bully a weak one, Draco said quietly, it can always find a reason. It's madness, Bijo sighed. All their talk of one person, one vote being the only way, it's a load of rubbish. All we want, all any ordinary folk want, is a chance to live a decent, peaceful life. Whatever system gives us that, that's the one we'll take. Draco said nothing, but the sentiment resonated with him completely. Oi, there you are, a booming voice called out. It was Jelin, waving as he approached. Just finished my shift. The kids know the drill, time to head home for a wash and some grub. He turned to Draco. I was just heading to the canteen for a brew. Fancy joining me? Sounds good, Draco replied. There are a few things I need to pick up. The three men started walking towards the small portside shop, but as they rounded the corner, they saw a tense crowd gathered up ahead. Bijo's face paled. That's my kids, he said, and broke into a run. Draco and Jelin were right behind him. A crowd of furious-looking port workers and their families had formed a ring around a tense standoff. In the center, a group of arrogant Alliance soldiers were squared off against three Tiani mercenaries. Two of the mercs were shielding an injured boy who was kneeling on the ground, while a blonde female merc cradled a small, sobbing girl in her arms. My son, Bijo cried, pushing his way through the crowd. Are you all right? I'm okay, Dad, the boy mumbled, clutching his bruised face. Bijo then turned to the blonde mercenary, Persica Tao, and gave her a grateful nod before gently taking his crying daughter from her arms. Tell Daddy what happened, he whispered. Who hurt you? The little girl pointed a trembling finger at the youngest of the 5 Alliance soldiers. Draco arrived at the center of the confrontation just as Persica and the other 2 mercenaries spotted him. They started to salute, but he stopped them with a sharp, almost imperceptible gesture. Report, he said, his voice low and cold. What happened? These soldiers were beating up the boy, Persica said, her voice tight with anger. The answer was too direct, too simple. Draco turned to the crowd. Can someone please tell me exactly what happened here? From the beginning, a man in the crowd quickly recounted the incident. Bijo's daughter had just bought a milk tea from the shop. As she was running back to her friends, she had accidentally bumped into one of the soldiers, spilling the drink on his uniform. Without a word, the soldier had slapped her hard across the face, sending her sprawling. Her older brother had seen the whole thing and, in a fit of rage, had run over and shoved the soldier to the ground. In response, the other 4 soldiers had set upon the boy, hitting him with the butts of their rifles and kicking him repeatedly as he lay on the deck. The crowd had yelled at them to stop, but no one had dared to intervene, terrified of their weapons. That was when Persica had emerged from the shop. Seeing the brutal beating, she had charged in without a moment's hesitation, kicking one of the soldiers away from the boy and placing herself between them. The soldiers, initially enraged, had taken one look at the beautiful woman who had dared to challenge them and had started making crude, suggestive comments. It was at that moment that the other 2 Tiani mercenaries, who had been passing by in their full combat armor, had seen the situation and intervened. Draco's eyes, cold as ice, settled on the 5 Alliance soldiers. You call yourselves soldiers, he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt, bullying unarmed children. You're a disgrace to the uniform, a pathetic pack of cowards. It's none of your bloody business, Merc, one of the soldiers shot back, his face a mask of arrogant defiance. So what if we roughed them up a bit? In this country, these people are nothing. They are just cattle, livestock to be harvested by their rulers, and you don't get in trouble for kicking cattle. His companions roared with laughter, a wave of pure, silent fury rippled through the local crowd. Right, Draco said, his voice dangerously soft. If you don't see them as people, then we don't have to see you as people. He gave a slight, almost casual wave of his hand. Sort them out. The 2 mercenaries in their armored suits moved. Crunchy. The first soldier's chest plate shattered like glass under a single, brutal punch. He screamed, spitting blood and broken teeth as he collapsed. The second took a fist to the face, a sickening crack echoing across the dark as his jaw disintegrated. A third was launched into the air by a devastating uppercut, flipping twice before landing in a crumpled heap. The last 2 fumbled for their sidearms, but it was too late. One was seized and dropped headfirst onto the deck with a back-breaking slam. The last was hit with a punch to the stomach, so powerful he vomited, and passed out before he hit the ground. The entire exchange had taken less than 5 seconds. The crowd erupted in a roar of cheers. Further down the dock, another Alliance patrol saw their comrades go down, and immediately began shouting into their comms for backup. Seeing them, Draco did the same. He turned to the crowd. "Get back," he ordered. "Clear the area." He then tapped his own comm. "Colonel Shrek, launch the observation drones. I want every angle of this recorded." He gave one final, critical order to his incoming reinforcements. "We do not fire the first shot. Is that understood?" Seconds later, soldiers from both sides began pouring into the area. The standoff exploded into a full-scale, chaotic brawl. Chapter 70, The Bonfire. This is Colonel Ile. The man on the screen snarled, his face contorted with rage. "I am ordering your mercenary company to cease these disgusting and unlawful actions at once." Colonel Shrek leaned back in his command chair with a lazy smile. "Colonel, I think you'll find you're mistaken," he replied, his tone infuriatingly calm. "We haven't done anything unlawful. Your lads, on the other hand, were seen bullying innocent civilians. We simply saw fit to teach them a lesson in manners." "Even if my men were at fault," Ile spat, "it is not your place to discipline them. We have our own laws, our own military justice system." Shrek actually laughed. "Oh, you're having a laugh, aren't you? We all know how your military justice works. Your soldiers commit atrocities, you ship them home, put on a little show trial, give them a slap on the wrist, and a few months later they are back on duty. Sometimes you even give them a medal and call them heroes. We've all seen that particular pantomime before, and frankly it's getting a bit old. That is none of your concern. Stop this barbarism now, or do not blame us for the consequences." "Is that a threat, Colonel?" Shrek asked, spreading his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. "By all means, have a go if you think you're hard enough. But before you do, you might want to consider the fate of your soldiers down at the port. And more importantly, don't forget where you are. You'd be firing the first shot in a neutral nation's sovereign territory. I can only imagine the diplomatic fallout, but hey, you're the one who'd have to answer for it." With a final cheerful smile, Shrek cut the connection. Ile was left shaking with impotent fury. Down at the port, the brawl was over. Every single one of the Alliance soldiers involved had been soundly thrashed. Now, stripped of their uniforms and their dignity, they were hanging by their ankles from lampposts and cargo cranes, on full public display. A large, jeering crowd of port workers and their families had gathered, gleefully filming the spectacle on their phones. A swarm of local news crews had also arrived, broadcasting the humiliating scene live across the colony, their reporters providing a scathing and merciless commentary. When Draco had given the order to strip the defeated soldiers, Persica had gone scarlet with embarrassment and had practically fled back to the safety of the Albion's hangar. Draco, meanwhile, was on his private comms channel to Shrek. "So," he said, a note of grim satisfaction in his voice, "it seems they are even more despicable than I thought. You got clear footage of everything. Every angle. Good. Excellent. Send the complete, unedited package to the Saintess immediately." He ended the call just as Bijo approached, his wife and 2 children in tow, their faces beaming with gratitude. "Young Draco," Bijo said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Thank you, truly. I had no idea your mercenary company was so capable. You've taught those arrogant foreign soldiers a lesson they won't soon forget." "Don't mention it," Draco replied with a frank grin. "But to be honest, we were itching for a bit of a punch-up. Your lot just gave us the perfect excuse." Bijo laughed heartily. "In that case, you must let us thank you properly. Come and have dinner with my family tonight." "I'd be delighted," Draco said. "I look forward to tasting your wife's cooking." In the grand hall of the palace, the atmosphere was glacial. Ambassador Nixon's face was a thundercloud of fury. In stark contrast, Emir Reinman Roman IV and his ministers were all sporting poorly concealed, triumphant smirks. Saint Ethel, meanwhile, had her hands pressed firmly over her eyes, unable to look at the massive viewscreen on the wall, which was displaying the live feed from the port in all its humiliating detail. "Your Holiness," Nixon roared, his voice trembling with rage, "your nation will answer for this outrage. I demand an explanation." Ethel, too mortified to even speak, could only shake her head. Sir John stepped forward. "Ambassador," he said, his voice calm and measured, "this incident has nothing to do with the theocracy of Aurea. Nothing to do with you. You hired these thugs. Of course it has something to do with you." "We hired them," John corrected him smoothly, "under a contract that stipulates they are responsible for our physical protection. Their actions outside of that specific duty are their own affair. To use an analogy, if an employee of a corporation commits a crime in his free time, you do not hold the CEO responsible for his actions, do you?" Nixon was left sputtering, pointing a trembling finger at John, utterly speechless. John turned to the Emir. "Your Excellency," he said, "if you would be so kind as to turn off the display. Her Holiness is greatly distressed." Of course," the Emir boomed, clearly enjoying himself immensely. The screen went dark. "Your Holiness," Nixon protested, refusing to let the matter drop, "I must implore you to hire a more reputable security firm in future, one with higher standards, not these barbarians." Ethel finally found her voice. "As my knight has already stated, Ambassador," she said coolly, "our contract is for protection. The conduct and standards of the Tiani group are their own concern, not ours." Later that evening, after a delicious home-cooked meal, Bijo invited Draco to join the port workers' weekly social gathering. It was a tradition, a large bonfire party held in the open square near the dormitories. Other Tiani mercenaries had also been invited, and the atmosphere was warm and festive. Jelin and a few of the other workers had brought out instruments, and a lively, rhythmic music filled the air. The locals and the mercenaries mingled freely, linking hands and dancing in a great, joyous circle around the roaring bonfire. Draco, caught up in the moment, allowed himself to be pulled into the dance. For years, his life had been a sterile cycle of research, development, and paperwork. Entertainment was a luxury he had long since foregone. To be here now, surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the genuine, unreserved friendship of these people he had only just met, stirred something deep within him. Since the day he had run away from home, he had never felt such a sense of simple, uncomplicated happiness. He looked at the laughing faces, at this small, peaceful community, and felt a powerful, unexpected urge to protect it. Tired from the dancing, he eventually found a quiet spot to rest, gratefully accepting a cup of fruit juice from a friendly woman. A moment later, he felt a small tug on the sleeve of his uniform. He looked down and saw Bijo's daughter, Kabeya, looking up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. "What is it, little one?" "The blonde-haired lady," she said shyly. "Is she not coming?" "The blonde-haired lady." Draco thought for a moment. "Ah, you mean Persica." He shook his head. "No, I don't think she's here." "Why, I have something for her," Kabeya said, clutching a small, rolled-up piece of paper. "To say thank you." "I see," Draco said with a smile. "Well, go and get your gift and I will take you to her myself." Her face lit up. She scampered off to her family's apartment, returning a moment later with her drawing. Draco found Bijo and explained he was taking Kabeya to the mercenary carrier to see her hero. "Don't you cause this kind gentleman any trouble now, you hear?" Bijo told his daughter sternly. "I won't, Daddy." Draco took the little girl's hand, and they walked back towards the Albion 1. He learned from a member of the deck crew that Persica was still in the hangar, running combat simulations in the Z Gundam's cockpit. They waited patiently at the foot of the giant machine. "She's just practicing, little one," Draco explained. "She'll be out in a minute." Soon the cockpit hatch hissed open and Persica emerged. She looked surprised to see Draco, and even more so to see the little girl standing beside him. Kabeya stepped forward and held out her drawing. "Thank you for helping me, miss," she said. "This is for you." Persica took the drawing and unrolled it. As she looked at it, a slow, radiant smile spread across her face, lighting up her features. "Thank you, Kabeya," she said softly. "Aren't you coming to our party?" The little girl asked, her expression full of hope. Persica looked hesitant, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Draco understood. "Don't worry," he said quietly. "We'll take a route that avoids the public display down at the main docks." Reassured, Persica agreed. As the three of them walked back towards the bonfire, Draco leaned over to her. "So what masterpiece did she draw to make you smile like that?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "That," she replied, her eyes twinkling, "is a secret." Back at the party, Persica was quickly swept up into the dancing. Draco stood back, watching her. He saw her laughing, her movements joyful and uninhibited, and realized it was the first time he had ever seen her truly happy. Bathed in the warm, flickering light of the bonfire, her face alight with a smile of pure, unadulterated joy, she was breathtaking. He found himself unable to look away, completely captivated. "Your Excellency, I believe you need to see this." In the quiet of the palace, Ethel placed a datapad on the table before Emir Reinman Roman IV. He tapped the screen and a video began to play. As he watched, his expression hardened, shifting from grim resolve to a mask of cold, murderous fury. "I have lived a long life," he said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "I have witnessed many despicable acts, but I have never, ever seen such a shameless, underhanded plot perpetrated against my own people, in my own home." He looked up from the screen, his eyes burning with rage. "Good. Very good. I very much look forward to hearing what our esteemed guests have to say for themselves tomorrow morning." He took a deep breath, visibly composing himself. He stood, walked around the table, and performed a deep, formal bow to Ethel. "Your Holiness," he said, his voice now filled with a profound gratitude. "Thank you. Without your help, we would never have been able to clear our name of this foul slander." "Your Excellency, you are too kind," she replied. "I simply did not wish to see an innocent nation suffer an injustice. Nevertheless, I and my entire nation are in your debt." "The debt is not owed to me, Your Excellency," Ethel said, a small, enigmatic smile on her face. "The one you should truly be thanking is someone else entirely. They are," Chapter 71, hoist by their own Pedard Claire's teams moved with practiced efficiency in the basements of research institutes and the secret storage depots of military bases. They discovered exactly what they had been sent to find. Caches of chemical gas canisters, vials of weaponized viruses, and all the other foul paraphernalia of weapons of mass destruction. Clutching the report, Ambassador Nixon stormed into the Emir's grand reception hall, his face a mask of righteous fury. "Your Excellency," he thundered, "what do you have to say for yourself now? These are weapons expressly forbidden by international treaty. Your nation stands guilty of crimes against humanity." Emir Reinman Roman IV regarded him with a look of almost playful amusement. "Ambassador," he said, his voice dangerously calm, "if I were to suggest that you planted that evidence, would you admit it?" "HMPH, Your Excellency, you have committed a crime of monstrous proportions." Nixon scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can escape justice with such a childish, pathetic excuse?" "Perhaps not," the Emir replied, a slow smile spreading across his face. "But before we continue, Ambassador, I must insist you turn around and watch the main view screen. After you have done so, I would be most interested to hear what you have to say." Nixon turned. On the massive screen, a video was playing. It showed crystal clear, high-angle footage of several covert operatives sneaking into a research facility and placing a briefcase in a basement storage room. A flicker of panic shot through Nixon's mind. How, he thought, his heart beginning to hammer against his ribs. How could they have filmed this so clearly? He kept his composure, turning back to the Emir with a dismissive wave of his hand. "A fabrication, Your Excellency. A crudely staged piece of theatre. It proves nothing." "Oh, but the show is not over yet, Ambassador," the Emir said cheerfully. "Do keep watching." Nixon gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm as he turned back to the screen. The scene had changed. A military truck was now driving down the ramp of a cargo elevator deep inside a military base. Waiting at the bottom was a single figure, the Rhineman Deputy Minister of Defense, K.S. Long. At the sight of him, a cold sweat broke out on Nixon's forehead. His mind raced, desperately trying to comprehend how this could have been filmed. It was impossible. The video continued. The soldiers from the truck unloaded several large canisters of chemical gas. Under K.S. Long's direction, they carried them into a secret chamber and sealed the door. Nixon spun around, his voice a desperate bluster. This is a farce. It's self-directed propaganda. The camera angles, the lighting, it's all too cinematic. It's clearly. He was cut off as a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. He yelped and flinched away, turning to see nothing. Then, for a single, terrifying second, the air beside him shimmered, revealing the hard-edged silhouette of a Tianyi mercenary in a Spartan suit. A moment later, the figure vanished. Nixon stared at the empty space, his mouth agape, and then his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the floor in a heap. While you were busy looking for excuses, Ambassador, the Emir said conversationally, I should inform you that Deputy Minister K.S. Long was arrested this morning. He has already made a full and frank confession of his dealings with you. Guards, bring him in. The great doors of the hall swung open, and the disgraced Deputy Minister was dragged in, his legs too weak to support him. He fell to his knees before the throne, banging his head on the marble floor as he begged for mercy. Your Excellency, I was wrong. Forgive me, Your Excellency, I beg of you. The Emir looked down at the grovelling man with an expression of profound disappointment. Ah, my dear K.S. Long, he said with a heavy sigh, I am so very disappointed in you. I knew you were a man who enjoyed the temptations of money, that you took bribes, but I turned a blind eye because you were a man of talent, and you brought other talented people into my government. I never imagined, however, that your greed was so boundless that you would accept money to betray your own country, to sell out your own people. You would have plunged this nation into a war it could not survive, and condemned our people to a life of exile and misery. Tell me, K.S. Long, what should I do with you? Your Excellency, the traitor sobbed, I was bewitched, I was out of my mind. I will gladly pay for my treason with my life. I ask only that you spare my family. Very well, the Emir said, your family will not be harmed, on the condition that you tell this assembly everything you have done. Knowing it was the only way to save his family from the firing squad, K.S. Long confessed. He recounted every detail of the plot, every bribe, every secret meeting. As he spoke, the color drained from Nixon's face, leaving it a mask of ashen grey. The game was up. The doors opened again, and this time, Claire and her entire investigation team were marched in at gunpoint. She looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how their seamless, perfect plan had unraveled so completely. Nixon just pointed a trembling finger at the viewscreen. As she and her team watched the damning footage, their faces became masks of horror. When the confession was over, the Emir turned his attention back to Nixon. Ambassador, he said, his voice now like thunder, take your planted evidence. Take your lies and get out of my country. You may also take the family of K.S. Long with you. They are no longer welcome here. He then looked down at the traitor. As for you, I will grant you a merciful death. In a few days, a public announcement will be made. You took your own life, overcome with guilt for your crimes of corruption. Thank you, Your Excellency, K.S. Long whispered. Thank you for your mercy. He was then dragged from the hall. As for the rest of you, the Emir said to Nixon and his team, who were now being held under guard, you will remain here for a short while. With that, he rose from his throne and left the hall to meet with Saint Ethel. Your Excellency, Ethel asked, what do you intend to do with the video evidence? I will broadcast it to the entire galaxy, he declared. The world must see the despicable, hypocritical face of the Democratic Alliance. I have already spoken with His Holiness the Pope about this matter, Ethel revealed. He was as outraged as you are. He has offered to disseminate the footage through all Orient media channels and to formally champion your nation's cause before the International Assembly. The Emir was overcome with gratitude. Please convey my deepest thanks to His Holiness. As a token of our appreciation, all Orient imports to our nation, with the exception of foodstuffs, will be exempt from taxes for the next 10 years. He paused. And Your Holiness, please, You must also convey my thanks to the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group. Without his assistance, my country would have been doomed. Tell him that as a reward, one of our major spaceports is his to use, free of charge for the next decade. He also has my personal permission to establish a branch of his company here, and any investments he wishes to make in our nation will be tax-free for the first 3 years. I will pass on your generous offers, Ethel promised. Aboard the Alliance flagship, Colonel Ile was waiting. Hours had passed since the investigation team had entered the palace, and he was still waiting for Nixon's signal to begin the attack. Instead of an attack order, however, he received a coded message from High Command. The mission was aborted. He was to stand down all forces and withdraw from the system as soon as the diplomatic party had returned. What is going on, sir? His executive officer asked, completely bewildered. We're ready to strike. Why are we pulling back? Just look at the international news, Ile snapped. He patched the galactic news feeds through to the main view screen. He stared, his blood running cold. The story was everywhere. News outlets across the sphere were reporting on how the Democratic Alliance had staged a baseless invasion of a peaceful, neutral nation, planted false evidence of WMDs, and had been caught red-handed. Their fleet was named, their hypocrisy laid bare for all to see. Every media channel, save for those within the Alliance itself, was tearing them to shreds. Ile felt the world spinning. It was a catastrophe of galactic proportions. With a sickening lurch in his stomach, he realized the truth, summed up by an ancient, bitter idiom. They had tried to smear others with filth and had ended up covered in it themselves. Chapter 72. The ferment in the days that followed. The scandal of the Democratic Alliance's failed attempt to frame the Rhineman Emirates fermented, exploding across the galactic networks with the force of a supernova. The story spread like wildfire, a tale of cynical manipulation and imperial overreach that resonated from the heart of the Earth sphere to the farthest reaches of the colonies. Condemnation was swift, universal, and utterly brutal. Had the criticism come only from their ideological opponents, the Alliance might have weathered the storm. But the most damaging attacks came from within. Democratic nations across the sphere, horrified by the blatant corruption and warmongering, rushed to distance themselves, issuing their own scathing denunciations. The 7th District's Democratic Alliance was cut adrift, hung out to dry by its own supposed allies. The final, devastating blow came from the Viridian Federation. In a stunning public rebuke, the powerful democratic state condemned their erstwhile proxies in the strongest possible terms and announced the immediate cessation of all military and financial aid. The damage was catastrophic and irreparable. The foundations of the alliance began to crack, starting with its own military. A profound crisis of conscience swept through the ranks. Soldiers who had been told they were fighting a righteous war began to question everything. They looked back at past campaigns, at other nations that had been invaded and dismantled under the pretext of possessing WMDs, and a sickening suspicion took root. Had those wars also been built on lies? Had they been the unwitting agents of an evil, expansionist agenda? The thought that they had been responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, for creating the very refugee crisis that now plagued the galaxy, was a heavy burden on their souls. They had been willing to die for a just cause, for the defense of their nations, but to die for a lie, for the political ambitions of corrupt leaders and the profits of their corporate masters, that was a sacrifice they were no longer willing to make. Discipline collapsed. Soldiers by the thousands began to defy orders, refusing to fight. Mass protests erupted on their home worlds, led not by civilians, but by grim-faced soldiers in uniform, accusing their governments of sacrificing them in a meaningless, dishonorable war. They were joined by the families of the fallen, holding up photographs of their lost sons, daughters, husbands, and wives, their grief a powerful testament to the human cost of the government's cynical games. On the front lines, the effect was immediate. The military situation, which had been a bloody stalemate with the Alliance holding a slight advantage, turned into a complete rout. The Alliance forces collapsed like a house of cards. Commanding generals in occupied territories, disgusted with their political leaders, made unilateral decisions, declaring they would not see one more soldier die for the profits of the gold masters behind the government. They ordered a general withdrawal, abandoning their hard-won gains and bringing their troops home. When the military police tried to arrest these returning generals for mutiny, they found themselves facing down entire divisions of loyal, combat-hardened soldiers who refused to let their commanders be scapegoated. As the Alliance armies retreated, the territories they had conquered were reclaimed without a single shot being fired. Underground resistance movements emerged from the shadows to liberate their own colonies, and exiled governments returned to reclaim what was theirs. In a matter of days, the Democratic Alliance had been forced to vomit up more than half of the territory it had swallowed. On the 7th day, with the Alliance on the brink of total annihilation, a new, insidious player re-entered the game. The Viridian Federation, having publicly washed its hands of the conflict, began to secretly funnel support back to its proxies. The war was too profitable to be allowed to end. To reignite the flames, they launched a despicable false flag operation. Federation Special Forces, operating in deep cover, released poison gas into the civilian sectors of several non-democratic colonies, murdering thousands of innocent people. They then used their vast media empire to pin the atrocity on the collapsing Democratic Alliance, paying off journalists and commentators to broadcast a narrative of a desperate, cornered regime lashing out with chemical weapons. The Alliance leadership vehemently denied the accusations, but it was no use. After the Rhineman scandal, their credibility was non-existent. No one believed them. They were trapped, their name now irredeemably stained with a crime they did not commit. The nations that had just reclaimed their lands, who had been on the verge of calling for a ceasefire, were now consumed by a fresh wave of righteous fury. The gas attacks were an unforgivable atrocity. They raised the banner of retribution, vowing to bring the full measure of justice down upon the heads of the Democratic Alliance. St. Ethel had been in the Republic of Stonk for 3 days. It was one of the democratic nations that had initiated the war, and now it was tearing itself apart. The military was in open rebellion, and every one of its colonies was racked by massive anti-war demonstrations. When she had first arrived, the people had greeted her as a savior, their desperate hope for peace personified in the serene figure of the saintess. The president of Stonk, a haunted, broken man, had received her personally. Now, 3 days later, his nation was besieged by 3 rival powers, and he had lost the will to fight. He came to Ethel not as a head of state, but as a supplicant, begging her to act as a mediator, to bring his enemies to the negotiating table. "Mr. President," Ethel said, her voice gentle but firm, "if you are truly sincere about wanting peace, then there is a hard road you must walk. You must begin by publicly admitting your nation's mistakes. You must offer a sincere, unconditional apology to those you have wronged, and you must commit to paying full reparations for the damage your war has caused. Only then will they believe you are serious." The president buried his face in his hands. "I understand that, Your Holiness," he groaned, "but you must understand my position. The opposition party will crucify me. They will call me a traitor, a coward who surrendered to the enemy. And this business with the gas attacks, we have been branded as monsters. Our enemies will not rest until we are utterly destroyed. I understand the pressures of your political system, Mr. President," Ethel replied, "but now is the time to think not of your own career, but of your country and your people. If your only concern is your re-election, your poll numbers, your political legacy, then I am afraid I have nothing more to say to you." She leaned forward slightly. "And as for the gas attacks, if, as you say, your nation is innocent, then you must deny it, publicly and immediately, and you must sever all ties with the rest of the Democratic Alliance." The president was trapped, knowing that any path he chose would lead to his own political ruin. "Mr. President," Ethel said softly, gesturing to the window from which the faint sound of the protesting crowds could be heard, "the people outside your palace are not demanding victory. They are not demanding vengeance. They are begging for peace, and I believe in their hearts they do not think you are a man who would murder innocent civilians." The president took a long, shuddering breath, the weight of his nation's fate settling upon his shoulders. Then a look of grim resolve entered his eyes. "I understand, Your Holiness," he said, his voice quiet but clear, "even if it means the end of my political career, even if history remembers me as the man who surrendered, I will do it. It is the last decent thing I can do for my country." The next day, the president of the Republic of Stonk held a press conference. Before the assembled cameras of the galaxy, he confessed his nation's crimes. and formally requested a ceasefire and unconditional peace talks with the Kester warlord state, the Kingdom of Magia, and the Dak hegemony. Chapter 73. The ceasefire negotiations. The president of Stonk's address was a political earthquake. In a stunning public confession, he laid bare his nation's guilt, formally severed all ties with the disgraced Democratic Alliance, and unequivocally denied any involvement in the recent poison gas attacks. He offered a profound and sincere apology to the peoples of the Kester warlord state, the Kingdom of Magia, and the Dak hegemony, expressing his deep sorrow for the suffering his nation had inflicted. "I have committed a grave sin," he declared to the galaxy, his voice heavy with the weight of his words. "I do not expect forgiveness from the nations I have wronged. I ask only for a ceasefire. I beg that we do not allow this cycle of violence to continue, that we do not let our hatred for one another fester and grow any deeper. To the leaders of Kester, Magia, and Dak, I say this: if you are willing to stop the fighting, you may name your terms. So long as they are not unreasonable, I will do everything in my power to meet them." His speech was, as expected, savaged by the opposition party and their supporters, who branded him a traitor, but their voices were drowned out by a groundswell of support from the general public, and, most critically, from the very soldiers who had been refusing his orders. They saw not a traitor, but a man of courage, and they stood behind his plea for peace. The leaders of the three opposing nations, who had been poised to launch a final, vengeful offensive, were caught completely off guard. They immediately paused their operations and entered into an emergency conference. The desire for revenge burned fiercely in their hearts, but they were also pragmatists. They could continue the war, they could raise Stonk to the ground and salt the earth, but what then? Their own nations were in ruins, their economies shattered. Continuing the war would burn through what little treasure they had left, leaving nothing for the vital task of reconstruction. Vengeance would be cold comfort to a bankrupt and broken nation. After a tense debate, they reached a decision. They would negotiate, but they had one non-negotiable condition. The talks must be officially witnessed and mediated by Saint Ethel of the Theocracy of Aurea. If Stonk could not meet that single demand, the war would continue. For the sake of peace, Ethel accepted the role. The three powers then laid out their preliminary terms. Before any formal talks could begin, Stonk had to agree in principle to the immediate return of all occupied colonies and the payment of war reparations. The location for the peace conference was set: Stonk's colony No. 5, a neutral territory situated at the juncture of the four nations' borders. The announcement sent shockwaves through the galactic media. Reporters from every major news outlet descended upon Colony No. 5 to cover the historic event. International commentators, for their part, lauded the president of Stonk, hailing him as a rare example of a political leader with the courage and integrity to admit his mistakes. While the world watched, Draco received a progress report from his mother base. The Gundam Astrea was complete. He immediately issued a new directive: upgrade it to the Gundam Astrea Type F Custom. The Barbados and Astaroth were now over 95% finished and would be rolling off the production line within days. Next in the queue were the Gundam Astrea Blue Frame, the ZZ Gundam, and the Gundam Virtue. He briefly considered his investment opportunities in the Rhineman Emirates, but decided to put them on hold until the war in the 7th District was well and truly over. The Guardian Fleet and Ethel's convoy were docked at the pristine artificial coastline of Colony No. 5. For 3 days, the negotiating teams hammered out the details. Finally, they reached an agreement. The terms were harsh but just. On the day the treaty was signed, Stonk would relinquish all its conquered territories. It would provide significant financial and material reparations to the three nations, and most symbolically, it would officially amend its national history curriculum, ensuring that future generations would learn of the conflict not as a glorious war, but as a foolish and tragic mistake. All four nations accepted the outcome. The leaders of Kester, Magia, and Dak had reclaimed their lost lands and secured the resources needed to begin the long, arduous process of rebuilding. The president of Stonk, though politically ruined, had saved his country from annihilation. So Colonel Shrek said over dinner that evening, "Do you reckon this will actually stick, boss?" "I think so," Draco replied, considering the question. "It gives all four of them the breathing room they desperately need to rebuild their economies and look after their people. And Ethel's involvement has been crucial. She's played her part perfectly. If this peace holds, her reputation on the galactic stage is going to be immense. And what about the other countries? Will this little pocket of peace affect the wider war? It will have an impact, certainly, Draco said, but the real question is whether the other nations have the will to let go of their own hatreds. Some of those old rivalries run deep, Shrek mused. I reckon some of them won't be satisfied until the other side is completely wiped out. Draco cut a piece of steak, chewing it thoughtfully. To be honest, Colonel, that's not really our problem, he said finally. Our job is to protect our client, nothing more. Speaking of which, Shrek said with a wry grin, while the Saintess may be winning herself a Nobel Prize, the arms dealers and their associates must absolutely despise her. She's just cost them a fortune in potential profits. I'd wager they are itching to put a bullet in her head. Which is why we can't allow our very high-value client to come to any harm, Draco agreed. One more question, boss, if you don't mind me asking, Shrek said, his tone turning serious. You're an arms dealer, same as them. Don't you hate people like her? For us, war is good for business. The longer it lasts, the more money we make. Draco looked at his old friend and gave a tired, bitter smile. Let's just say I'm a rubbish arms dealer, Shrek. I can't bring myself to start wars, to cause that much death and suffering, just to turn a profit. It's not in my nature. The day of the signing ceremony arrived. A squad of Tiani mercenaries in their formidable Spartan suits formed a close protection detail around St. Ethel, as she and Sir John travelled in a heavily armoured motorcade to the largest hotel in the colony. Draco watched the live broadcast from the quiet of the Strike Gundam's cockpit. The international media was in a state of near hysteria. Every news channel was lavishing praise on Ethel, anointing her as the sole architect of the peace. Hosts, citing anonymous sources, told breathless, exaggerated tales of how she had single-handedly swayed the four leaders, healing their ancient hatreds with her grace and wisdom. One presenter, with tears in her eyes, declared her the greatest woman of our time. They're really laying it on thick, aren't they? Draco muttered to the empty cockpit, rolling his eyes. At the hotel, Ethel was met by a blinding wall of camera flashes. She greeted the press with her customary gentle smile as, one by one, the leaders of the four nations arrived. They each shook her hand, posing for the historic photographs that would be broadcast across the galaxy, the architects of a fragile, hard-won peace. Chapter 74. The terrorist attack. At the center of the long, ornate table, St. Ethel sat as the fulcrum of history. To her right sat the President of the Republic of Stonk. To her left, the leaders of the Kester warlord state, the Kingdom of Magia and the Dak hegemony. Aides in formal attire brought forth the white papers of the ceasefire agreement, presenting them to the leaders for a final review. After a tense, silent moment of inspection, each leader gave a solemn nod. There were no issues. With the steady, silent flashes of 100 cameras documenting the moment, the four leaders put pen to paper, their signatures formally ending the brutal war. St. Ethel then rose and, in a clear, steady voice that carried across the galaxy, read the peace declaration. When she had finished, the four leaders stood and joined her. Together, the five of them linked hands and raised them high, a symbol of a new, hard-won peace. The crowd, both inside the hall and watching on screens across the sphere, erupted in a joyous, cathartic roar. In that moment of triumph, a figure in a Tiani mercenary uniform suddenly lunged in front of the Saintess. A retractable shield snapped out from his forearm with a sharp snick, just as a loud clang of metal on metal rang out, a single, bright spark flaring against the shield's surface. The joyous celebration instantly devolved into sheer panic. More Tiani mercenaries formed a tight cordon around Ethel, while Sir John and the other Orion knights threw themselves in front of her. The leader's own bodyguards swarmed around them, hustling them away from the stage. What in God's name is going on, President? The Kester leader bellowed, his face a mask of fury. I don't know. The President of Stonk yelled back, his own expression one of horrified confusion. This is your turf, your colony. The King of Magia screamed. And you're telling me you don't bloody know? Everyone calm down. Ethel's voice cut through the chaos. This is a terrorist attack. This is the work of those who do not want peace. They want us to continue fighting. If we turn on each other now, we will be falling right into their trap. Her desperate plea was captured by the few brave reporters who hadn't fled in the initial panic. Across the galaxy, the public who had just been celebrating were now consumed by a fresh wave of rage. Someone had tried to murder the woman who had brought them peace. A second commotion broke out as another Tiani mercenary dragged a man with grotesquely shattered legs onto the stage. "Your Holiness," the mercenary reported, "we have the assassin. What are your orders? He should be handed over to the Stonk authorities." Ethel began but was cut off. "Your Holiness, please wait," the King of Dak interrupted. "Forgive my cynicism, but this attack took place in Stonk territory. I do not trust their people to conduct the investigation. I propose that your forces retain custody of the prisoner, and that a joint interrogation team, with representatives from all 4 of our nations, be assembled. We must find out who is trying to sabotage this peace." Ethel hesitated, the weight of the decision heavy upon her. She looked to the president of Stonk. To his credit, the president met her gaze and nodded. "The attack happened on my soil," he said, his voice grim. "The responsibility is mine. To prove my nation's good faith in this, I agree to the king's proposal. The prisoner will remain in the custody of your forces, and we will conduct a joint interrogation." The other 2 leaders voiced their agreement. "Then it is settled," Ethel declared. "Take this man into custody." The Tiani mercenaries slapped a pair of magnetic cuffs on the assassin's wrists, then silenced his pained groans with a sharp jab from a stun baton. As one of the mercs slung the unconscious man over his shoulder, a series of powerful explosions ripped through the front of the hotel. The screams of the crowd outside turned from celebration to terror. The blasts had torn through the assembled public, killing dozens. Amidst the renewed chaos, the leaders were bundled into their armored vehicles and spirited away as the media began broadcasting the terrifying news of a full-scale terrorist attack. The Strike Gundam, Ale Striker pack blazing, shot from the Albion's catapult. Persica Tau, Z Gundam launching. Leo Kai, Aegis Gundam launching. Draco and his ace pilots broadcast the Tiani group's identification codes on all channels, ensuring the 4 nations' forces knew who they were. They moved to rendezvous with St. Ethel's own escort of Paladin mobile suits. The streets of the colony's capital had become a charnel house. Masked gunmen were firing indiscriminately into the panicked crowds, the staccato rhythm of their rifles punctuated by the screams of the dying. The ground was littered with bodies, the elegant promenades slick with blood. Colonel Shrek, coordinating from the Albion's bridge, deployed swarms of small, armed reconnaissance drones. They swooped over the chaotic city, their cameras identifying pockets of terrorists, and their machine guns clinically dispatching any gunmen firing on civilians. Then the situation escalated. From the dust and smoke of the explosions, new figures began to emerge. Mobile suits, a dozen different models from a dozen different nations, all without transponder signals, rose from the rubble. They began a systematic campaign of destruction, leveling buildings and raking the fleeing crowds with their head-mounted Vulcan cannons. The mobile suit forces of the 4 nations were tied up, their primary mission to protect their respective leaders. They were powerless to intervene. Second Lieutenant Bella, Draco's voice cut through the chaos on her private channel. "I am assigning my 105 Dagger Squadron to your command. Use them to protect Her Holiness. My team and I will deal with these rogue mobile suits." "Understood," the Orion Knight replied, her voice steady. The Z, Strike and Aegis Gundams broke formation, heading in 3 different directions. Leo Draco ordered, "Do not, under any circumstances, use the Scylla cannon. You'll breach the colony wall." "Roger that." Draco spotted a trio of Wildcat-class mobile suits tearing apart a residential block. He pressed the firing stud, and 3 precise beams of crimson energy lanced out, turning the machines into blooming fireballs. A moment later, several other suits fired on him from the streets below. He effortlessly dodged the incoming fire, then dove towards one of the attackers, his beam saber igniting as he sliced the machine cleanly in 2. 3 more opened up on him. The Strike Gundam twisted in midair, its beam rifle spitting death, destroying 2 of the attackers in quick succession. He ignored the fire from the 3rd, closing the distance at incredible speed. "What's going on?" the enemy pilot screamed into his comm. "None of my shots are doing any damage." He saw the Gundam getting closer and, in a blind panic, turned to flee. Draco swapped out his beam saber for his Armor Schneider combat knives. With a final, brutal thrust, he plunged the blade through the enemy's cockpit. He scanned the chaos below, his eyes landing on another wildcat that was deliberately targeting a panicked crowd of civilians. Scum, Draco snarled, pushing the strike's thrusters to their absolute limit. He knew a beam weapon would cause a massive explosion, killing the very people he was trying to save. He slammed into the wildcat with his shield, sending it staggering back, then drove his combat knife through its cockpit, silencing the pilot for good. He looked down at the street below, at the horrific carnage, the bodies and the blood, and felt a wave of nausea. He couldn't bear to look. He was about to turn away when his sensors picked up a small, lone figure huddled in a corner. Through the suit's audio pickups, he could hear the faint, heartbreaking sound of a little girl crying for her mother. Draco landed the strike Gundam gently in the street before her. The little girl looked up at the metal giant and froze, too terrified to even scream. Quickly, Draco removed his helmet. He opened the cockpit, climbed out onto the strike's chest plate, then knelt down, keeping a respectful distance so as not to frighten her further. "Hey there, little one," he said, his voice soft. "Don't be afraid. Big Brother is here to help you find your mum." At the mention of her mother, the little girl's terror seemed to lessen. "Really," she whispered, "you'll take me to my mummy." "I promise," Draco said, holding out his hand. She ran to him, her tiny hand gripping his. He carefully lifted her up and brought her into the relative safety of the cockpit. As he settled her into the secondary seat, he glanced at his tactical display. In the distance, in the sector Persica was covering, he could see the telltale flashes of red beams and exploding mobile suits. "Looks like her first real battle hasn't slowed her down one bit," he thought with a flicker of pride. Just then a proximity alert blared. More enemy suits had appeared nearby. He turned to the little girl, a gentle smile on his face. "Hey," he said softly, "do you want to help me go and fight the bad robots?" She looked at him with wide, tear-filled eyes and gave a small, determined nod. He gently patted her on the head, a deep sense of worry settling in his heart. She had been sitting in the middle of a massacre. "I just hope," he thought to himself, "that this day doesn't leave her with scars that will never heal." Chapter 75. The Ice-Cold Hero. Oh my God, it was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. We thought we were all going to die. The international news reporter's face was pale, her voice trembling with adrenaline as she broadcast live from the heart of the chaos. "The terrorists, they just appeared out of nowhere. They started shooting, just massacring people in the streets. I thought my number was up, I really did. But then another armed group appeared. They attacked the terrorists, they saved us. They saved our lives." The live chat on her broadcast was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text. Viewers offered words of support, praised her bravery, and expressed their horror at the unfolding tragedy. The reporter panned her camera over to the disciplined soldiers in their advanced combat suits, who were now securing the area. "As you can see, these soldiers are now protecting us. Judging by the insignia on their shoulder pauldrons, they appear to be a private mercenary company." Suddenly, a fresh wave of panic ripped through the crowd. The reporter spun around, her camera swinging wildly, and she was so shocked by what she saw that she stumbled and fell to the ground. 4 mobile suits had just descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the plaza with a ground-shaking thud. Civilians screamed, some running for their lives, others dropping to the ground with their hands over their heads, praying for a swift end. Immediately, the Tiani mercenaries on the ground responded, raising powerful rocket launchers to their shoulders. A volley of missiles streaked towards the hostile machines. One of the mobile suits staggered back as its head unit erupted in a shower of sparks, its optical sensors destroyed. Another took a direct hit to the arm, shredding the limb into mangled steel. The other 2 managed to dodge the incoming fire. As the surviving machines raised their own weapons to retaliate, a 5th figure descended from the heavens. The strike Gundam dropped from the sky like a vengeful angel. It didn't hesitate. Its beam saber flashed, plunging through the cockpit of the nearest enemy machine. Without pausing, it charged the second intact suit, its saber a blur as it severed the machine's arms and legs in a single, fluid motion, before crushing its head underfoot with a final, contemptuous stomp. The third suit, its arm damaged, charged forward with a heavy combat axe, but the strike sidestepped the clumsy attack and ran it through. The last remaining hostile, its pilot now blind and deaf to the outside world, opened his cockpit hatch to try and see what was happening. He was met with the sight of the strike Gundam's impassive faceplate, staring directly at him. He threw his hands up in immediate, unconditional surrender, Draco gave the order for his men on the ground to take the 2 surviving pilots prisoner. The entire engagement had lasted less than 15 seconds. The female reporter, having scrambled back to her feet, had captured all of it. The global audience watching the live feed was utterly captivated. The chat exploded with comments. "That MS is a beast. What is that thing? So damn cool." The strike Gundam knelt, its armor plating hissing as the cockpit opened. Draco emerged, unhelmeted, cradling the small, trembling form of the little girl he had rescued. The chat went into overdrive. "He's so young. Who's the kid? Where did she come from?" Draco was completely unaware that his face was being broadcast live to billions of viewers. The Tianyi mercenaries on the ground snapped to attention, saluting him. He gave them a simple, acknowledging nod, then walked to the edge of the crowd of terrified civilians, still holding the little girl. "Is your mummy here, little one?" he asked gently. The little girl, her voice small but clear, began to call out for her mother. "He saved her. He's helping her find her mum. What a hero. A proper legend." The comments scrolled by in a blur of praise and admiration. Sophia, a young woman, broke from the crowd, her face streaked with tears as she ran towards them. "Mummy," the little girl cried. Draco gently set her down, and she ran into her mother's desperate, waiting arms. Far away in the Cathayan Empire, Weenia Varlan burst into her sister's office, holding out her phone. "Kalia, Xylia, you have to see this." Kalia and Xylia looked at the screen, and their faces registered identical looks of profound shock. "Faye," they both exclaimed, using his old childhood nickname. Weenia quickly filled them in on the situation. "Our little brother," Xylia said, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and pride, "is in the middle of a war zone, rescuing civilians and fighting terrorists." "Thank you," the young mother said to Draco, clutching Sophia tightly. "Thank you for saving my daughter." "You're welcome," he replied. "Her father, he passed away," she said, her voice catching. "An illness 2 years ago. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you." Draco's earpiece chimed with a series of urgent updates. Colony note: 5 was under attack from orbit. Dozens of mobile suits, hidden within civilian cargo ships docked at the various ports, had activated simultaneously and were now wreaking havoc. The Guardian fleet's own section of the port had been attacked, but the threat had been swiftly and ruthlessly neutralized. St. Ethel and the other leaders were all safe aboard their respective ships, but the fierce battle now raging in orbit was preventing them from leaving. A second update followed. The assassin they had captured had been interrogated. He belonged to a local criminal syndicate. They were guns for hire, and his specific job was to kill the Saintess. He had no knowledge of the wider plot, and swore that the massive mobile suit assault was far beyond the capabilities of his organization. So Draco thought grimly, the arms dealers and their associates have decided to go all in. They've invested a fortune in this attack. They really don't want this peace to hold. At that moment, the female reporter and her cameraman pushed their way through the crowd and ran up to him, a microphone thrust in his face. "Sir, our viewers across the galaxy are desperate to know your name. Can you tell us what organization you belong to?" Draco ignored her completely, turning to walk towards his Gundam. She hurried after him. "Sir, they also want to know the name of your incredible mobile suit." He continued to walk, his expression a mask of cold indifference. Frustrated, the reporter ran ahead and blocked his path. "Sir, please, just a moment of your time. I have a job to do." Without breaking his stride, Draco reached out, grabbed her by the collar of her jacket, and unceremoniously lifted her out of his way, tossing her aside like a sack of potatoes. The global audience watched, stunned, as the famous international correspondent landed in an undignified heap. The live chat, however, told a different story. "Wow, ice cold. What a badass. So cool." Unconcerned, Draco climbed back into the cockpit of the strike. As the hatch sealed, a new report came in from his ground team. "Boss, we've broken the 2 new prisoners. They are from a mercenary outfit called the Twilight Corps. Just more hired guns. We've got their operational intel." "Good," Draco replied. "Send it to Colonel Shrek. Let him handle it." "Sir." The strike Gundam's thrusters flared and it leaped into the sky. A few moments after he had departed, a new wave of gasps and horrified comments erupted on the livestream. The reporter's camera had panned over to the 2 prisoners, who had just been captured. Their faces were swollen and bruised, beaten to a bloody pulp. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. In the distance, a series of massive, rolling explosions lit up the sky. A deep, primal sense of dread fell over everyone on the scene. A second later, a shrill, piercing siren began to wail from every speaker in the colony, an automated voice repeating a single, terrifying message. Emergency evacuation. Emergency evacuation. The structural integrity of this colony is failing. Evacuate immediately. Chapter 76. It could all fall apart. The void outside colony No. 5 was a maelstrom of light and fire. The battle raged, a chaotic free-for-all as the combined forces of the Tiani group and the four nations fought desperately against the seemingly endless swarm of unidentified mobile suits. Amidst the swirling chaos, the Gundams were the focal point, titans of steel that drew the enemy's fire like moths to a flame. The Geminas twins danced through the explosions, while the Buster and Heavy Arms laid down a relentless barrage of suppressive fire. Bugger, Jax Ko's voice crackled over the calm. "I'm running on empty. Heavy Arms is almost out of ammo. Fall back to the Albion for resupply, Jax," Jaina Zhu ordered calmly. "I'll cover you." Aboard their respective flagships, the four national leaders watched the live combat feed in utter disbelief, their eyes fixed on the godlike performance of the Gundams. Are those Orion mobile suits?" one of them asked, awestruck. While the battle raged in space, the colony itself was dying. Explosions continued to rock its internal structure, each new blast sending shudders through the delicate latticework of the station. Deep within a ruined city block, the Z Gundam and the Aegis Gundam stood back to back, surrounded. At least 20 enemy mobile suits had emerged from the rubble, boxing them in. "Well," Leo Kai said with a cold laugh, "I wasn't expecting an ambush." "We fight our way out," Persica stated, her voice a calm counterpoint to his cynicism. "You don't have to tell me that," he shot back. The Aegis moved first. Its thrusters erupted in a torrent of fire, launching the Crimson machine skyward. Its beam rifle spat a volley of cyan bolts, each one finding its mark, turning several of the ambushers into blossoming fireballs. The remaining hostiles immediately returned fire, filling the air with a deadly web of energy beams. The Z Gundam answered, its own rifle barking, picking off the machines that were targeting the Aegis. It then ignited its own thrusters, charging headlong into the fray. It drew its beam saber, bisecting one enemy suit as it flew past, then fired another 2 pinpoint shots, destroying 2 more. HMPH, Leo thought, even as he expertly dodged an incoming salvo. The new girl's got some moves, I'll give her that. But it's not enough. Not yet. The Aegis destroyed 2 more enemies, then dove, its leg-mounted beam sabers igniting. It scythed through another machine in midair, the 2 halves of the bisected suit tumbling from the sky. The remaining enemy pilots panicked. "What are these things?" one of them screamed. "They took out more than a dozen of our guys in seconds. I'm not dying for this. I'm just a merc. They're not paying me enough." Their discipline shattered, the survivors turned and fled. Leo and Persica, conserving their energy, let them go. A moment later, the Strike Gundam descended from the sky, landing silently before them. A new directive flashed across their screens. "You've got to be joking," Leo breathed. "The terrorists, they are trying to bring the whole colony down." Persica remained silent, her knuckles white as she gripped her controls. Draco's face appeared on their calm screens. "We've got an inside man," he said, his voice grim. "The points they've targeted are critical structural supports, and according to this intel, there are a lot more enemy units massing at those locations. Could it be the president of Stonk, Faye?" Leo asked. "A double cross. I doubt it," Draco replied. "More likely his political opposition, or the arms dealers pulling the strings. I'm betting on the opposition. I've just received a report that the governor of this particular colony, who just so happens to be a leading member of the opposition party, conveniently took an off-world vacation just before the attacks began. The odds of him being our traitor are astronomically high." "But why?" Leo demanded. "What does he gain by destroying his own colony?" "A payoff, probably," Draco said. "Enough money to live like a king for the rest of his life, somewhere far away from here." Persica, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke, her voice trembling with a quiet rage. "How could he do that? What about his own people? His own countrymen? Does a man like that have no conscience?" Draco let out a cold, humorless laugh. Conscience. To a certain kind of person, that's just a word. The world is full of selfish people, Persica, people who will sacrifice anything and anyone for profit. To them, a conscience has no value. Money is the only thing that's real. As if to punctuate his words, another, more powerful explosion rocked the colony, the shockwave so strong that all three pilots felt it in their cockpits. Two automated transport drones descended from above. One carried the Strike Gundam's massive Schwert-Juer anti-ship sword. The other was empty. The Strike jettisoned its now depleted Ale Striker pack, which was collected by the empty drone. The second drone moved into position, and the Sword Striker pack locked onto the Gundam's back with a solid, satisfying clank. Leo, Draco ordered, "Return to the Albion and await further instructions. Persica, you're with me. We're going on patrol. Let's see how many more of these bastards we can find." The evacuation was in full swing. Every road to the spaceports was choked with a desperate river of vehicles and fleeing civilians. The local police were struggling to maintain order, while the security forces were engaged in a desperate, running battle with hidden terrorist cells. At the main commercial port, Colonel Shrek and his crew were coordinating the evacuation of thousands of civilians onto their own warships. He had been reluctant to get involved at first, but a personal request from Saint Ethel, along with a guarantee that the theocracy of Aurea would cover all associated costs, had changed his mind. When he had consulted Draco, the order had come back immediately. Accept her request. Shrek hadn't understood. It was a thankless, unprofitable task, but Draco's logic had been brutally pragmatic. "Colonel," he had explained, "the galactic media is broadcasting this live. If we are seen helping these people, it will be the best public relations we could ever ask for. Think of the goodwill. Think of the potential for future contracts." Shrek, understanding perfectly, had agreed at once. The Strike Gundam, its new anti-ship sword glowing with a malevolent energy, sliced a hostile mobile suit in half. On the ground below, the Z Gundam's beam rifle spat death, bringing down several more. They had stumbled upon a firefight between a local security patrol and another terrorist squad. The locals had the numbers, but their mobile suits were hopelessly obsolete, relics from 30 years ago. The terrorists' machines were 20-year-old models, but that 10-year gap gave them a decisive technological edge. Draco and Persica's intervention was swift and brutal, ending the skirmish in seconds. A calm request came in. It was the commander of the local security squad. "Thank you, mercenary friends," the man said, his face obscured by a pair of dark sunglasses. "Without your help, our casualties would have been much worse." "Don't thank us," Draco replied, his voice flat. "Thank the Saintess. We're only here at her request." He got straight to the point. "Do you have intel on any other suspected terrorist hideouts?" The commander sent him a list of locations where his patrol teams had gone dark, likely ambushed and wiped out. "Leave it to us," Draco said, after reviewing the data. "You're needed here. Go and help with the evacuation." The unspoken message was clear. Your machines are useless in a real fight. The commander, to his credit, understood. "Understood," he said. "Good luck." He and his remaining men withdrew. As Draco and Persica flew towards the first location, they could see the city below them shaking, the very structures of the buildings groaning under the strain. Draco looked at the trembling cityscape on his main monitor. "This whole colony," he said, his voice a grim whisper, "could fall apart at any moment." Chapter 77. "The modified Wildcats looks like there was a hell of a fight here," Draco observed, the Strike Gundam's optical sensors panning across the grim tableau. The street was a graveyard of twisted, burning metal, the wreckage of the local security forces' mobile suits. And by the looks of it, the home team lost badly. Beside him, Persica kept the Z Gundam on high alert, her own sensors sweeping the surrounding ruins for any sign of an ambush. She didn't have to wait long. A piercing alarm shrieked through Draco's cockpit. He reacted on pure instinct, throwing the strike into a lateral boost, just as a high-explosive cannon shell tore through the space it had occupied a split second before, blasting a huge crater in the street. Persica's response was instantaneous. The Z Gundam's beam rifle snapped up, spitting a bolt of incandescent energy towards the sniper's suspected location. "He dodged my countershot," she reported, her voice calm and clipped. The alarm screamed again. Draco evaded a second time, As Persica lined up another shot, a chill of pure danger ran down her spine. A warning from behind. She slammed her controls to the side, and the Z Gundam dodged just as a beam rifle shot sizzled past her cockpit. Draco's own new type senses flared, warning him of a multi-pronged attack. The strike Gundam became a blur of motion, effortlessly evading the volley of incoming fire. A crude, amplified voice crackled over the open comms channel. Well, look at this fancy bit of kit. You two are a damn sight better than those useless coppers. This might actually be fun. Draco and Persica turned their machines towards the source of the voice. Hovering above a ruined skyscraper was a mobile suit with a familiar silhouette. A wildcat, but one that had been heavily and crudely modified. Its back was laden with oversized thruster bells, with additional booster units strapped to its legs and waist. Heavy cannons were bolted onto its shoulders. As they watched, more of the modified wildcats emerged from the surrounding ruins. They were a motley collection of customized death machines. Some were lumbering brutes, covered in thick slab-like plates of extra armor. Others bristled with a chaotic assortment of missile pods and cannons. And then there was the sniper, its frame stripped down and coated in a shimmering, chameleonic paint that made it difficult to track, its long-barreled rifle already aiming for another shot. Draco opened a channel. "Identify yourselves. Don't worry about who we are, mate," the enemy leader jeered. "You've only got two choices. 1, you surrender those pretty machines of yours, and we let you walk away. 2, we tear you limb from limb." "I'll take option 3, Draco replied, his voice flat and cold. "I'm going to beat you to a bloody pulp, then we can have a proper chat." The Sword Strike Gundam's thrusters ignited. It didn't charge the leader, but one of the heavily armored brutes. The other wildcats immediately opened fire, but their shells and rockets sparked harmlessly against the Gundam's phase shift armor. "What the hell is that armor?" one of the pilots yelled in disbelief. "Nothing's touching it." As their attention was fixed on the invulnerable strike, they made a fatal mistake. They forgot about the Z Gundam. Persica opened fire, her shots precise and methodical. She ignored the heavily armored targets, instead picking off the glass cannons, the ones with the biggest guns and the weakest defenses. One by one, the wildcats began to erupt into fireballs. The lumbering, heavily armored wildcat was too slow to escape the strike's charge. Its pilot raised the thick, retractable shields mounted on its forearms, a desperate attempt to block the glowing anti-ship sword. The massive blade sliced through the shields, through the armor, through the entire machine as if it were made of paper. Draco didn't pause to admire his handiwork. He immediately banked and charged the second heavy armor type. The pilot, having just witnessed his comrade's instantaneous demise, began screaming for help over the comms, but his allies were too busy being systematically dismantled by the Z Gundam to offer any assistance. He met the same fate as the first, bisected from shoulder to hip in a single, clean strike. As Draco moved on his third target, his danger sense flared again. He dodged, another sniper round screaming past his cockpit. The cowardly sniper was back in the game. With Draco now on the defensive, the remaining wildcats turned their full attention on Persica, unleashing a hellish barrage from all directions. She was forced to break off her attack, her Z Gundam weaving and dodging through the storm of incoming fire. The strike's left shoulder plate opened, and the Mjolnir beam boomerang launched, a spinning disc of death that carved another wildcat in two. Draco felt the sniper lining up another shot. He fired the strike's Panzer Eisen rocket anchor, the grappling hook sinking into the chassis of a nearby enemy. He yanked, pulling the unfortunate machine directly into the path of the sniper's shot. "You dirty bastard!" the sniper pilot roared in frustration. The strike leaped and spun, its sword flashing out to destroy another target. With the pressure suddenly relieved, Persica found her opening. Her beam rifle barked, and in a few precise shots she downed 3 more of the modified wildcats. She drew her beam saber and dove, slicing through the back of one of the few remaining heavy armor types, felling it like a timber tree. The enemy leader, the loud-mouthed braggart from the beginning, saw his entire squadron being annihilated in a matter of minutes. "Retreat," he screamed, turning his own machine and fleeing at full throttle. "Persica," Draco ordered calmly, "keep that one here." The Z Gundam's transformation was instantaneous. In a blur of movement, it shifted into its high-speed Wave Rider mode, and shot off in pursuit. Draco, after dodging yet another sniper shot, abandoned the small fry. It was time to deal with the coward in the shadows. The enemy leader was in a full-blown panic. The transformed Gundam was gaining on him, its speed far superior to his own souped-up machine. He began firing wildly, filling the space behind him with a desperate, unaimed barrage of fire. Persica, her mind a cool lake of tactical calm, dodged every shot with contemptuous ease, the gap between them closing with every second. Her Wave Rider's nose cannons fired, a precise, controlled burst that blew the arms and legs off the fleeing wildcat. The crippled machine tumbled from the sky, crashing into a skyscraper and becoming entangled in a web of collapsing girders. It was pinned, only its torso and head visible amidst the rubble. As Persica banked overhead, preparing to transform back to MS mode, her new type senses screamed a warning. She dodged, another sniper round searing the air where she had been. She instantly shifted back to MS form and returned fire. He relocates after every single shot, she realized. She was about to give chase when Draco's voice came over the comm. "Stay put, Persica. Keep an eye on our downed friend, and try to get a lock on that sniper's position. I'll handle him." Draco began his hunt. As he closed in on the sniper's last known location, he methodically destroyed any other fleeing wildcats that crossed his path. From her high vantage point, Persica acted as his spotter. Each time the sniper fired at her, her new type intuition would allow her to dodge, and in the split second of her counterattack, she would relay the sniper's exact coordinates to Draco. She noticed the downed enemy leader trying to scramble out of his cockpit. A single warning shot from her beam rifle, which vaporized the rubble a few inches from his head, convinced him to stay put. The sniper was at his wit's end. How, he raged to himself, how does she dodge every time? And that instant counter-fire. It's impossible. He knew he should go to ground, but his boss was trapped. He had to keep the pressure up. He fired one last time, then immediately boosted away. The Z Gundam's return fire hit the spot he had just vacated. As he was lining up his next shot from a new position, a shadow fell over him. He looked up and his blood ran cold. The white Gundam with the giant sword was right there, descending upon him. "Why?" The Schwertjuer came down, and his world vanished in a flash of light. "Your color-shifting paint is a clever trick," Draco thought, watching the fireball dissipate, "but it's useless against a thermal sensor." He and Persica rendezvoused at the crash site. The enemy leader, a brutish, heavily muscled man with garishly multicolored hair, climbed out of his wrecked cockpit with his hands in the air. Persica looked at the ridiculous figure on her main screen and muttered a single word. Tasteless. Draco opened a channel to the Albion. "Colonel Shrek," he said, "I'm sending you a present. Have a reception team ready." Chapter 78. The sub-levels at the second location, they found another graveyard. "Looks like they walked into the same trap," Draco observed, his sensors scanning the burning wreckage of another annihilated security patrol. They never stood a chance. Persica kept the Z Gundam on a hair-trigger alert, her eyes sweeping the ruins for any sign of movement. They were ambushed, of course, but this time they were ready. The ensuing fight was brutal but brief. Within minutes, the last of the terrorist mobile suits had been reduced to molten slag. Amidst the wreckage, they found what they were looking for: a series of powerful, timed explosives wired to another of the colony's primary structural supports. If this point failed, the station's collapse would accelerate catastrophically. Draco had Shrek dispatch a bomb disposal team under the escort of a full squadron of 10 Dagger mobile suits. While the experts worked, a heavy-lift drone descended from the sky, a huge mobile charging unit slung beneath it. As the drone docked with the Strike Gundam, replenishing its power reserves, Draco received an update from the colonel, the mercenary leader they had captured at the first sight. The loud-mouthed commander of an outfit called the Black Crows had broken under interrogation and had sung like a canary. He confessed he'd been hired by a mysterious, anonymous client to carry out a campaign of pure destruction. He had initially refused the contract, but the client had been persuasive. An astronomical down payment had been transferred to his accounts, and a full squadron of heavily modified Wildcat mobile suits had been delivered to him, free of charge. The client had also promised a sliding scale of bonuses, with the payout increasing exponentially based on the amount of property damage, and, chillingly, the number of civilian casualties. The money had been too good to refuse. The plan was simple. Carry out the bloody contract, collect their fortune, then dissolve the Black Crows and disappear, retiring to a life of luxury. Every man has his price, I suppose, Draco thought with a cynical twist of his lips. It's not just him, boss. Shrek's voice continued over the calm. The other squads have rounded up dozens of gunmen on the ground. It's the same story from all of them. Mercenaries, terrorists, organized crime syndicates, all hired by the same mysterious benefactor. Understood, Draco replied. There is one other thing, boss, Shrek said, a note of concern in his voice. Some bad news, I'm afraid. Speak, it's the prisoners. Some of our more forceful interrogations were accidentally caught on a few of the international live feeds. The pundits are having a field day. They're accusing us of torture, saying we've gone too far. HMPH, let them talk, Draco scoffed. Don't waste your time with the hypocrites and the armchair generals. What we do is none of their business. It's not quite that simple, boss. Saint Ethel has contacted us. She's requested that we show more restraint. It seems a lot of people have figured out the connection between us, and they are pressuring her to terminate our contract. Unbelievable, Draco snarled. The world is full of bored people sitting on their backsides, judging the actions of the soldiers on the front line from their moral high ground. If they were the ones in the line of fire, they'd be the first to leg it. Agreed, sir, Shrek said, but the abuse we're getting on our public comms channels is relentless, and the media are hounding my men for interviews. I've ordered a complete press blackout for now. No, Draco countered. That's the wrong move. I want you to grant an interview, Colonel, and I want you to give those reporters a few choice, forceful words to print. With pleasure, boss. As the call ended, the bomb squad gave the all clear. The explosives were disarmed. At that exact moment, a distress call came in. The MS team Draco had sent to the third location was under heavy attack. Draco disconnected the charging cable. The Z Gundam transformed, shifting into its sleek Wave Rider form. The Strike Gundam leaped into the air and landed squarely on its back, using the transformed machine as a makeshift high-speed transport. Persica slammed the thrusters to maximum, and the two Gundams rocketed towards the signal. Damn it, we're getting hammered here, the Dagger Squadron leader yelled. They're just sitting back and pounding us with heavy weapons. At this rate, they'll punch a hole through the colony wall. Their ground troops have pushed into the sub-levels. Another pilot reported, our own infantry can't advance. The Dagger MS, designed for versatility, were outgunned. The enemy was using massive tower shields to absorb their counterattacks, while relentlessly bombarding them with heavy cannons. A dual dagger and two 105 daggers had already been destroyed. What's the Eater on backup? Stand by confirmed. The Gundams are 30 seconds out. The news sent a jolt of energy through the beleaguered squadron. Hold the line, lads, the commander roared. Tell the ground team to get ready to push into the sub-levels. Aboard the enemy command suit, the terrorist leader was raging. What is wrong with you idiots? How have you not broken this pathetic little squadron yet? He tried to call for reinforcements, but there was no reply. Are you deaf? Did you not hear my order? He screamed into the calm. Annoyed, he glanced at a secondary monitor and froze. A new, unknown mobile suit was right there, its massive anti-ship sword raised. He saw a flash of light, and then nothing. The Sword Strike Gundam had arrived. In a single, devastating pass, it destroyed 6 of the enemy machines, its massive blades shearing through their heavy shields and armor as if they were made of foil. The Dagger Squadron, their morale soaring, launched a ferocious counterattack. From the sky above, the Z Gundam, now back in MS mode, provided fire support, its beam rifle picking off targets with clinical precision. As the battle raged, Draco noticed a familiar figure on his screen. A reporter, broadcasting live from the front line with the Tianyi ground troops. He frowned in annoyance, but was distracted by the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Dagger Squadron, mop up the remaining hostiles, he ordered. Persica, you're with me. We'll handle the newcomers. The 12 new enemy suits didn't stand a chance. This is absolutely astonishing, the short-haired reporter exclaimed, her voice a breathless mix of fear and excitement as she directed her cameraman towards the 2 dueling Gundams. The 2 mysterious mobile suits that intervened earlier are now engaging the terrorist reinforcements. And my God, in less than a minute, they've done it. They've wiped them all out. She grabbed a passing Tianyi mercenary by the arm. Sir, those 2 machines, are they yours? The soldier glanced at her, gave a single curt nod, then shook her hand off and continued with his mission. Right, the reporter said, turning back to her camera undeterred. Well, there you have it. We are now following the Tianyi ground forces as they prepare to assault the enemy's last known position in the colony's sublevels. The question on everyone's mind: can a private mercenary company operate with the same efficiency as a state military? Let's find out. She and her cameraman fell in line behind the advancing soldiers, her live feed broadcasting the incredible performance of the Strike and Z Gundams to a stunned galactic audience. They were now heading deep underground. Chapter 79. The press conference. The conference hall was a cauldron of noise and light. Colonel Shrek stood alone at the podium, a grim, unmoving figure facing a forest of cameras and a clamoring pack of international journalists. He raised a hand for silence, then pointed a single, decisive finger at a reporter in the front row. Colonel Shrek, Starlight Media. The journalist began, her voice sharp and accusatory. It is alleged that your mercenaries have been torturing prisoners to extract information. This is a flagrant violation of fundamental human rights. What is your response to these allegations? Shrek met her gaze, his expression unreadable. Before I answer that, he said, his voice a low, rumbling baritone that carried easily over the whispers of the crowd, I would ask you, and all those who are so quick to condemn us, to first look at the screen behind me. Watch, and then we can have a discussion about human rights. The massive viewscreen behind him flickered to life. The images that followed were a descent into hell, a street littered with the dead and the dying, mangled limbs and shattered bodies. The ground itself was slick, with so much blood it looked as if the very cobblestones were bleeding. The footage was so visceral, so utterly horrific that several journalists in the room audibly gasped. Across the galaxy, viewers watching the live broadcast turned away from their screens, sickened. The montage continued, a relentless catalogue of terror. Close-ups on the faces of the dead, their features frozen in masks of pure, undiluted fear. Drone footage of the terrorists firing their rifles indiscriminately into screaming, fleeing crowds. A panoramic shot of a plaza, so thick with bodies it was impossible to see the ground beneath. After what felt like an eternity, the screen went black. A profound, heavy silence filled the hall. Shrek let it hang in the air for a moment before he spoke again, his voice now dangerously soft. You speak to me of human rights, he said, his eyes still fixed on the Starlight reporter. Did those terrorists respect the human rights of the people they slaughtered? How many orphans and widows do you think they created in their rampage? How many families did they shatter? Compared to their barbarism, the methods we employed were a mercy, and unlike them, we did not harm a single innocent soul. The reporter, though visibly shaken, would not back down. That is irrelevant, Colonel. A crime is a crime. Prisoners have rights, and by failing to treat them humanely, you have violated international law. The International Treaty on the Treatment of Prisoners of War, Shrek corrected her, his voice cutting like steel, applies to the uniformed soldiers of sovereign nations. It does not apply to private military companies. We have therefore broken no international laws. The reporter's face flushed a deep crimson. She was left utterly speechless, checkmated. Hands shot up across the room. Shrek pointed to another journalist. Colonel, ABC Media, you claim the intelligence you gained from these interrogations was vital. Can you elaborate? Certainly, Shrek replied. It was because of that intelligence that we were able to learn of the enemy's wider plans and react in time. We shared that information with the local authorities, and working together, we were able to prevent a number of further atrocities. Can you be more specific? Watch the screen. A new video began to play. This time, it showed Tianyi mercenaries working alongside local bomb disposal squads, disarming a series of powerful explosives. The scene cut to a nighttime raid, with Tianyi forces capturing another terrorist cell. Then, a clip of his men storming a building, killing the hostiles inside, and rescuing a group of terrified civilian hostages. While I do not personally condone your methods, Colonel, the reporter conceded, it seems clear that your objective was to save lives and prevent further tragedy. In that context, I believe your actions may be considered excusable. His words ignited a firestorm of debate on the public networks, instantly polarizing the global audience. One camp argued that torture was an absolute evil, never to be justified. The other argued that in the face of such brutal terrorism, extreme measures were not only acceptable, but necessary. Shrek pointed to a reporter from the Cathayan Empire, Colonel Zhangwei Media. I have 2 questions. First, what is the status of the prisoners now that you have finished interrogating them? They are being held in a secure location, Shrek stated. They will be handed over to the judicial authorities of the Republic of Stonk to stand trial for their crimes. Why not simply execute them? The reporter followed up. We are soldiers, not executioners, Shrek said firmly. We used harsh methods for a single specific purpose, to gain time-sensitive intelligence. Once we had what we needed, the interrogations ceased. Justice is not for us, or for an angry mob to decide. It is for a court of law. The fate of these men, whether it be life imprisonment or the death penalty, will be decided by a judge. The response resonated with the audience. The consensus began to form. The Tiani group was ruthless, yes, but they still adhered to a civilized code. My second question, the reporter continued. The galaxy has been captivated by the performance of your advanced mobile suits. They seem invincible on the battlefield. Can you tell us what they are? A rare, proud smile touched Shrek's lips. Gundam, he said, his voice ringing with pride. That is the name of our super mobile suit. And are these Gundams available for purchase? I'm afraid not. He pointed to another reporter. Voice of today, Colonel. Is the battle for this colony still ongoing? The situation in orbit is nearly resolved, he reported. Here on the ground, the majority of the terrorist cells have been eliminated. We are still, however, working with the local government to hunt down the remaining hostiles. Is it true your company is being paid by the Stonk government for this? We are a mercenary company. We work for money. The Republic of Stonk has offered a considerable fee for our services. The exact amount is confidential. You were originally contracted by the Saintess. Has that contract now been terminated? Our contract with Her Holiness is still in effect. We only accepted the secondary contract from the Stonk government after consulting with and receiving the express permission of our primary client. Will your forces be assisting with the general evacuation of the colony? Our contract is to eliminate the terrorists and assist in maintaining order. The logistics of the civilian evacuation are the responsibility of the local government. As the press conference was drawing to a close, one last reporter was chosen. Colonel, in all the operations your forces have conducted, have you found any evidence of the weapons of mass destruction that triggered this crisis? Any chemical agents? To date, we have only discovered and neutralized conventional explosives, Shrek said. However, one of our ground teams is, at this very moment, engaged in a firefight in the colony's sublevels, pursuing a major terrorist cell. What they will find down there we do not yet know. He paused, a dramatic glint in his eye. But I can patch a live feed from one of our combat drones through to the main screen right now. Would the members of the press be interested in watching? Every hand in the room shot up. The screen behind Shrek flickered to life again, this time showing a live, high-angle shot from a hovering drone. The image was of a fierce, chaotic firefight in a cavernous underground tunnel. In the thick of the action, clearly visible amidst the plasma bolts and explosions, was the short-haired female reporter and her cameraman, broadcasting live from the heart of the battle. Chapter 80, Leaving Colony Number 5. As you can see, the tide has turned, the short-haired reporter said, her voice a breathless, adrenaline-fueled commentary over the sound of gunfire. The Tiani mercenaries are pushing forward, their assault relentless. The terrorist forces are being systematically suppressed. She directed her cameraman's attention upwards. And look at this. This is the drone swarm tactic we've been hearing about. Get a shot of that. Let's see how they operate. The audience was treated to a stunning view. A cloud of dozens of small, agile drones hovered in the cavernous sublevel, a swarm of metallic hornets. They moved with a predatory grace, diving and weaving to establish firing positions above the beleaguered terrorists, unleashing a merciless crossfire from a dozen different angles. For the terrorists, already reeling from the ferocity of the mercenaries' ground assault, it was the final straw. The drone swarm was a terrifying, inescapable web of death that broke their will to fight. Within minutes, the battle was over. The ground was littered with the bodies of the gunmen and the wreckage of a few downed drones. We surrender, "Don't shoot," the few remaining survivors screamed, throwing their rifles to the ground and raising their hands high in the air. The drones hovered menacingly above them as the Tianyi ground troops moved in, cuffing them and marching them away. During the subsequent search of the area, the mercenaries found a heavy briefcase lying next to the body of one of the terrorist commanders. The reporter and her cameraman moved in for a closer look. A Tianyi soldier cautiously opened the case, glanced inside, and immediately snapped it shut, his face grim. He gave a sharp, urgent hand signal. Before the reporter could ask what was happening, she and her cameraman were grabbed by other soldiers and forcefully pulled back. "What is it?" she demanded, struggling against their grip. "What's in the case?" The soldier holding her didn't say a word, his expression granite hard as he half-dragged, half-carried her to what he deemed a safe distance. She directed her cameraman to keep filming. A specialized team arrived, placing the briefcase into a secure, airtight containment unit. Other soldiers, carrying canisters on their backs, began to spray a fine, decontaminating mist over the soldier who had first opened the case. The horrifying truth dawned on the reporter. It was a chemical weapon, a poison gas device. The decontamination teams moved methodically through the area, spraying every soldier, and finally the reporter and her cameraman themselves. "That squad leader," she said, her voice trembling as she spoke to her audience, "is this area? Is it near one of the colony's main air filtration units?" The squad leader, his face grim, overheard her and gave a single, curt nod. "It is," he said. "If we'd been a minute later, they would have activated it. The gas would have been pumped to the surface. Everything within a 1-kilometer radius would have been blanketed. All of the evacuating civilians, all of the soldiers, they would all be dead." The reporter clutched a hand to her chest, her own brush with death suddenly, terrifyingly real. "It was a close shave," she said, her voice shaking. "A very close shave. If these mercenaries hadn't got here in time, we would all be dead." Back at the hastily assembled press area, the reporters watching the live feed immediately packed up their gear and ran, all of them now desperate to embed themselves with the heroic Tianyi mercenaries. Colonel Shrek, recognizing a golden public relations opportunity when he saw one, graciously gave his permission. In the quiet of the forward operating area, the strike Gundam was recharging, tethered to its mobile power unit. Draco watched his dagger squadrons maintaining their perimeter, their ground crews using drone-delivered equipment to conduct rapid, efficient field repairs. Nearby, his medical teams were tending to the wounded. He opened a private channel to the Z Gundam. On the screen, Persica looked pale and drawn, her usual composure frayed by exhaustion. "You're tired," he stated simply. "A little," she admitted. "There's a lull in the fighting. Get some rest. Replenish your strength." "Yes, boss." A convoy of local government vehicles arrived, carrying a team of counter-terrorism experts to take custody of the captured chemical weapon. With the immediate threat dealt with, the Tianyi ground troops were finally able to stand down and rest. A hot meal delivered from the Albion's mess hall was a welcome relief. Draco ate in his cockpit, reviewing the latest intelligence reports. In the Z Gundam, Persica ate her own rations, and then, overcome by exhaustion, fell into a deep sleep. Draco finished his review. A new set of orders had come through. They were to escort the Saintess and a large contingent of civilian evacuees to the relative safety of Stonk's colony No. 4. What a faff, he grumbled to himself, rubbing his tired eyes. Still, the money's good, but sometimes it's a real pain to earn it. He leaned back in his pilot's seat, closing his eyes for a few moments of much-needed rest. The short-haired reporter, meanwhile, was still broadcasting, now doing an impromptu review of her mercenary-issued meal pack. "As you can see," she said between bites, "the portions are generous. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, a large portion of rice, and a carton of fresh milk. It's not gourmet, but it's nutritious, and more than enough to keep these soldiers on their feet." The events on Colony No. 5 were being watched with a rapt and increasingly fearful attention in the war rooms and cabinet offices of every major galactic power. But their focus was not on the terrorist attack or the fragile peace. It was on the Gundams. The combat data, streamed live across the galaxy, had sent a shockwave through the military establishment. The performance of these unknown machines was a complete game changer. They had rendered entire classes of conventional weapons obsolete, and were demonstrably superior to any standard-issue mobile suit currently in service. Military supercomputers ran frantic, endless simulations. The conclusion was always the same. The 8 Gundams that had been observed on camera possessed the combat potential to single-handedly annihilate an entire fleet. A quiet, cold fear began to settle in the hearts of the galaxy's most powerful leaders. Who had created these monsters, and how had a provincial mercenary company from the Backwater 6 district come to possess a technology that could overturn the established balance of power? They were also taking a keen interest in Tiany's other assets, their advanced infantry armor, their devastatingly effective drone swarm tactics, their miraculous medical technology. A new, unknown power had just stepped onto the galactic stage, and no one knew what their intentions were. In a lavish, sprawling mansion in the capital of the Cathayan Empire, Patriarch Valerius long sat in his ancestral chair, his face a grim mask as he watched the live feeds on a wall-sized screen. Gathered around him were his sons, his daughters, his grandchildren, and the most senior members of the Long family clan. He turned to his grandson, Chengshuan. "Our new Jin-type mobile suit," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "How does its performance compare to that of the Dagger series?" Chengshuan swallowed hard. "Grandfather," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "there is no comparison. The Dagger is a far superior machine. In every engagement we have witnessed, it has demonstrated an overwhelming combat advantage. And the new Gundams," the Patriarch pressed, they are in another league entirely from the earlier models." An ugly, bitter expression twisted the old man's face. It was the look of a man consumed by a sudden, catastrophic regret. He thought back to the day his agents had stolen the blueprints from his estranged grandson's childhood home. He had thought he had seized the boy's greatest treasures, the very source of his technological genius. Now he saw the horrifying truth. The blueprints he had stolen were, for obsolete, discarded technology. Even the infantry armor designs were a pale imitation of the combat suits the Tiany mercenaries were using on the live feed. He had been a fool. Lady Helena long watched her father, her brother, and her nephew. She saw the dawning horror in their eyes, the fear, the regret. They all knew they had made a terrible, terrible mistake. The old patriarch turned to her, his eyes pleading. "Helena, my daughter," he said, his voice trembling with a desperate urgency. "There is something I must ask you to do for me." Chapter 81, a glimmer of hope on display. "Father," Lady Helena Long began, her voice deceptively calm, though she knew full well what was coming. "You said there was something you needed my help with." "Helena, my dear," the old patriarch said, his voice strained, "I need you to send a message to Draco. Tell him I am ready to acknowledge him as a true descendant of the Long family. His sisters, too, of course. They will all be welcomed." A short, sharp, humorless laugh escaped Helena's lips. It was a sound like breaking glass. Her father looked at her, confused. Her brother, Yingxuan, frowned. "What are you laughing at, sister? This is what you always wanted. Father is finally acknowledging him. Why would you laugh?" The sound that came from her this time was colder, laced with a bitter mockery that made the hairs on the back of Yingxuan's neck stand up. She looked from her brother to her nephew, and finally to her father, her expression one of pure, theatrical amusement. The patriarch's eyes narrowed. He knew this look. It was the calm before the storm. The other family members in the room subtly shifted in their seats, preparing for the inevitable eruption. It came a second later. Helena slammed the palm of her hand down on the polished mahogany table with a crack like a gunshot. "I told you to leave it to me," she roared, her voice trembling with a furious, righteous anger. "I told you to wait. But you couldn't, could you? You had to go behind my back, to try and steal his life's work like common thieves. You undermined my efforts. You showed him nothing but contempt. And in doing so, you have cost this family a fortune of truly astronomical proportions. And do you really believe that what you've seen on the news is the best he has to offer? Don't be fools. That is likely just the tip of the iceberg. For the sake of a few pathetic, short-term gains, you have committed an act of unbelievable stupidity. When Faye finds out what you've done, you will all pay the price. Especially you, father. I warned you, I begged you not to do this, but you wouldn't listen. And now you have the gall to ask me to clean up the hornet's nest you've kicked over. What kind of pathetic, useless head of the family are you?" She slammed her hand on the table again, the wood groaning under the force of the blow. A stunned silence fell over the room. No one had ever dared to speak to the patriarch with such open disrespect. The old man himself seemed to shrink in his chair, the weight of his regret now a crushing physical burden. "Helena," he pleaded, his voice now small and desperate, a mixture of fear, remorse, and a tiny, flickering ember of hope. Tell him it's not just an acknowledgement. Tell him I will make him the young master of this family, the next patriarch. Just tell him to come home." This time, Helena's laughter was a raw, broken sound, laced with tears. She pointed a trembling finger at her father. "Oh, father," she said, her voice catching, "if you had only done this from the very beginning, if you had just shown him and his sisters a shred of decency, of respect, we would never have come to this." She stood and walked towards the door, then paused, turning back for one final, devastating pronouncement. "And mark my words, father, the day Draco finally returns to the Cathayan Empire, I predict that every single one of you will be on your knees, begging for his favor. You will be desperately, pathetically, pleading for his forgiveness for everything you have done." She left without another word. The patriarch sat alone in his great chair, his usual aura of domineering power completely gone, replaced by the ghost of a broken man, his mind desperately searching for a way to undo a mistake that could never be undone. A day had passed since the terrorist attack. The leaders of Kester, Magia, and Dak had returned to their respective nations. The president of Stonk, however, remained on Colony No. 5, moving amongst his people, offering words of comfort and encouragement, his speeches filled with a newfound resolve and sincerity. His approval rating, which had been languishing below 50%, skyrocketed to over 70%. The opposition party was utterly silenced. The colony's governor, who had been one of their own, had been exposed as a traitor, and their reputation was in tatters. "Take him out," the squad leader's voice ordered over the calm. Miles away, a Tianyi sniper exhaled and gently squeezed the trigger. The target, another terrorist commander, dropped without a sound. A moment later, a combined team of Tianyi mercenaries and local special police stormed the room, eliminating the remaining hostiles and rescuing another group of terrified hostages. Elsewhere, the brutal, attritional battle for the colony continued. A Dagger MS squadron was locked in a fierce firefight with an equally sized enemy force. The Tianyi pilots were fighting with one hand tied behind their backs, deliberately using lower-yield weapons to avoid causing further structural damage to the colony. The terrorists had no such compunctions, unleashing their most powerful weapons without a thought for the consequences. Despite this disadvantage, the superior performance of the Dagger series mobile suits and the skill of their pilots was beginning to tell. After 4 minutes of savage, close-quarters combat, the last of the enemy machines exploded. The cost had been high. 3 of the Dagger units were heavily damaged. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the ground floor of the very building from which the hostages had just been rescued. It was a trap. The local police team, who had been securing the lobby, were wiped out. The blast wave tore through the street outside, sending the rescued hostages and their Tianyi escorts flying. Several were caught in the fireball, their screams adding to the cacophony of the battle. Then came the ambush. From the surrounding buildings, a hidden enemy force opened fire on the rescuers. Several Tianyi mercenaries went down. The reporter and her cameraman, who had been interviewing the hostages in a nearby ambulance, saw the explosion and, without a moment's hesitation, ran towards the sound of the fighting. From behind the relative safety of a burned-out vehicle, she began to broadcast. "As you can see," she said, her voice tight with fear, "the rescue team has been ambushed. They are engaged in a fierce firefight." She ducked as a stray plasma bolt sizzled over her head. "Incredible. Several of the mercenaries are charging the enemy position. Their armor, the bullets are just bouncing off them, and my God, several others have just vanished. They must be using some kind of active camouflage. They are flanking the enemy." At that moment, 2 soldiers dragged a wounded comrade into cover right beside her. Quickly, the reporter hissed to her cameraman, "Get this." The camera zoomed in. The soldiers carefully removed the wounded mercenary's helmet and chest plate. It was a woman, her face pale and contorted in pain, as she clutched a bleeding wound in her side. "Hold on," one of her comrades said, pulling a Medigel injector from his belt. "I'll patch you up." He pressed the device to the flesh next to her wound and administered the dose. The effect was instantaneous and miraculous before the astonished eyes of the reporter, and the billions watching her live feed. A trickle of dark, congealed blood was pushed from the wound, followed by the flattened metal of the bullet itself. Then the flesh began to knit itself together, the gaping hole closing and sealing in a matter of seconds, leaving behind nothing but smooth, unblemished skin. "My God," the reporter gasped. "What was that? What was that stuff?" The wounded mercenary, though still pale, was already sitting up. One of her comrades helped her to her feet to lead her away from the fighting, while the other picked up his rifle to rejoin the battle. The reporter tried to stop him. "Sir, please, what was that injector? What is that technology?" she pleaded, but he simply brushed her aside and ran back into the fray. A few moments later, the firefight ended. The cloaked soldiers had done their work. The ambush was broken. "As you can see," the reporter said to her audience, her voice filled with awe, "the battle is over, but the mystery of this incredible healing technology remains. As you have just witnessed, the mercenaries refused to comment." Her attention was then drawn to a new sight: medics carrying stretchers bearing the horribly burned victims of the earlier explosion. She and her cameraman immediately followed. "Boss," Colonel Shrek's voice came over Draco's private channel, "the Medigel has been seen. It was broadcast live. The reporters are going crazy." "It doesn't matter," Draco replied calmly. "I wasn't planning on keeping it a secret forever." "There's another issue, boss," Shrek continued. "Some of the rescued hostages have suffered severe burns. The local medical facilities aren't equipped to treat them. I was thinking perhaps we should use our own medical pods." Draco didn't hesitate. "Do it," he said, "and let the reporters film it. It's good for business." He added a final cautionary note, "but make sure that's all they see." "Understood, boss." Chapter 82, Evacuation. "My God, it's like something out of a dream. What kind of technology is this?" The reporter stammered, her voice a hushed whisper of pure awe as she broadcast live from the makeshift infirmary aboard the Albion. "To take a patient with such catastrophic burns and restore them right before our eyes. It's even more advanced than the injector we saw earlier. Frankly, it's black magic." On the screen, the global audience watched in stunned silence as the patient inside the glowing medical pod was healed. Charred flesh regressed, new skin grew, and in a matter of minutes the man was whole again, without a single scar to mark his ordeal. The broadcast ignited a firestorm of debate among galactic commentators, with some even speculating that the technology couldn't possibly be human in origin. It had to be alien. Then the broadcast was abruptly terminated. The reporter and her cameraman were politely but firmly invited to leave. Their camera was confiscated, a black bag was placed over their heads, and they were escorted from the warship by several grim-faced Tiani mercenaries. Once back on the dock, their camera was returned to them, its memory wiped of the last few minutes of footage. "Apologies for that interruption, viewers," the reporter said, recomposing herself with admirable speed. "As you can see, the Tiani group is very protective of its secrets. We will now return to our coverage of the ongoing situation." Across the colony, the last pockets of terrorist resistance were being systematically rooted out and destroyed. The Z Gundam dispatched the last 2 enemy mobile suits, then raked the ground troops with a burst from its head-mounted Vulcan cannons. The surviving terrorists threw down their weapons and surrendered. In the cockpit, Persica let out a long, weary sigh as the order came through from Colonel Shrek. All Gundams were to return to the mothership. She emerged from the cockpit a few minutes later, the adrenaline of battle replaced by a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. Well, a voice drawled from a nearby gantry. Aviana was leaning against the railing, a smirk on her face. "Heard you did all right out there, new girl." Persica was too tired to rise to the bait. She gave a simple nod and started to walk away. "Don't get cocky," Aviana called after her. "Don't think one good showing means we accept you. You'd better not drop the ball on the next mission, or I swear, we'll all be petitioning the commander to have your ace status revoked." "Lieutenant Aviana," a new voice cut in, quiet but carrying an unmistakable edge of command. "If you have so much spare time to critique your comrades, perhaps you should be using it to rest and prepare for the next engagement." Aviana stiffened. She turned and was shocked to see Draco standing there, his expression unreadable. She immediately snapped to attention, a crisp salute on her lips. "Yes, boss." Draco himself was running on fumes. For days he had been fighting non-stop, catching what little sleep he could in his cockpit, always ready for the next crisis. He gave Aviana a dismissive nod and headed for his own quarters. He needed a proper bed. He was lying on his bunk, on the verge of a deep and dreamless sleep, when his internal calm chimed. It was Shrek. What is it, Colonel? He asked, his voice rough with exhaustion. Boss, it's the president of Stonk and the Saintess. They want to open negotiations. They're asking about the medical pods and the Medigel. Tell them they can get in the queue, Draco grumbled. Both technologies are still in the experimental phase. They are unstable. We only deployed them because of the emergency. If they want to talk business, they'll have to wait until the tech is fully mature and certified. Yes, boss. In a luxurious office in the heart of the Cathayan Empire's capital, the Varlan sisters were watching the same news feeds as the rest of the galaxy. That medical pod, Kalia, Xylia mused, her brow furrowed. Do you really think that's Faye's own work? I don't know, Kalia admitted, her mind a whirl of confusion as she tried to reconcile the grim-faced soldier on the screen with the quiet, intense little brother she remembered. He used to draw them, you know, Weenia said softly. Mostly it was military stuff, warships and mobile suits, but sometimes he'd sketch industrial machines, medical equipment. A look of profound fear entered Kalia's eyes. I'm worried, Xylia, she said, her voice barely a whisper. If he really did invent all of this on his own, every major power in the galaxy will be after him. His life will be in constant danger. What can we do? Weenia asked, her own face pale with worry. We have to ask Aunt Helena, Kalia said, her resolve hardening. We have to ask her to watch over him, to protect him. At that moment, the intercom on Kalia's desk buzzed. What is it? She asked. After a moment, she nodded. I understand. Send him up. Is it a client, sis? Xylia asked. Should we leave? No, stay, Kalia replied, a strange expression on her face. The visitor is from one of Faye's companies. Faye's companies, Weenia said, confused. But he's in the arms trade, isn't he? What business could he possibly have with us? Xylia playfully tapped her younger sister on the head. You daft sausage, she said with a smile. Have you forgotten what Aunt Helena told us? Faye took over a number of her subsidiary industries. He's not just a gun runner anymore. He's building an empire. She turned back to Kalia. So who's he sent? A representative, Kalia replied, from the Tiani Chip Manufacturing Company. Well, Xylia mused, our corporation does have a software division. This could be very interesting indeed. By evening on the second day after the attack, reinforcements from the other Stonk colonies had begun to arrive. The local military forces, bolstered by the newcomers, were slowly restoring order and coordinating the mass evacuation. The fighting had subsided into sporadic, vicious skirmishes, but the colony itself was dying. The damage was too severe. Large sections had been breached, and the hasty patch repairs were only delaying the inevitable structural collapse. Of the colony's more than 3 million inhabitants, only a fraction had been evacuated. By dawn on the third day, the first wave of 100 transport ships had departed, carrying a mere 200,000 souls to safety. A number of wealthy citizens had fled on private vessels, taking their families and friends with them, but for the nearly 2.9 million people still trapped on the dying station, the sight of the first 100 ships leaving, and the knowledge that the remaining 100 could only carry another 200,000 was a death knell. Panic, raw and primal, erupted in the crowded evacuation shelters. All hell broke loose. The overstretched government officials and local military forces were completely overwhelmed as the terrified citizens rioted. It was then that the president of Stonk proved his mettle. He went, unprotected, into the heart of the riots, his voice broadcast across the entire colony. He promised them that more ships were on their way, that this was only the first wave, and to prove his sincerity, he made a solemn vow. I will not leave, he declared, his voice ringing with an unshakable conviction. I will remain here with you. We will face this together. The last person to leave this colony will be me. His words and the sheer courage of his actions cut through the panic. A fragile calm settled over the terrified populace. For now they had hope. Chapter 83. The Aleiavenana surgery. By midday on the third day, a new convoy of 50 transport ships arrived at Colony No. 5, a welcome sight for the beleaguered government officials, who immediately began organizing the next wave of the evacuation. Aboard the Albion, Draco lay on the bed in his private quarters. the cool light of a datapad illuminating his weary face as he reviewed the final casualty report. It was a grim read. MS losses: 105 daggers, 3 dual daggers and 2 buster daggers destroyed. Ground troops: 17 killed in action, 36 seriously wounded, 112 with minor injuries. The report continued. All 112 of the lightly wounded had been treated and had returned to duty. Of the 36 serious casualties, 12 had made a full recovery, 23 were still undergoing treatment, and one had been successfully treated but was now a quadriplegic, his nervous system irreparably severed. Draco sat bolt upright. A quadriplegic. He scanned the details. The soldier was a boy, 13 years old. The prognosis was non-existent. Conventional neurosurgery offered less than a 10% chance of any meaningful recovery. He stared at the words, his mind racing. Severed nerves. A radical, dangerous idea began to form. The animeanalysis. The nanomachine injection creates the spinal interface, but the core of the system is formed in the brainstem. But before that, my own research into nanoneurosurgery. It might be possible to repair the damaged nerves, to rebuild the connections. Based on my data, for a child this age, the success rate would be 50%, maybe less. He continued to muse, his fingers tracing the cold surface of the datapad. A 13-year-old boy, according to the original source material. The surgery is most effective on subjects still in their formative growth period. But to have the best chance, I'd need to use the refined surgical procedure. Then again, I remember McGillies underwent the procedure as an adult. Given all the variables, 50% seems about right. A coin toss. He rose from the bed, walked to his desk and opened a locked drawer. Inside, nestled in a padded case, were several sterile vials containing the very nanomachines he needed. Right then, he murmured to himself, "It's worth a shot." He left his quarters and made his way to the ship's main infirmary. "Boss," a medic said, jumping to his feet as Draco entered. "Is everything all right, sir?" "I'm fine," Draco replied. "I'm here to see the young soldier, the one who was paralyzed. Bed number 4, sir." Draco walked over to the bed. The boy lay there, his brown hair matted with sweat, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. He saw Draco approach but didn't react, his gaze remaining fixed on the white panels above. "I know that becoming paralyzed is a devastating blow," Draco began, his voice quiet and direct. "I'm not here to offer you empty words of comfort. I'm here to discuss a proposition." The boy's eyes flickered towards him, a universe of pain within them. "Are you here to throw me away?" he asked, his voice a hoarse whisper, like a piece of broken rubbish. "I have no intention of throwing you away." "Then what use am I?" the boy said, a bitter, fatalistic tone creeping into his voice. "My organs, perhaps. Is that it? Are you going to sell me for parts to squeeze out the last bit of value from my worthless body?" "I am not an organ trafficker," Draco said, his voice softening slightly. "I'm here because I have access to an experimental surgical procedure. It's dangerous, it's unproven, but it might just give you a chance to stand on your own 2 feet again." The light in the boy's vacant eyes rekindled, a tiny flicker of impossible hope. He turned his head, his gaze locking onto Draco's. "Really?" he breathed, his voice trembling with a desperate energy. "I could really stand again. Then please do the surgery. Do it now." "It is possible," Draco cautioned, "but you need to understand the risks. The surgery might not be successful. If it fails, we can try a second, or even a third time, but with each attempt, the pain you will endure will be greater, and there is a very real chance that you could die on the operating table." The boy's response was immediate and unwavering. "I would rather die on your table," he said, a fire now burning in his eyes, "than lie here for the rest of my life as a useless cripple." Draco nodded slowly. "All right, I understand. Give me some time to make the necessary preparations." He turned to leave, then paused. "By the way, I've read your file. Your name is Meris, is it not?" "Yes, boss. Born on an asteroid colony. Sold to us by human traffickers. Trained as a ground soldier." "Yes, boss. Right," Draco said. "Get some rest, Meris, and try to stay optimistic. It will improve your chances." With that, he walked out of the infirmary. "Meris," he thought to himself as he walked, "his MS aptitude is poor. Even as an infantryman, His combat evaluation is merely average. If the Isekai surgery is successful, will he develop the organ for spatial awareness, just like in the source material? Will his brain be able to process mobile suit data directly? A flicker of unease went through him. In the lore, the system was considered inhumane. If word of this surgery ever gets out, he shook his head, pushing the thought aside. One thing at a time. Right now, I need to prepare for the operation. As the hours ticked by, more and more transport ships arrived at Colony No. 5, a slow but steady stream of hope for the millions still trapped inside. Down at the artificial coastline, the scene was one of controlled chaos. Tiani mercenaries worked alongside the local authorities, maintaining order as the desperate civilians were herded onto the waiting ships. Persica Tau, clad in her Spartan combat suit, stood observing the scene from a distance. Most of the civilians were waiting patiently, sitting on the ground or huddled in makeshift tents. But not all of them. In any crowd, there are always those whose fear curdles into selfishness. Fights were breaking out, people were pushing in the queues, and a constant stream of verbal abuse was being directed at the beleaguered government officials trying to maintain order. Then she saw him, a great hulking brute of a man, shoving his way to the front of a queue, pushing aside a young woman clutching a small child, trying to take her spot. A female official immediately intervened, trying to reason with him, to appeal to his sense of decency. The man was having none of it. He began to scream abuse at her, his face a mask of pure, selfish rage. Even as other civilians began to film him with their phones, he remained defiant. "Go on, film me," he bellowed. "I don't give a damn. I'm getting on that ship and I'm getting off this death trap." "Sir, please," the official pleaded, her voice trembling but firm. "Just let the woman and her child go first. You can be on the next transport." "Why the hell should I?" he roared. "I'm a taxpayer. I have rights. I'm getting on this ship now. You can't stop me. Sir, please, you must cooperate. Get lost." He snarled, and with a single brutal shove, he sent the small, unarmed woman sprawling to the ground. Chapter 84. "Some people are just asking for it, the sheer nerve of that bloke," someone in the crowd muttered. "Doesn't he realize we're all in the same boat?" Another whispered angrily. "Has he got no shame?" The hulking man heard them. He spun around, a sneer twisting his features. "Got something to say?" he bellowed, his voice laced with aggression. "Say it to my face. Let's hear what you've got to say about me, eh?" A sullen, fearful silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to meet his challenge. It was then that 3 Tiani mercenaries, their movements calm and deliberate, stepped forward to confront him. The man puffed out his chest, his arrogance swelling to fill the space. "What do you lot want?" he sneered. "You're just hired guns, and you're working on my government's dime. I'm a taxpayer, which means I'm one of your bosses, so how about you get back to your bloody job and leave me alone?" The mercenary closest to him didn't say a word. In a single, fluid motion, he swung the butt of his rifle, connecting with the man's jaw with a sickening crack. The man let out a choked scream, blood and a couple of teeth spraying from his mouth as he staggered backwards and collapsed onto the deck. The crowd gasped. Phones, which had been hesitantly filming the argument, were now all pointed directly at the scene, recording every detail. You hit me," the man spluttered from the ground, holding his shattered jaw. "You can't do that. I'll have you reported." "I'll wait, what are you doing?" "Stop. Don't hit me." The 3 mercenaries descended on him, their boots and fists rising and falling with a brutal, dispassionate rhythm. The man's defiant roars quickly turned into pathetic whimpers as he curled into a ball, trying in vain to shield his head. The female government official, the one he had pushed to the ground, rushed forward, trying to intervene. "Stop it," she cried. "You can't do this." One of the mercenaries simply caught her by the arm, holding her back and fixing her with a look that dared her to interfere. Her colleagues, seeing the situation, started to move forward, but were stopped in their tracks as other Tiani mercs blocked their path, stun batons held at the ready. The scene, in all its brutal detail, was broadcast live across the galactic networks. The man on the ground was now sobbing, crying for the very authorities he had just been defying. "Help me! Police! Someone! Get them off me!" "Oh, so now you want their help, do you?" One of the mercenaries grunted, punctuating the question with a solid kick to the man's ribs. "A minute ago you were the big man, weren't you? Who the hell do you think you are?" After a few more moments they stopped. One of the mercenaries reached down, grabbing the man by the throat and lifting him effortlessly to his feet. "Now," the mercenary said, his voice a low growl, "are you going to get back in line and cooperate, or do we need to continue this lesson?" The man, his face a swollen, bloody mess, nodded frantically. "I'll cooperate," he mumbled through broken teeth. "I'll follow the rules." The mercenary shoved him away with a final kick. "Then get to the back of the bloody queue." The man scrambled away, half running, half crawling back to his original spot. Another mercenary pointed to the woman with the child. "You," he said, "get your kid on the ship. Now, don't waste any more of our time." Thank you," the woman stammered and hurried her child up the ramp. The mercenary who had restrained the official finally let her go. "See," he said, his voice devoid of any emotion, "with people like that, people who won't listen to reason, there's only one language they understand. You give them a good hiding, then you try reasoning again. If they still don't listen, you hit them again. You keep hitting them until the message gets through. But you can't just resort to violence," she protested, horrified by what she had just witnessed. The mercenary rolled his eyes. "We're in the middle of a disaster, and you want to be civilized. You've got to be joking." At that moment, another mercenary picked up a megaphone. "Listen up, you lot." His amplified voice boomed across the dark. "You all saw what just happened. If you don't cooperate, if you want to cause trouble, then what happened to that bloke is a bloody good example of what will happen to you. If anyone else fancies their chances, we'll be more than happy to take you to a quiet little room and teach you some manners. Now get back in line and wait for instructions." Immediately, some in the crowd immediately complied. Others hesitated, watching to see what would happen next. "Oh, for crying out loud," the mercenary with the megaphone sighed. He unholstered his sidearm and, with a casual air, fired a single shot into the ground at the feet of the crowd. The gunshot echoed across the port, and the remaining onlookers scrambled back in a wave of panic. "If you don't want to eat a bullet, I suggest you do as you're told," he roared. "I'm going to count to 3, and bullets, as they say, don't have eyes." The other mercenaries raised their rifles, the sound of dozens of safeties being clicked off sending a fresh wave of terror through the crowd. 1, he didn't need to get to 2. The entire crowd, including the reporters, surged back into orderly lines, a terrified silence falling over the previously chaotic scene. "Some people are just gluttons for punishment," the mercenary said into the megaphone, his voice dripping with contempt. "Won't listen to a bloody word until you give them a kicking or a warning." He gave a hand signal, and his men resumed their patrol duties as if nothing had happened. Watching from a safe distance, Persica Tau shook her head wearily. "He's not wrong," she murmured to herself. "Some people in this world really are just asking for it." She turned and walked away. The incident, broadcast live, sparked a furious debate across the galactic networks. Many viewers sided with the mercenaries. "Serves him right," one comment read. "In a crisis like this, you follow the rules. He was endangering everyone." Another read, "Some people really do need a good slap to make them listen." Others, however, were horrified. "That's brutality. There's no excuse for that kind of violence. They should have used civilized methods." The debate raged, splitting the audience down the middle. On Carlini note 5, however, the effect of Tiani's methods was undeniable. The local government quickly noticed that wherever the mercenaries were present, the crowds were orderly and compliant. An official request was made. In order to expedite the evacuation, could the Tiani group please send patrols to the other embarkation points, just to encourage cooperation? Colonel Shrek, seeing another lucrative opportunity, readily agreed. The local government was, of course, paying a handsome fee for this additional service. The strategy worked perfectly. The mere presence of a few mercenaries, their rifles slung over their backs and their stun batons held loosely in their hands, was enough to quell any potential trouble. The queues remained orderly, and if anyone did try to push in line, a sharp crack from a stun baton was usually enough to persuade them of the error of their ways. The local government officials, their jobs suddenly made infinitely easier, simply pretended not to see a thing. Chapter 85. A coward on the 4th day, the fragile hope that had begun to take root was shattered. The news that came from the wider galaxy was grim. Terrorist cells, hidden amongst the first wave of evacuees, had activated upon reaching their destination colonies. launching a new wave of attacks and spreading the very panic the evacuation was meant to quell. Worse still, one of the transport ships had exploded mid-journey, a catastrophic act of sabotage that had claimed the lives of all 2,000 souls aboard. The incident drew immediate and furious international condemnation. While world leaders decried the barbarism of the terrorists, they also laid the blame squarely at the feet of the Stonk government, accusing them of gross negligence. The president of Stonk, his face a mask of haggard grief, appeared before the cameras once more. He did not make excuses. He offered another full, public confession, taking complete and personal responsibility for the catastrophic security failures and the tragic loss of innocent life. His political career, he announced, was over. He would remain in his post until the crisis was resolved, at which point his fate would be decided by a vote of the national parliament. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to ask you to open your luggage for inspection." The security at the embarkation points was now suffocatingly tight. Every single person was being subjected to a rigorous identity check and a thorough search of their belongings. The public, having witnessed the Tianyi group's brutal but effective methods of crowd control, were models of quiet compliance. No one wanted to risk a beating. Suddenly, near the boarding ramp of one of the transports, all hell broke loose. "Stop him, crack, crack, crack." A rapid series of gunshots echoed across the dock. A terrorist who had been patiently waiting in the queue had pulled a concealed pistol during his luggage check, shooting and killing several of the unarmed government officials. The crowd screamed and scattered, a wave of pure panic ripping through the orderly lines. The terrorist reached into his open suitcase and pulled out an assault rifle, preparing to open fire on the fleeing civilians. Before he could pull the trigger, a single precise shot rang out, and his head exploded in a fine red mist. A Tianyi mercenary in full combat armor moved cautiously forward and checked the body, then turned his attention to the suitcase. A quick inspection, a sharp, urgent hand signal, and his comrades were moving, clearing a wide perimeter around the luggage. Inside was a time bomb, its digital display already counting down. 24 hours. It had been intended to detonate when the ship was deep in space. Moments later, another attack erupted in a different sector of the port. Then another and another. Terrorist cells, embedded deep within the civilian population, activated simultaneously, opening fire on the crowds. Although they were gunned down by security forces within seconds, each attack left a bloody toll of dead and wounded civilians. Even the heavily guarded artificial coastline, where the Orion and Tianyi fleets were docked, was not immune. The attack there was just as sudden, just as brutal. The pristine white docks were stained with blood, the air was filled with the agonized wails of the wounded, and the heartbreaking cries of those who were now clutching the lifeless bodies of their loved ones. "Get to the wounded," Saint Ethel commanded, her own personnel immediately fanning out to act as battlefield medics. They were joined by Tianyi mercenaries, all of them working frantically to triage the victims, to save those who could be saved. The mercenaries on the ground began carrying the most critically injured, those on the very brink of death, towards their warships, hoping to get them to the advanced medical pods. But their path was blocked. The attacks had triggered a mass panic, and a terrified mob was now surging towards the warships, seeking safety. The guards were forced to form a solid line, holding back the crowd, unable to let anyone through for fear of a terrorist slipping past in the confusion. "We need a path," a mercenary carrying a wounded man on a stretcher yelled into his comm. "Clear a path to the medbay." "Negative," the reply came back from the ship. "We can't. We're barely holding the line as it is. If we open a gap, we'll be overrun. Then send the drones. Give us 10 seconds. A moment later, a fleet of flatbed medical drones floated out from the open hangar bays of the warships. They descended, locking onto the stretchers, and then lifted the critically wounded into the air, ferrying them over the heads of the panicked crowd and into the waiting infirmaries. On the ground, Persica Tao was doing what she could, her limited supply of first aid equipment woefully inadequate for the scale of the carnage. She requested an immediate resupply from the mothership, as she moved from one victim to the next. A reporter's camera panned across the horrific scene, finally settling on a small, heartbreaking tableau. A little girl, no older than 5, desperately shaking the shoulder of her mother, who was lying in a rapidly expanding pool of her own blood. A small crowd of onlookers stood watching, their faces blank, their bodies frozen in a state of shock and apathy. No one was helping. Persica pushed her way through them and knelt beside the woman, a single gunshot wound to the chest, perilously close to the heart. There was nothing conventional first aid could do. She took out her last vial of Medigel. With a practiced hand, she pressed the injector to the flesh next to the wound and administered the dose. The effect, even to those who had seen it on the news, was miraculous. The bullet was slowly, visibly expelled from the wound, followed by a trickle of dark, oxygen-starved blood. Then the flesh began to knit itself together. In a matter of seconds, the wound was sealed. The woman's breathing, though shallow, was stable. The entire event was captured in a stunning close-up, including a clear, lingering shot of Persica's face. She turned to the silent, watching crowd. "Can someone help me?" she pleaded. "She needs to be watched over." No one moved. No one spoke. "Please," she begged, her voice now raw with frustration. "Just for a few moments until the medics can get to her." Some of the onlookers began to drift away. Others just stood there, their expressions cold and distant. A young man standing nearby let out a contemptuous scoff. "What's it got to do with us?" he said, his voice dripping with an arrogant indifference. "It's not my problem, is it?" Nods of agreement rippled through the people standing near him. Slap. The sound was sharp and loud. Persica had hit him, her hand striking his cheek with all the force of her anger and disgust. "You selfish, pathetic little toarag," she hissed, her voice trembling with a righteous fury. "How dare you? At a time like this, how can you say something so cold, so heartless? That woman is not your enemy. She is your compatriot. If you won't help, then fine, but to stand there and say something so despicable, have you no shame, no empathy? How would you feel if that was you lying there, bleeding to death, while everyone just stood by and watched?" "You hit me, you bitch," the man shrieked, clutching his face. "Reporter, did you see that? Get that on camera. Show the world what violent thugs these mercenaries are." Slap. She hit him again, harder this time. "Don't you dare play the victim with me," she snarled. "People like you deserve to be hit. You're nothing but a bloody coward." She then turned her blazing eyes on the rest of the silent crowd. "And as for the rest of you," she roared, "if you're not going to help, then get out of the way. Don't just stand there gawking like ghouls at a funeral. When it's your turn, when you're the one lying on the ground, I wonder if you'll be hoping for a stranger's kindness then, or will you be happy for people to just stand there, as you are now, doing nothing, saying nothing, thinking the same selfish, cowardly thoughts as this pathetic excuse for a man." Her words hit their mark. A wave of shame washed over the crowd. Several people shuffled their feet and looked at the ground. A few even stepped forward, offering to help the wounded woman. Persica just shook her head in disgust and walked away. The entire confrontation was broadcast live. The reaction on the public networks was immediate and overwhelmingly in her favor. That beautiful hero was right to hit him. Serves him right, she told them. The people of Stonk are a bunch of selfish cowards. Chapter 86. A joint declaration from the open hangar doors of the Tiani warships. Swarms of cargo drones emerged, descending to the docks below to deliver desperately needed medical supplies to the mercenaries on the ground. The grim work of treating the wounded continued. Then came a new wave of explosions, more powerful and more widespread than before. The blasts ripped through the crowded embarkation points, and the already dire situation devolved into a vision of hell. Panic, absolute and primal, seized the crowd. People abandoned their belongings, their homes, their entire lives, and simply ran, storming the security checkpoints in a desperate, stampeding mob. Their only thought to get aboard a transport ship and escape. The local military police were completely overwhelmed. The air was thick with the stench of blood and cordite, filled with the screams of the wounded and the dying. Persica saw a terrorist leveling a rocket launcher at a packed refugee shelter. She raised her rifle, fired a single precise shot, and watched the man's head snap back as he fell. She felt a wave of nausea, the bitter taste of bile rising in her throat. It was the first time she had killed a person at such close range. She took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing the sickness down. There was no time for weakness. Death was all around them. The horror was being broadcast live across the galaxy. In response, several neutral nations announced they were dispatching their own humanitarian rescue teams. In the sterile, quiet theater of the Albion's main infirmary, Draco Varlin was oblivious to the escalating chaos outside. He was focused, his hands steady, as he performed the delicate experimental neurosurgery on the young soldier, Meris. When he had finished, he stepped back. He believed the operation had been a success, but he would not know for certain until the boy woke up. He stepped out of the operating theater and into a scene of frantic, organized chaos. Medics and soldiers rushed past, their faces grim. He stopped a passing mercenary. "Report. What's happened?" After a quick, brutal summary, Draco ran for the bridge. Colonel Shrek looked up in surprise as his boss entered, still dressed in surgical scrubs. "Boss, were you just operating on the wounded?" "I was operating on one of our own," Draco replied, his voice tired. "A boy, paralyzed from the neck down. Now tell me everything I've missed." Shrek gave him a full, detailed breakdown of the escalating terrorist attacks and the worsening humanitarian crisis. "Are all of our medical pods now at capacity?" Draco asked, his brow furrowed. "We can't take any more critical patients." "That's correct, boss. And our Medigel supplies? Less than 10% remaining. Have you requested a resupply from HQ?" "I had a bad feeling about this mission from the start, boss," Shrek admitted. "I put in a request for emergency supplies days ago. The Commander-in-Chief dispatched a fleet as soon as he got the message." "How long?" "They're making best possible speed, but even so it'll be 4 days assuming no complications." "Can't they go any faster?" "That is the fastest, boss." Draco ran a hand over his face, shaking his head. "What a bloody mess," he muttered. "This was supposed to be a simple escort mission." "There is one other piece of news," Shrek added. "The resupply fleet. They are also bringing the new Gundams, the Barbados and the Astaroth. They are only just finished," Draco said, surprised. "Are they combat-ready? Have they been properly tested?" "They are running diagnostics and adjustments en route, sir." "Fine," Draco sighed. "I'll fine-tune them myself when they arrive." He was about to leave when Shrek stopped him. "Boss, one more thing. These new Gundams. The report says they are equipped with something called the lightnovel system." "What is it? How is it different from the PX system?" "I'll explain later, Colonel," Draco said, his weariness evident. "Right now I need some rest." The constant, unpredictable attacks had slowed the evacuation to a crawl. Drone footage showed the main thoroughfares were still choked with a desperate sea of humanity. The terrorist bombs were not the only killers. In the panic stampedes that followed each new explosion, hundreds more had been trampled to death. Of the nearly 3 million people still trapped on the colony, only a few 100,000 more could be evacuated on the remaining ships. Time was running out. The colony's structural integrity was failing. The engineer's best estimate was that it had 5 days at most before it broke apart completely. Then from the darkness came an unexpected glimmer of hope. The 3 nations that had been Stonk's bitterest enemies, the Kester warlord state, the Kingdom of Magia, and the Dak hegemony, made a stunning joint announcement. They were dispatching their own fleets of transport ships, not to attack, but to assist in the evacuation. The international community was flabbergasted. No one could understand it. These nations had been devastated by Stonk's war of aggression. Why would they offer aid to their former oppressor? Why were they not taking advantage of this moment of weakness to exact their final revenge? The answer came in a joint statement, broadcast by the 3 leaders, that would resonate across the galaxy. "We have not forgotten the wounds inflicted upon our nations by the Republic of Stonk's aggression. The memory of that suffering will be a brand upon the hearts of our people for generations to come. However, we will not allow ourselves to be consumed by the poison of hatred. To continue the cycle of vengeance is to invite only more sorrow, more death. We look upon the suffering of the people of Stonk not with triumph, but with regret. We will not kick a nation when it is down. We offer this aid in the hope that it will mark the end of the hatred between our peoples. We extend a hand, not a fist. All we ask in return is that the Republic of Stonk remembers the lessons of its past, and that it never again walks the path of war." The statement was met with a wave of international acclaim. In the war-torn 7th District, it sparked something remarkable. The message of reconciliation resonated deeply with the civilian populations of the other warring nations. A massive, grassroots peace movement erupted. People took to the streets, not in protest, but in silent, peaceful sit-ins, begging their own governments to lay down their arms. The leaders who had profited from the war now found themselves in a perilous position, their people no longer sharing their thirst for conflict. In a clandestine, encrypted corner of the galactic network, A group of shadowy figures met. Their holographic projections were deliberately blurred, their voices electronically distorted. "This is a disaster," one of the figures hissed. "This joint statement from those three pathetic little nations is a direct threat to our interests. The peace movement is spreading," another added. "The war cannot be allowed to end. Our profits will suffer. We need to escalate," a third declared. "We need to pour petrol on the fire." "Then it is decided," the first voice said, a cold finality in its tone. "We will launch new attacks. More bombings, more atrocities. We will frame each nation for attacks on the others. We will stoke the embers of their hatred until they are a raging inferno, until they will not rest until their enemies are utterly destroyed." Chapter 87, Sacrifice by the Six-Day Colony. No. 5 was dying. The relentless terrorist attacks had taken their toll, and the station's life support was failing. In nearly half of its sectors, the lights had gone out for good, plunging vast swathes of the city into a cold, silent darkness. It was becoming a ghost town. Aboard the Tianyi warships, the medical bays were operating far beyond their intended capacity. The cycle was relentless. The moment one healed patient was removed from a medical pod, another critically wounded soul took their place. The last of their Medigel supplies had been exhausted. They were now forced to rely on conventional, primitive medicine. Over 1.2 million people were still trapped inside the groaning, failing structure, a constant, desperate river of humanity flowing towards the spaceports, where a flotilla of transport ships was engaged in a non-stop cycle of docking and departing. The local crisis management teams, in a last-ditch effort, had begun distributing emergency spacesuits to those still waiting, a grim acknowledgement that the colony could break apart at any moment. From a darkened observation room high above the Albion's main infirmary, Draco watched the boy, Maris. He was walking, jogging, even sprinting on the treadmill, his movements fluid and natural. He felt better than he had before the injury. He had reported, his reflexes sharper, his senses clearer. Standing beside Draco were Leo Kai, Aviana, Persica, and a silent, watching contingent of other ground force soldiers. They were all in a state of quiet shock. Their boss, the reclusive genius, was also a surgeon capable of performing miracles, of bringing a man back from the brink of a living death. Their eyes were all drawn to the same unnatural detail, the small metallic interface protruding from the base of Maris's neck. They were all desperate to know what it was. Boss Aviana finally broke the silence. "That thing on the back of his neck. What is it?" "That," Draco replied, his eyes still fixed on the boy, "is the interface for the Animeanalysis system." Persica frowned. "Animeanalysis," she said softly, "in an ancient language from my home world, that word has a particular meaning. It means sacrifice. In my world it meant the storehouse consciousness, the foundation of all awareness," Draco thought to himself. "But here, perhaps her people's interpretation is the more honest one." He pushed the thought aside. Explaining the esoteric linguistics of a universe they would never know was a waste of breath. The others, having glanced at Persica, now turned their full attention back to Draco, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "It's complicated to explain," Draco said with a sigh. He produced a small projector and activated it. A complex holographic diagram of the system filled the air between them. "It's easier if I just show you." They watched as the data scrolled past, their expressions shifting from simple curiosity to shock, then to a deep, profound unease. They were awestruck by the system's potential, but also terrified by its implications. "My God," Aviana breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "If you remove the limiters, the performance boost is astronomical. But the drawbacks, the pilot's brain can be overwhelmed by the data feedback, leading to a complete shutdown. But if they can withstand it, their abilities and the mobile suit's power increase exponentially, at the cost of potential post-combat paralysis, or even death on the battlefield." Her mouth hung open, her mind struggling to process the terrible cost of such power. "It's like something out of an old fantasy novel," another soldier murmured. "Like making a pact with a demon. You offer up your own body as a sacrifice in exchange for its terrible strength." Draco said nothing, but he agreed completely. He's not wrong, he thought. I've always felt this system was a fortune bargain. The 72 Gundams of the Calamity War were named for the demons of the Ars Gotia. After all, King Solomon sacrificing himself to the demon King Belial, In exchange for their power, the Aleavenana is the medium for that pact, a ritual of sacrifice, rendered in steel and blood. Liu Kai turned his head stiffly, as if his own neck muscles had seized up. Faye, he said, his voice strained, you've created something incredible. Why don't you just say what you're really thinking, Leo? Draco replied with a wry, humorless smile. I've created something monstrous. It does feel inhuman, Leo admitted, but you can't deny what it represents. A way to push humanity beyond its limits, a form of evolution, however brutal. The surgery has an extremely high failure rate, Draco clarified. Maris was a unique case. He was already paralyzed, a lost cause. He was at the perfect age for the procedure, still in his developmental stage, and he was willing to take the risk. To be honest, I was just taking a punt. I had no real confidence that it would work on the first attempt. As long as the procedure is not forced upon anyone, Persica interjected, her expression thoughtful. As long as the subject is a willing volunteer, then I do not believe it is inhumane. Besides, you gave a paralyzed boy the chance to walk again. From where I stand, the surgery has undeniable merit. Draco gave a slight nod, but he didn't tell her the whole truth. He hadn't just used the Aleavenana procedure, he had combined it with another, more obscure nanotechnology he had discovered in his research. A theoretical treatment for paralysis that restored mobility, but at the cost of greatly diminished physical strength. On its own, it was a flawed solution, but by fusing the restorative properties of that technology with the neural interface of the Aleavenana nanomachines, he had managed to drastically increase the surgery's chances of success. Without his custom modification, Maris would almost certainly still be lying helpless in that hospital bed. Just then, an officer entered the room and whispered a quick report in Draco's ear. Understood, Draco said. You're dismissed. He turned his attention back to the infirmary below. Maris, a word. The boy immediately stopped the treadmill and ran over, snapping to attention. Boss, your orders. When the new Gundams arrive from the mother base, Draco said, I'm assigning you to one of the test pilot slots. I want to see for myself how well you can synchronize with the Aleavenana system. A stunned silence fell over the room. Gundams were for the elite, for the aces. Maris was a no-name ground-pounder who, until a few hours ago, had been a helpless cripple. The boy's eyes went wide, his jaw slack with disbelief. He pointed a trembling finger at his own chest. Me, boss, he stammered. I get to pilot, a Gundam. Don't get ahead of yourself, Draco cut in, his tone brusque. This is a diagnostic test, nothing more. I need to see if the system performs as well in practice as it does in theory. I'm assigning one of my senior pilots to give you some basic training. The last thing I need is a complete rookie fumbling around in the cockpit on the day of the test. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a stunned, ecstatic, and terrified young boy in his wake. Chapter 88. The final evacuation with the final countdown to the collapse of Colony No. 5 now measured in hours. A new, desperate order was issued. All remaining civilians were to abandon their luggage. The evacuation had become a race against time. A quick body search at the checkpoints was now the only thing standing between the terrified populace and the waiting transport ships. On the 9th day, the colony began to die. Great, silent fissures snaked across its hull, and the groaning of stressed metal became a constant, terrifying dirge. There were still 200,000 souls trapped inside. In a final, selfless act, St. Ethel gave the order for her own diplomatic convoy to open its doors, its luxurious staterooms and spacious halls becoming a sanctuary for the desperate. Aboard the Albion, one of Shrek's officers watched the unfolding drama on the viewscreen. She really is a proper saint, that one, he said to the colonel, refused to leave from the very beginning, still out there visiting the wounded, comforting the people. Gives me the heebie-jeebies, though. All it would take is one terrorist in that crowd to take her out. Just like the boss said, Shrek replied with a grim smile. She's the genuine article. That's why she's got the reputation she has. The communications officer turned from his console. Colonel, a new request from the Saintess. She's asking us to open our warships to the remaining civilians. She says the theocracy of Aurea will cover all associated costs. Accept her request, Shrek ordered without hesitation, but I want every single person searched before they set foot on my ship. Sir, the officer continued, Another message. Her Holiness requests that our fleet escort her convoy to the designated safe zone at Stonk's colony. No. 4. Shrek rolled his eyes. Is she having a laugh? He thought to himself. We're still billing her for the daily protection detail. Acknowledge the message, Lieutenant, he said aloud. Draco's voice suddenly came over the command channel. A ship-wide directive. Colonel Shrek, issue a general order. Effective immediately. All personnel are to cease addressing me as boss. From now on I am to be referred to by my rank and name, Captain Varlan. Shrek understood immediately. With thousands of civilians coming aboard, Draco's true identity had to be protected. The international media, now clad in bulky emergency spacesuits, broadcast the colony's final, agonizing moments. From a distance, their cameras captured the awesome, terrible spectacle. The colossal structure, a city in the stars, was cracking, breaking apart, its internal lights flickering and dying like failing synapses. As the disintegration accelerated, the reporters scrambled aboard the last of the departing ships, some of them even managing to secure passage on the Tiani warships. Against all odds, as Colony No. 5 finally tore itself apart in a silent, graceful explosion of metal and crystal, the last transport ship cleared the blast radius. They had made it. Everyone was out. A young, ethnically Chinese reporter named Wang Ziyuling, broadcasting for the Cathayan Empire's Wyong media, was live from inside the Albion's main hangar. Viewers, she said, her voice a mixture of exhaustion and relief, Colony No. 5 is gone, but miraculously, it appears all of its citizens were evacuated in time. I am currently aboard the flagship of the Tiani mercenary group, an MS carrier which I am told is named the Albion. She began to move through the crowds of shell-shocked refugees. Sir, she said to one man who was sitting on the floor, his head in his hands, I'm Wang Ziyuling from Wyong Media. What are your plans now? I don't know, the man mumbled, his eyes vacant. After all this, I just don't know. It was the same story everywhere she looked. The faces of the refugees were masks of helplessness, despair, and a profound, soul-deep weariness. She tried to make her way towards the command section of the ship, hoping to interview one of the mercenary officers, but she was quickly intercepted by a stern-faced soldier. Ma'am, with all due respect, I'm going to have to ask you to return to the designated civilian area. But my work, she began to protest. And my work, the mercenary cut in, his tone leaving no room for argument, is to make sure you lot don't wander off and break any of my multi-million credit equipment. Now back you go. Life aboard the crowded warships was difficult. Food, in particular, had to be strictly rationed. At lunchtime, Wang Ziyuling was once again broadcasting live as the refugees and mercenaries queued together in the mess hall. The meal was Spartan but nutritious. A small scoop of fried rice, 2 sandwiches, a chocolate bread roll, a carton of milk, and a glass of water. Draco, his tray in hand, was looking for an empty seat when he heard a small voice call out, "Big brother, over here." He looked over and saw the little girl, Sophia, waving enthusiastically from a table where she was sitting with her mother. An empty seat was next to them. He smiled and walked over. "Sir," the girl's mother, Lydia, said, "we never got a chance to properly thank you. I don't even know your name." "You can call me Captain Varlan," he said, sitting down, "and please, there's no need for formality." As they ate, Sophia tugged on her mother's sleeve and whispered something in her ear. "No, Sophia," Lydia whispered back. "You have your own. You can't ask the captain for his." The little girl's face fell. A moment later, she let out a small gasp. "Mummy, my chocolate bread is gone." "What do you mean gone? Are you sure you didn't eat it already?" "No, I didn't," she insisted. Draco glanced at the shifty-eyed, middle-aged man sitting on Sophia's other side and immediately understood. He pushed his own tray forward. "Here," he said to Lydia, "let her have mine. I don't much care for sweet things anyway." He placed his carton of milk next to the bread roll. "And this too. She's a growing girl. She needs the nutrition." "Oh, Captain, I couldn't possibly. Please, I insist." "Well, thank you," she said, gratefully accepting. "Sophia, what do you say to the kind captain?" "Thank you, Captain." The little girl beamed, her previous disappointment completely forgotten. "You're welcome, Sophia," Draco said, ruffling her hair. He finished his meal, cleared his tray, and after a polite nod to Lydia, he left the table. As he walked past the middle-aged man who had stolen the bread, He paused and gave him a single, hard, furious glare. The moment was captured perfectly by Wang Ziyuling's cameraman. The live chat exploded. Did you see that? That scumbag stole a little girl's food. What a disgrace. That mercenary is a true gentleman. Then another comment appeared, and the chat went into a frenzy. Wait a minute, I've seen that face before. That's him. That's the Gundam pilot. The cameraman quickly relayed the information to his reporter. Wang Ziyuling, her meal forgotten, grabbed him and ran, intercepting Draco just as he was about to leave the mess hall. Sir, she said, breathless, blocking his path. The viewers on my network are saying you're a Gundam pilot. Is that true? Can you tell us about your machine? Draco's expression soured. He tried to walk around her, but she moved to block him again. Sir, please, can you just answer my question? His patience, already worn thin by days of constant battle and stress, finally snapped. He reached out, placed his hand on her face, and unceremoniously pushed her out of his way. Get lost, he said, the words a low, irritated growl in his native Cathayan. The shove and the unexpected language seemed to surprise more than offend her. Sir, she said, her eyes lighting up with a sudden idea. You're from the Cathayan Empire. Draco mentally cursed himself for the slip. So what if I am? He asked irritably. The reporter's face broke into a dazzling, professional smile. Well, that makes us compatriots, she chirped. We're practically family. Surely you can spare a moment to say hello to our viewers back home. Draco had had enough of her cloying, manipulative attempts to build a rapport. He gave a subtle hand signal to a pair of nearby mercenaries. A moment later, they had the reporter and her cameraman by the arms and were firmly, but not gently, escorting them from the room. Chapter 89. On passage to Colony Number 4, Colonel, Draco asked, his eyes tracing their projected route on the holographic map. At this speed, what's our ETA for Colony Number 4? Best possible speed, we're looking at 6 days minimum, Shrek replied. And that's if we don't run into any trouble. My main concern is the route itself. We have to pass through the wreckage field of the old Colony Number 6. The wreckage field? Draco queried. What does that mean? It means exactly what it sounds like, sir, Shrek explained. During the initial stages of the war, when Stonk was on the back foot, Colony 6 took the brunt of the counterattack from Kester, Magia and Dak. They managed to repel the invasion, but the colony was destroyed in the fighting. Thankfully, they'd evacuated the civilian population beforehand. The only casualties were military. So the Stonk government still has a shred of conscience then, Commander Hayes remarked from his station, his tone laced with sarcasm. Pulling their people out before the shooting started. Shrek shrugged. More likely they were just trying to save face. These democratic states are always banging on about human rights. Can you imagine the flack they'd have taken from the autocratic regimes if they'd let their own civilians get slaughtered? So this wreckage field, Hayes continued, I take it it's not exactly safe. Not in the slightest, Shrek confirmed. It's a proper hive of scum and villainy, a known hiding place for every pirate and cutthroat in this sector. We'll need to be on our toes going through there. Understood. Draco suddenly tapped a hand to his own forehead. Damn it, I almost forgot. The resupply from HQ. What's the latest? They're pushing hard to catch up, boss. Barring any unforeseen incidents, they should rendezvous with us within the next 2 days. Good, Draco said. Notify me the moment they arrive. I need to personally oversee the final adjustments on the Barbados and the Astaroth. The skeletal remains of Colony No. 6 drifted silently in the void, a ghost city of shattered mirrors and twisted steel. Though largely destroyed, vast sections of its internal structure remained intact, their life support and power systems still flickering with a faint, residual energy. It was the perfect place to hide. Deep within its metallic carcass, 3 heavily modified, antiquated warships were docked together, their hulls scarred with the marks of 100 forgotten battles. They flew the flags of 3 different pirate crews, but each banner bore the same grim motif, the skull. In the dimly lit command center of the lead ship, Sam, a grizzled, grey-haired pirate captain, stared grimly at the 2 holographic figures before him. Well, he growled. Sam, old mate. The man on the left, a swarthy, brown-haired captain named Sunduck, whined. Are we really going to do this? It's a suicide run, plain and simple. And what's your alternative, Sunduck? Sam retorted. I'd rather not die if it's all the same to you. Sam turned his attention to the third figure, a younger, unnervingly calm man with an eye patch named Fukada No. And you, Fukada, what's your take? The mobile suits the Amaterasu Syndicate gave us are top-notch. Fukada said, his voice a low, dangerous monotone. If they'd ordered us to attack a stonk military base, I'd do it without a second thought. But this, ordering us to capture a Gundam from the Tianyi mercenary group, they're sending us to our deaths. He's right, Sunduk chimed in, his voice rising with panic. Have you seen the news? The so-called experts are saying those things are the most powerful mobile suits ever built. They've got footage to prove it. They say one of them can take on 100 enemies, the 3 of our crews combined. Even if we throw everything we've got at them, we'll be walking into a bloody meat grinder. Sam said nothing. He was just as furious about the impassable order as they were, but he was also terrified. He knew what happened to those who defied the Amaterasu Syndicate. He had seen it with his own eyes. Another pirate crew, every bit as powerful as his own, had refused a mission. The Syndicate had sent one of their own enforcement squads. The pirates had been annihilated. We take all the risks, he thought, a bitter, impotent rage burning in his gut. You reap all the rewards. If I had the strength, I'd slit every last one of your throats. Captain, his communications officer yelled. Our network, it's been breached. At the same instant, the officers on the other 2 ships were reporting the same thing. A new holographic window suddenly appeared between the 3 captains. It showed a figure clad in a stylized, demonic mask, its features hidden in shadow. Its voice, when it spoke, was a distorted, genderless electronic rasp that sent a chill down all their spines. Are the 3 of you gathered here to plot a betrayal against your benefactors? No. The 3 captains shouted in unison, their faces pale with terror. We were just discussing the best way to carry out the mission you have so graciously assigned us, my lord. Sam stammered, his earlier bravado completely gone. Yes, that's right. Sunduk and Fukada added, their heads bobbing in sycophantic agreement. Is that so? The masked figure said, a sound like distorted laughter echoing in the small command center. Excellent. Then I am here to provide you with an update. In 2 days, the Tianyi fleet will pass through this sector, escorting a large convoy of refugee transports. Your mission is to engage them and capture a Gundam. My lord, Fukada asked, his voice trembling slightly, are we to attempt to capture all of the Gundams? The masked figure let out another cold, humorless laugh. That would be asking too much of you, it rasped. No. Your mission is to capture a single unit. Do that, and your task will be considered a success. A wave of palpable relief washed over the 3 pirate captains. 1 unit. It was still incredibly dangerous, but it was not impossible. However, the figure continued, should you manage to capture more than 1, the rewards will be beyond your wildest imaginings. The pirates' expressions did not change. They knew a poisoned chalice when they saw one. Capturing a single Gundam would be a miracle. Attempting to take more would be suicide. I await your good news, the figure said. Then the connection was severed. So, Sunduk asked, wiping a sheen of sweat from his brow, what's the plan, Sam? What do you think the plan is? Sam snarled. We go all in. We throw everything we have at them. We try to snatch one of those machines, and the second we have it, we run like hell. Fukada nodded. It's the only way. Mr. President, an aide reported. Another Tianyi fleet has just arrived and is approaching the main convoy. Another one? The president of Stonk asked, surprised. What is its purpose? It appears to be a resupply fleet, sir. So the convoy will have to stop while they take on new supplies. No, Mr. President, the aide replied, his voice filled with a sense of awe. They are not stopping. They are conducting a full-scale, mid-flight resupply operation while maintaining their current course and speed. The president shot to his feet. He came from a long line of military men. He knew the complexities of orbital mechanics and naval logistics. A mid-flight resupply of this scale, between 2 entire fleets, it was supposed to be impossible. Not even the great powers, not the Viridian Federation or the Garthian Empire, possessed such a technology. For a private military company to have mastered it, it was beyond belief. That can't be right, he breathed. It is, sir, the aide said, bringing up a long-range telescopic view on the main screen. We're filming it now. The president stared at the screen, utterly speechless. He watched as the 2 Tianyi fleets flew in a perfect, impossibly close formation. linked by massive umbilical cords through which supplies and personnel were being transferred. A complex ballet of cargo drones and mobile suits moved between the two fleets, a testament to a level of technological and operational mastery he had never thought possible. Then he noticed something else. Two massive, vaguely humanoid shapes, shrouded in heavy tarpaulins, were being carefully transferred from the resupply vessel to the hangar of the Albion. "Wait a minute," he said, pointing a trembling finger at the screen. "Those objects, they couldn't be, are those more Gundams? We cannot confirm their identity at this time, Mr. President," the aide replied, "but given the circumstances, the probability is extremely high." Chapter 90. The Barbaros and Astaroth trials. The two new Gundams were titans of pale, menacing steel. Delivered from the mother base, the Gundam Barbaros and Gundam Astaroth now stood in the main hangar of the Albion, undergoing their final systems checks. Draco worked from a console on the gantry, fine-tuning the Barbaros' complex systems. Inside the machine's chest, Maris sat in the pilot's seat, his new, custom-fitted Spartan suit feeling alien and unfamiliar. "Boss," he said over the comm, his eyes wide as he scanned the cockpit. This is completely different from the GM I trained in. The OS, the software, the interface, it's on another level." "Of course it is," Draco replied without looking up from his work. "And it's completely different from any of our other Gundams, too. This machine is built around the Animeana system, and under no circumstances are you to attempt to connect with it until I give the express command. Do you understand? Why? When you connect, the mobile suit's data feed will be routed directly into your brain for processing. The sheer volume of information, the raw sensory feedback, it's more than an unmodified human mind can handle. If I don't tune the system correctly, you could suffer anything from a mild nosebleed to a fatal cerebral hemorrhage. Your brain could literally cook inside your skull." Maris swallowed hard, a cold knot of fear tightening in his stomach. Behind Draco, Leo Kai watched, his expression intense. "Faye," he said, "if other soldiers were willing to volunteer for the Animeana surgery, would you perform it on them?" Draco knew what his friend was really asking. He turned from the console, his face serious. "Leo, we've been friends for a long time," he began. "I'm not going to lie to you. The surgery is most effective on children, on teenagers still in their developmental stages. That's when the success rate is highest. For a fully grown adult, the failure rate would be 95%, maybe higher." It was a gross exaggeration, a lie born of a deep and genuine concern. The surgery was dangerous for anyone, but Draco would not, risk his best friend's life on the operating table. The lie had the desired effect. The hopeful light in Leo's eyes died, replaced by a look of grim disappointment. He immediately abandoned the idea. He was a soldier, not a fool. He had no intention of dying on a surgeon's table. "Maris," Draco said, turning his attention back to the cockpit, "I've completed the initial calibration. You are clear to connect." The young pilot took a deep, shuddering breath and initiated the link. A universe of pure data slammed into his consciousness, a tidal wave of information so vast and so overwhelming that it felt like his skull was splitting apart. "Lorg, my head," he screamed, his hands flying to his helmet. "Relax, Maris," Draco's voice instructed, calm and steady in his ear. "Breathe. Just breathe." Maris followed the instruction, forcing his body to relax, taking deep, measured breaths. The agony began to subside, the chaotic torrent of data resolving itself into a clear, crystalline stream of awareness. After 10 seconds that had felt like an eternity, he had adapted. "What do you feel, Maris?" Draco asked. "It's bizarre," the boy replied, his voice filled with a stunned wonder. It's like my body and the Gundam have merged. I am the Gundam, and the Gundam is me. And I can feel everything. The space around me, the hangar, the ship. It's like I have a whole new sense." "That is the unique feedback of the Animeana system," Draco confirmed. "Now prepare for the test. Your loadout is a single katana and a training rifle loaded with marker rounds." "Yes, boss." Maris guided the Barbados onto the electromagnetic catapult. A moment later, he was a pale streak of light, rocketing out into the blackness of space. He felt as if his own body was flying, the stars themselves within his reach, as he headed for the designated combat testing area. From the bridge of the Sancta Civitas, Ethel, Yuffie, and John watched the test unfold. "Look," Yuffie said, pointing to the view screen. "A new Gundam. The resupply fleet must have brought it." "It has a strange design," Ethel commented, "almost demonic." "I agree," Yuffie nodded. "That V-fin, it looks like a pair of devil's horns." "The pilot is clumsy," Sir John observed, his arms crossed as he analyzed the machine's movements. "His initial evasion maneuvers were sloppy, but he's learning fast. He's much better now than he was a minute ago." "Do you think it's one of their usual aces, John?" Yuffie asked. "I doubt it," he replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The pilots we've seen so far have been seasoned veterans. Their movements precise and economical. This pilot, he flies like a rookie, a very talented rookie, but a rookie nonetheless." Draco, from his own observation post, had come to a similar conclusion. Maris's marksmanship was passable, his evasion skills were slightly above average, but his close combat instincts, they were extraordinary. The way he handled the katana was a revelation, a whirlwind of fluid, deadly grace. He was a natural-born melee specialist, his skills in that area already surpassing those of many of Tiany's seasoned aces. "That's enough, Maris," Draco's voice came over the comm. "Return to the ship. We're testing the Astaroth next." After a quick systems check by Draco, Maris was in the cockpit of the second new machine. He braced himself for the painful data link, but this time the process was much smoother. The initial jolt of pain was far less intense, and he adapted almost instantly. The Astaroth launched, and the second test began. As they watched, Leo turned to Draco. "Faye, can someone without the surgery pilot these machines?" "They can," Draco confirmed, "but they wouldn't be able to access the system's limiter release." "The Aleavenana versus the PX system," Jaina Zhu mused from her station nearby. "Which one is more powerful?" "They both have their strengths," Draco replied evasively, "but which provides the greater performance boost?" She pressed, "The PX system or releasing the Aleavenana's limiters?" Draco hesitated. "That's a difficult question to answer," he said finally. "In terms of raw danger, the Aleavenana is in another league entirely. Releasing the limiters, it could very well cost the pilot his life. So that's why you've forbidden its use without your direct command," Jaina deduced. "Correct," Draco confirmed, his expression grim. "The Aleavenana is the most dangerous system I have ever created. It is arguably inhumane. To call it a system for sacrificing oneself to a demon would not be an exaggeration." Persica, who had been listening quietly, raised her hand. "Boss," she began, "I don't understand. If you knew the system was so dangerous, why did you create it? And why would you use it on another person?" Draco was caught off guard. He quickly formulated a half-truth. "I knew the risks during the development process," he said. "I considered abandoning the project, but I was too invested. I had to see it through. I never imagined that the first subject would be a paralyzed casualty, and I certainly never expected that the system would actually be able to heal him. That was an unforeseen but welcome side effect." He met her gaze. "But I will not abuse this technology. I will never force this surgery on anyone." "As I said before," Persica replied thoughtfully, "you used it to give a crippled boy his life back. A technology is not inherently evil. As long as it is used for a righteous purpose, it has merit." "Perhaps," Draco said, a flicker of his own deep-seated fear in his eyes. "My only concern is that a technology this powerful could be abused by those with less righteous intentions." A few minutes later, the Astaroth's test concluded. The results were identical to those of the Barbados. Chapter 91, The Pirate Assault Contact. "I have contact." The stonk recon pilot yelled into his comm, his voice tight with panic. "Massive pirate fleet, hiding in the reef. Hundreds of them." He jammed his controls forward, his small scout ship banking hard as he fled back towards the main convoy. "Well, brothers," Sam said, his voice a gravelly rasp as he sealed his helmet, "it's time. Let's give them hell." On the holographic displays before him, the grim faces of Sunduk and Fukada no nodded in assent. "Let the lads have a proper tear-up," Sunduk replied, a savage grin on his face as he pulled on his own helmet. "Remember the plan," Fukada added, cracking his neck from side to side. "Capture one Gundam, then we get the hell out of there." "All forces," Sam commanded, his voice echoing across the pirate fleet. "Launch." The stonk military convoy split. One contingent, tasked with the defense of the president and the civilian transports, accelerated, their engines flaring as they pushed for the clear space beyond the wreckage field. The other half, a grimly determined rearguard, turned to face the oncoming swarm. St. Ethel's convoy remained with the main evacuation fleet, now cocooned within a protective screen of Tiani warships and their patrolling squadrons of mobile suits. The Stonk rearguard met the pirates head-on and were immediately thrown into disarray. This was no rabble of disorganized scavengers. The pirate mobile suits and fighters were advanced, high-performance machines, their capabilities easily on par with Stonk's own standard-issue military hardware. These aren't bloody pirates, the Stonk commander roared from the bridge of his flagship. They are disguised as pirates. They are terrorists, a private army. Get a message to the escort fleet. Now, his counterpart in the main convoy received the frantic report and immediately ordered the civilian ships to increase their speed. But it was already too late. The Stonk commander watched in horror as 6 blood-red mobile suits tore through his beleaguered lines. Their movements were impossibly fast, their attacks devastatingly precise. They were Oni-Asha mobile suits, the same legendary machines that had annihilated the Sea Wolf pirate clan. The 6 demonic machines broke through the defensive screen, shrugging off the panicked fire from the Stonk warships. They activated their booster modes, becoming untouchable blurs of crimson light, effortlessly evading the dense web of beam cannon fire and missiles. One of them reached the commander's flagship, and with a single, contemptuous shot, blew the ship's bridge into a cloud of vaporized metal. With their command structure decapitated, the Stonk rearguard dissolved into chaos. They were annihilated in a matter of minutes. The pirate fleet, its path now clear, surged forward at maximum speed, their faster fighter craft racing ahead to intercept the fleeing civilian convoy. The Stonk escort fleet, seeing the rearguard's fate, had no choice but to turn and fight, their commander leading a desperate last-ditch defense. "Your Holiness," Colonel Shrek said, his voice a model of professional calm, "you are requesting our assistance in repelling this pirate attack." "I am, Colonel," St. Ethel replied from his viewscreen. "With all due respect, ma'am, our contract is to ensure your personal safety. It does not extend to providing military aid to the Stonk government. And is this massive pirate fleet not a direct threat to my personal safety, Colonel?" She countered, a sharp, intelligent light in her eyes. "You would not be aiding the Stonk military. You would be engaging a hostile force in the act of fulfilling your primary duty, protecting me." Shrek was momentarily taken aback by her flawless, almost lawyerly logic. A slow, appreciative grin spread across his face. He had been outplayed. "I see your point, Your Holiness," he conceded. "Very well, we will engage. But I must remind you that, as per our contract, all combat-related expenditures and losses will be billed directly to your account." Ethel's serene smile returned. "Colonel," she said sweetly, "have I been late with a single payment yet?" "No, ma'am," he chuckled. "You have not." He cut the connection. Right then he barked to his crew. "You heard the lady. Let's get to work." He contacted the Stonk escort commander, requesting a full intelligence share. The commander, overjoyed at the prospect of reinforcements, immediately complied. A moment later, the file on the 6 Oni-Asha units appeared on Shrek's screen. He forwarded it to Draco. "How many?" Draco's voice came over the command channel, cold and clipped. "6 confirmed, hostiles, boss. Launch the Gundams. I'm heading out." Under normal circumstances, the disciplined soldiers of a state military would have made short work of a pirate fleet. But these were not normal circumstances. The 6 Oni-Asha units were the deciding factor, a half-dozen wolves loosed upon a flock of sheep. Each of the demonic machines had already claimed more than 20 kills. One of them broke through the Stonk lines, its cannons trained on the hull of a nearby warship. Suddenly, a trio of cyan-colored beam bolts streaked towards it. The Oni-Asha's alarm systems screamed a warning, and the pilot expertly evaded the attack, his sensors identifying the attackers as 3 105 dagger mobile suits. Another alarm blared, this time warning of a much higher energy signature. He dodged again, just as a powerful beam cannon shot sizzled past his cockpit. He looked up and saw it, a Gundam, the GP-04, charging directly at him. The Gundam, piloted by Jax Ko, drew its beam saber. The Oni-Asha raised its own beam knife to block. The 2 energy blades met with a brilliant flash, and the pirate's cockpit was filled with the screech of alarm klaxons. Warning, enemy beam output exceeds maximum tolerance. The pilot watched in horror as his own beam weapon began to buckle under the immense power of the Gundam's saber. He broke off, retreating in a panic. Jax pressed his attack, his beam rifle spitting a rapid-fire volley. The Oniyasha dodged the first 2 shots, but was forced to block the third with its shield. The shield melted like wax. The pirate pilot, now realizing he was utterly outmatched in both speed and power, made a desperate gamble. He activated his booster mode. The Oniyasha became a crimson blur, its speed increasing exponentially as it charged the GP-04. But the Gundam was simply gone. What? The pilot gasped. He felt rather than saw the movement behind him, the GP-04, its own thrusters now burning with an even more brilliant light, had circled around him in the blink of an eye. Impossible. How can it be faster than my booster mode? The GP-04 beam saber swung in a deadly arc. The Oniyasha blocked again, and again the alarm screamed. Even in its enhanced state, its power output was no match for the Gundam's. The pirate retreated again, firing his shoulder cannons wildly. The GP-04 dodged with an almost contemptuous ease, returning fire as it moved. The first shot blew off the Oniyasha's left leg. The second took its right arm. The third shattered its head unit. As the booster mode failed, the crippled machine tumbled helplessly through space. The last thing the pilot saw was a single, final beam shot, lancing towards his cockpit. No, he screamed. From the cockpit of the GP-04, Jax Ko watched the fireball of his vanquished foe dissipate into the void. Back in the day, he thought to himself, the Oniyasha was top dog. It could run rings around our original series Gundams, but that was before the boss cracked the secret of the Minovsky ultra-compact fusion reactor. Once our old machines were upgraded with those, they were more than a match for your booster mode. And this GP-04, it's a whole new generation. Taking you down, mate, was a piece of cake. Chapter 92. Meris's first battle. The news of the loss of Oniyasha 3 hit Sam's cockpit like a physical blow. Destroyed by a single Gundam in an engagement that had lasted less than a minute. He knew the Gundams were powerful, but this was on another level entirely. A moment later, the panicked faces of Sunduk and Fukada No appeared on his calm screen. Well, Sam growled. What's the situation? It's a slaughterhouse out there, Fukada reported, his one good eye wide with a mixture of fear and awe. We've confirmed 4 Gundams on the field. Oniyasha 4 and 6 are tied up with 2 of them, and another is single-handedly tearing our main force to shreds. The Amaterasu Syndicate wants 1 Gundam, Sunduk chimed in, a note of cunning in his panicked voice. Just 1. So I say we find the weakest link in the chain. We figure out which one of them is the weakest, and we throw everything we've got at that one. We snatch it and we get the hell out of here. Sam and Fukada instantly agreed. The Syndicate hadn't specified which Gundam. It was a sound plan. Right then, Sam declared, the moment we identify the weakest of the herd, the 3 of us move in. All forces will concentrate on that single target. Agreed, the other 2 replied in unison. The Stonk pilot watched in horror as the pirate mobile suit charged, its heat hawk raised for a killing blow. His own machine was out of ammunition, helpless in the middle of its reloading cycle. This was it. He was a dead man. Then a flash of white, a blur of motion from behind him, a katana impassably sharp, sliced through the pirate machine's waist, its 2 halves erupting in a silent, blossoming fireball. A Gundam, the pilot breathed, his voice filled with a stunned reverence as he stared at the demonic, white-armored machine that had just saved his life. In the cockpit of the Barbados, Meris registered his first kill. A jolt of pure, savage adrenaline shot through him. This was his first battle, his first real taste of combat. He gave the Stonk mobile suit a cursory glance. Then his new, enhanced senses were already seeking out his next target. A 5th Gundam has entered the battlefield. The tactical officer reported from her station on the Stonk command bridge. The commander stared at the tactical display, at the orderly blue icons of the Tianyi mercenaries, carving their way through the chaotic red swarm of the pirates. The rumors didn't do them justice, he thought. They are even more powerful than I could have imagined. Before the Gundams had arrived, The 6 mysterious enemy machines had been running rings around his forces. Now the tide had been completely and utterly turned. He ran a quick diagnostic. The number of blue icons was not decreasing. The rate of loss for his own green icons had slowed to a crawl, and the red icons were disappearing at an astonishing rate. The primary cause, he noted with a professional's appreciation, was not the Gundams, but the squadrons of Dagger series mobile suits that were fighting alongside them. He calculated a quick kill-to-loss ratio. His own forces were trading at a rate of 2.5 pirate machines for every one of their own. The Tianyi daggers, their ratio was 9-1. He analyzed the pirate hardware. They were mostly using older Guardian Roman II-class mobile suits, with a handful of the newer Guardian Roman III. They were solid, reliable machines, roughly on par with the second-line units of a major power. His own force's Wildfire-class suits had an edge in speed and firepower, but were more lightly armored. The battle should have been far more evenly matched. Then he remembered the source of the Guardian series. The Takyoku Corporation, the primary arms manufacturer of the Toyo Empire in the Earth sphere. How in the hell had a pirate fleet in the 7th District gotten their hands on a full complement of state-of-the-art Earth-made mobile suits? Sir, his sensor operator called out. High-speed contact just flew overhead. IFF code identifies it as Tianyi. So fighter, I wasn't aware they used conventional fighters. It's not a fighter, sir. The IFF data identifies it as a transforming Gundam. The commander could only shake his head in disbelief. Just how advanced is this private army? The Barbados raised its 300mm smoothbore cannon and blew a Guardian Roman III apart. From its left forearm, a wire-guided claw shot out, snagging a Guardian Roman II and yanking it in close. The katana flashed, stabbing through the machine's cockpit. The cannon boomed again, swatting a pirate fighter from the sky. Maris mentally tallied his score: 4 mobile suits, 2 fighters, all in the first 5 minutes of his very first battle. He could feel the battlefield in 3 dimensions, a perfect sphere of awareness emanating from his cockpit. He sensed another target, aimed and fired, the cannon round obliterating the cockpit of a Guardian Roman II. He charged another, his katana severing its head before slicing the entire machine in 2. Suddenly, a jolt of pure danger, a primal scream from the animeanalysis system. He dodged, a beam shot searing the air and grazing the Barbados's right arm. He spun, ready to retaliate. Trying to sneak up on me, you can go to he choked, the words dying in his throat. 7 Guardian Roman II had surrounded him, all of them opening fire at once. He was terrified. The sheer volume of incoming fire was overwhelming. His lack of experience betrayed him. All he could do was desperately evade, his mind unable to process the complex calculations required to dodge and counterattack simultaneously. "Oh, come on," he cried out, his voice on the verge of tears. "This is my first proper scrap. Are you seriously ganging up on me like this?" Then, 2 crimson beams lanced out from above, vaporizing 2 of his attackers. He looked up and saw the Z Gundam, in its high-speed Wave Rider form, streaking towards him. Persica transformed the machine back to its mobile suit mode in a blur of motion, and with 3 precise shots, eliminated 3 more of the ambushers. The momentary respite was all Maris needed. He blew one of the remaining 2 apart with his cannon, then used his wire claw and katana to finish off the last one. Aviana's face suddenly appeared on their screens. "Listen up, you two," she said, her voice urgent. "We've got new contacts. 3 of them, unidentified bogies, and they are moving faster than the Oni Ashes, and they are heading straight for your position." Moments before, Aviana, piloting the Buster Gundam, had single-handedly destroyed one of the Oni Asha units herself, but the engagement had left her with less than 30% of her power reserves. She was already on her way back to the Albion. A new, more dangerous threat was coming. Chapter 93. The Oni strain, a trio of colossal 18-meter war machines, forged from silver and shadow, thundered through the void. Their humanoid frames were sleek, menacing, each head adorned with a pair of savage, demonic horns. As they surged towards the Zeta Gundam and Gundam Barbados, their optic sensors ignited, burning with an eerie, ghost-green light. Without hesitation, the Zeta Gundam's beam rifle spat a volley of searing plasma. The 3 silver-black mobile suits broke formation in a synchronized, impossibly fluid movement. the lethal bolts of energy slicing harmlessly through the space they had occupied a split second before. Blimey, their speed, their reaction times, they are off the charts. Serafina Petrova murmured from within the Zeta's cockpit, her knuckles white on the controls. Oi, Gundam, a khaki voice crackled over the open channel. You're lookin' at the Amaterasu Syndicate's latest masterpiece, the Oni class. Don't think for a second your rust bucket can keep up. The pilot, Sealer Sam Jax, radiated an unshakable confidence from the command seat of Oni 1. Flanking him were Rorik in Oni 2 and Jago Kane in Oni 3. Jax's Oni 1 leveled a colossal beam cannon, its barrel glowing with malevolent intent. A pillar of crimson energy, thick as a starship's spine, tore through the black, aimed squarely at the Zeta. Serafina slammed the controls, the Zeta juking aside with a gut-wrenching lurch. In that split second of evasion, she returned fire, a precise shot that the Oni 1 sidestepped with contemptuous ease. Not bad, Jax conceded, a smirk playing on his lips. Got some proper skills, this one. The other two Onis joined the fray, weaving a web of deadly light around her. Serafina was forced onto the defensive, her full attention consumed by the deadly dance of evasion. Seizing the momentary opening, Jago Kane's Oni 3 ignited its beam saber and lunged. There was no room to dodge. With a curse, Serafina snapped the Zeta's own beam saber into life, its brilliant pink blade crashing against the Oni's in a blinding shower of incandescent sparks. The two machines were locked in a brutal, close-quarters duel. Meanwhile, a different battle was unfolding. Rorik's Oni 2 was running rings around Kaylin Vance in the Gundam Barbados. It was a mismatch of skill. Every fluid, calculated strike from the Oni was met with a desperate, clumsy parry. The Barbados could do little more than backpedal, its movements frantic, with no chance to land a counterpunch. Sealer's mate, Rorik's voice crackled over their private comms, laced with amusement. This kid's greener than a Gungan's arse, a proper novice. Jax's gaze flickered to the struggling Barbados. After a moment's observation, his decision was instant. Reckon so. Jago, you keep the other one busy. Rorik and I are bagging this one. Once we've got it, we're out of here. Get on with it then. Jago grunted, straining as he deflected another powerful blow from the Zeta. This one's giving me a right pasting. Kaylin was on the ropes. The 300mm smoothbore cannon, its ammunition spent and now just dead weight, had been jettisoned into the void. All he had left was the longsword, a sliver of steel against a storm of energy. A cold dread prickled at the back of his neck, a premonition of an attack from behind, but he was pinned, unable to turn. Before he could even process the thought, Jax's Oni 1 slammed into the Barbados's back, a brutal, full-armored punt that sent the Gundam careening into the skeletal remains of a derelict pirate cruiser. The impact was savage. Kaylin's world exploded in a cacophony of groaning metal and static-laced alarms. His chest felt like it had been crushed, his head swimming in a nauseous fog. Kaylin, Serafina screamed, her heart seizing as she saw the Barbados slumped and lifeless against the wreckage. She tried to break away to help him, but Jago's Oni 3 was on her like a rash, a relentless, suffocating assault. Damn it, Jax and Rorik deployed their Oni's primary capture weapons, crackling electro-whips. The energy tendrils lashed out, coiling around the disabled Barbados like twin serpents. A blinding surge of electricity convulsed through the Gundam's frame. Ag! A raw scream was torn from Kaylin's throat. The Barbados had electrical dampeners, but with the Isekai system jacked directly into his spine, the feedback was pure agony. His vision fizzled, swimming with black spots, his consciousness threatening to wink out. Suddenly, a lance of pure crimson energy sliced through the chaos, shearing through both electro-whips with surgical precision. Bloody hell! So close! Jax snarled, whipping his machine around to face the source of the shot. Hanging in the void were two new Gundams, identical in silhouette but starkly opposed in color. Zara Sterling piloted the azure and white Gemini 1, her younger sister, Kira, at the helm of the crimson and black Gemini 2. Both were kitted out with high-output boosters. Gemini 1 wielded a high-output beam cannon and shield, a standard beam rifle holstered on its rear skirt armor. Gemini 2 was armed with a rapid-fire beam rifle and shield, with a similar backup rifle holstered. Zara, Kira's voice chirped over the comms, full of youthful fire. Reckon these are from the same lot as those Yasha-class units. I'm itching to see how our PX system stacks up against whatever fancy enhancement mode they're running. I'm curious myself, Zara replied, her tone a study in calm, lethal focus. A cold sweat trickled down Jax's spine. His every instinct screamed at him to leg it, but he knew he couldn't. Retreat now, and the Tengu cartel would mark him as dead weight. And dead weight got erased. There was no choice. It was do or die. With the cavalry here, the frantic edge to Seraphina's panic subsided. The worry for Kaylin was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp focus. Now she could give Jago Kane her undivided and very violent attention. The Zeta's beam saber carved a shimmering arc. Jago parried, the impact sending a jolt through his controls. But it was a feint. As the two blades locked, Seraphina spun the Zeta into a breathtaking maneuver, a roundhouse kick that slammed the Gundam's foot squarely into the Oni 3's cockpit. The Oni's armor, tough as it was, buckled with a sickening groan. Jago was thrown against his restraints, his vision blurring as alarms shrieked in protest. He recovered in a heartbeat, his elite training kicking in through the haze of pain. Snapping his shield up to absorb the Zeta's follow-up beam shot, he returned fire. A deadly dance began, the two machines weaving through the debris field, trading shots. But Seraphina had the edge. Every shot from the Oni, she evaded with an almost precognitive grace. The Zeta's biosensor was feeding her flashes of intent, whispers of Jago's next move before he even made it. His shield was taking a hammering, glowing cherry red and slagging at the edges under the relentless, perfectly placed shots. A few more hits and it would be useless. On the Barbados' bridge, Kaylin fought a wave of nausea. A comms window popped up, Zara's face etched with concern. Kaylin, status, can you still fight? I'm good, he managed, the words tasting like ash. It was a lie, and they both knew it. Pull back, she ordered, her voice leaving no room for argument. Find a safer position. We've got this. Yes, ma'am, he conceded, the Barbados limping away from the main engagement. Jax watched it go, cursing his missed opportunity under his breath. Kira didn't wait for an invitation. My turn, she yelled, targeting Rorik's Oni 2. The rapid-fire beam rifle on Gemini 2 spat a torrent of energy bolts. It was like a hailstorm of light. Rorik was forced into a desperate, weaving retreat, sparks flying where the bolts clipped his armor. Jax tried to provide cover, firing a blast from his shoulder-mounted pulse cannon at the harassing Gemini 2. But Zara was waiting. As Kira dodged, Gemini 1's high-output beam cannon locked onto Jax and fired. He reacted instantly, countering with the laser cannon on his Oni's left shoulder. The two beams met in a blinding flash of fury. Warning. Output differential critical. The Oni's computer blared. His weapon was no match. The Gemini's beam tore through his, overwhelming it completely. He shoved the Oni sideways, but the beam still caught its shoulder, vaporizing the laser cannon in an instant. Rorik was getting pasted. He'd redlined the Oni's thrusters, pushing the machine to its absolute limit, but he couldn't shake Gemini 2. It clung to him like a shadow, effortlessly matching his every move while peppering his frame with shots. Smoke trailed from a dozen minor impacts. Sealers were getting hammered. Rorik yelled, his voice strained with panic. We've got to use the enhancement mode. Right then, Jax grunted, his face a grim mask. Light M up. Across both Oni mobile suits, sections of armor plating split apart, venting a crimson, gaseous energy that swirled around them like a bloody mist. Looks like they've triggered their party trick, Zara, Kira noted with a grin. Then let's show them ours, Zara replied coolly. Kira, activate the PX system. A shimmering blue aura enveloped both Gemini Gundams, their systems flaring to life with a surge of raw, untamed power. A simultaneous cry of disbelief erupted from Jax and Rorik's cockpits. What the hell? They've got a system just like ours. Chapter 94, PX System vs. Enhancement Mode. The void erupted into a whirlwind of incandescent violence. 2 crimson comets and 2 sapphire streaks of pure energy tore across the battlefield. A lethal ballet of light and motion. Where they converged, space itself seemed to sizzle, blossoming into silent, strobing explosions of color. Beams of plasma, red against blue, painted dazzling, deadly strokes across the canvas of the cosmos. To the commanders observing from the rear, it was a terrifyingly beautiful spectacle. Further afield, on the bridge of a state vessel, The revered Saint Aina and the senior ministers of the Stenk Republic watched the live intelligence feed, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and alarm. They were stunned that a ragtag pirate fleet possessed mobile suits of such ferocious capability, but they were utterly staggered by the unfathomable power of the Gundams. Every time they thought they had a measure of the machine's performance, the Gundams would unveil yet another layer of devastating potential. "Commander Johan," Saint Aina said, her voice steady but her eyes wide with disbelief, never leaving the screen. "You were our nation's top ace. Is this what we're seeing from those two blue machines? Is this their true power?" The uniformed man beside her, Commander Johan, swallowed hard. "Your Holiness, I wouldn't dare to say for certain. This could be the full extent of their capabilities, or they could still be holding something in reserve." "Damn it all!" Sealer's Jax roared in his cockpit, sweat beading on his forehead and stinging his eyes. "Power output, speed, they've got us beat on every metric." The crimson aura of the enhancement mode pulsed around his Oni one, but it was useless. He was still being comprehensively outmaneuvered. A frantic glance at his console confirmed his worst fears. Less than 60 seconds of operational time remained for the system. His confidence had evaporated, replaced by the cold, metallic taste of terror. Beside him, Rorik was getting hammered. His Oni 2 was a blur of desperate blocks and frantic evasions, barely surviving the onslaught from Kira's Gemini 2. "Oh hell," Rorik shrieked as a brilliant crimson beam saber sliced through his Oni's left arm, sending it spinning off into the void. Though they held a clear advantage, Zara and Kira Sterling remained locked in a state of intense focus. They knew that a single moment of carelessness against an opponent this dangerous could be fatal. Zara glanced at her own monitor. The PX system had 90 seconds left. "My opponent is the tougher nut to crack," Zara assessed with cold logic. "Kira's skills are on par with my own, yet she's completely dominating her target. I'm only just maintaining the upper hand. Time to take a leg for good measure." Kira's voice, a predator's grin personified, echoed over the comms. Gemini 2's saber flashed again, severing Oni 2's right leg at the hip joint. The hulking machine tumbled, suddenly graceless and crippled. Kira didn't waste the opportunity. She raised her rapid-fire beam rifle, its output amplified by the PX system's azure glow. For a few brutal seconds, the weapon unleashed a torrent of energy bolts that tore into the floundering Oni. One by one, its remaining limbs, and finally, its horned head were blasted into molten scrap. With its frame savaged, the crimson mist of the enhancement mode flickered and died. "It's all gone to pot," Jack screamed, seeing Rorik's machine utterly defeated. He slammed the controls, spinning Oni 1 around to flee. But Kira was already there. In the instant her last shot had landed, she had repositioned Gemini 2, blocking his escape route. Jax's composure shattered. He opened fire indiscriminately, spraying wild, panicked shots in the hope of forcing the Gundam back. As Gemini 2 danced through the volley, a searing beam from Zara's Gemini 1 lanced towards the Oni's exposed back. Jax reacted on pure instinct, juking his machine aside to dodge the shot. A cold smirk touched Zara's lips. It was a feint. The attack was merely a shepherd's crook, guiding the sheep into the pen. As Jax dodged directly into her sister's pre-calculated firing solution, Kira squeezed the trigger. A concentrated burst from her rifle hammered into Oni 1's chest plate. The impacts blossomed into silent, fiery flowers, and Jax's cockpit was thrown about with sickening violence. "Not good," he gasped, wrestling with the controls to pull his damaged machine into a new vector. The Sterling sisters gave him no such chance. In a display of flawless coordination, the two Gemini Gundams closed in. Their beam sabers moved as one, a whirlwind of azure light that surgically severed the head, arms, and legs from Oni 1's torso, leaving the cockpit and reactor block intact. The target was captured. It was a deliberate act. Director Draco, upon learning of a new Oni-class MS operating alongside the known Yasha-class units, had issued a simple directive: capture one, if possible. The sisters had fulfilled their orders. I lost. Slumped in his pilot's seat, his face ashen, Sealer's Jack stared into the abyss. His ultimate trump card, the enhancement mode, had been crushed by a power he couldn't comprehend. When Jago Kane saw Rorik's machine obliterated and Jax's captured, he knew the mission was a catastrophic failure. His only thought was survival. He triggered his Oni's enhancement mode, the crimson mist flaring around him as he pushed the thrusters to their absolute limit, desperate to escape. But Seraphina wouldn't let him go. The Zeta Gundam stuck to him like a vengeful ghost, its beam rifle singing. No matter how Jago twisted and turned, how he tried to outfly the incoming shots, the result was the same. He would dodge the first beam, only for the second to unerringly strike his machine. How, he thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. How is this possible? Can this pilot actually predict my next move? It wasn't prediction, not in a calculated sense. As the battle raged, Seraphina felt her senses expand, the Zeta's biosensor syncing with her own mind. Her perception of the space around her sharpened to a razor's edge. She could feel the flow of the battle, the trajectories of movement, the whispers of intent. Even with the Oni's enhancement mode active, she could see the ghostly trail of its next action before it happened. It allowed her to act first. Her first shot was a probe, fired where she knew he was. Her second was preemptive, fired where she knew he would be. To Jago, it felt as though he was flying directly into her line of fire. The next beam struck the knee joint of Oni 3's right leg, shearing it clean off. Seraphina could have ended it. She saw the killing blow with perfect clarity, a single shot through the cockpit. But as her finger tightened on the trigger, a strange, cold feeling washed over her, a sudden, inexplicable premonition that if she killed this pilot, something terrible and unforeseen would happen. Trusting the instinct, she altered her aim, choosing to disable rather than destroy. Jago, oblivious, cared only for escape, but Seraphina gave him no quarter. The Zeta's rifle fired again and again. Just as before, he dodged the first shot, only for the follow-ups to find their mark. The arm joints, the other knee, all were systematically blown apart. A final, precise shot vaporized the Oni's head, silencing its sensors for good. Zara and Kira watched the entire exchange in stunned silence. Zara, that woman is on another level. Kira breathed, her usual bravado gone. We needed the PX system to beat these guys in their souped-up mode. The Zeta doesn't have anything like that, and she still took him apart. Zara didn't reply immediately, her expression grim. She remembered the fierce opposition from herself and the other aces when the director had unilaterally promoted Seraphina to their ranks. Now, watching this display of impossible skill, she knew she could never have achieved the same result in the Zeta Gundam. Kira, she said quietly, do you think she's earned her place as an ace pilot alongside us? Kira was silent for a moment. I hate to admit it, but yeah, hey, she's better than us. I finally get why the director overruled everyone. The man saw something we didn't. A new mission directive pinged in their cockpits. Their task, provide cover for the Dagger 105 MS Squadron, who were moving in to secure the 3 disabled Oni units for transport to the MS carrier Albion 1. As 8 Dagger units began the salvage operation, the remaining pirate forces, seeing their leader captured, fractured. Some turned and fled. A more loyal, or perhaps foolish, contingent of over 30 machines charged forward, attempting a suicidal rescue. It was a futile gesture. The Zeta Gundam and the 2 Gemini units formed an unbreakable defensive line. Less than a minute later, the space where the rescue party had been was filled with nothing but shattered, drifting wreckage. Chapter 95. The Amaterasu Syndicate with their leaders captured, the pirate fleet's chain of command shattered. What little discipline they possessed evaporated into sheer panic. The remaining corsairs broke formation, a leaderless rabble scattering into the blackness of space, each pilot for themselves. Aboard the MS carrier Albion 1, the hangar bay buzzed with a focused, triumphant energy. Director Draco, having piloted his strike Gundam back to the carrier, stood before the fruits of their victory. 3 captured, disabled Oni-class mobile suits. Nearby, a trio of defeated figures, Sealers Jax, Rorik, and Jago Kane, were being escorted away by armed Aegis wing guards, their heads bowed and their shoulders slumped in utter defeat. Draco's earpiece crackled to life. It was Colonel Steele. Governor, we have a situation. The Stenk Republic is formally demanding we hand over the captured mobile suits. In a separate request, St. Aina is asking if we would be willing to part with one of the units. Draco's expression hardened. Tell the President and Her Holiness that the answer to both requests is a categorical no, not unless they are prepared to make us an offer so ludicrously generous it would be rude to refuse. Otherwise they can forget it. And Steele, put the fleet on high alert. I don't trust them not to try something stupid. He ended the call and walked towards the hulking, dismembered machines, his eyes scanning every detail. The chief engineer, Orville, hurried to his side. "Governor, do you want to run a preliminary diagnostic on this one?" "Let's see what we've got," Draco replied, climbing the gantry and entering the Oni's cockpit. He settled into the unfamiliar pilot's seat, powering up the systems, and beginning a deep dive into its operational data. After several minutes he emerged, a thoughtful look on his face. "So what's the verdict, Governor?" Orville asked, wiping a greasy hand on his overalls. "What are we calling these things? And how do they stack up against that Yasha-class unit we nabbed before?" "It's designated as an Oni-class mobile suit," Draco stated. "From a systems and avionics perspective, it's a significant leap forward from the Yasha. As for the hardware, we won't know for sure until your lads have had a chance to strip it down to the bolts." Suddenly, a commotion from the far side of the hangar bay broke the professional calm. "Orville, go and see what all that racket is about." "Right away, Governor." The chief engineer returned a moment later, looking flustered. "It's that media crew from Meridian Broadcasting, from the Hanzia Empire. They heard we'd captured the new MS and barged their way in here, trying to get a live exclusive. Our security team blocked them, and now they're kicking up a fuss protesting about freedom of the press." Draco sighed, his patience wearing thin. "Get them out of here. This is a military operation, not a press conference." In a quiet corridor deep within the ship, Serafina Petrova leaned against the bulkhead, the bone-deep weariness of the battle finally catching up with her. A can of chilled coffee drifted gently into her line of sight. She reached out and took it, turning to see Zara Sterling holding the remote dispenser. Zara and her sister, Kira, stood before her. "That was some damned fine flying back there, partner." Zara's voice was sincere, her earlier skepticism replaced by genuine respect. She extended her hand. "You've earned your place." Serafina smiled, the gesture meaning more than Zara could know, and shook her hand firmly. "Get some rest while you can," Zara advised. "Something tells me we might be scrambling again before long." Serafina frowned. "But the battle's over, isn't it?" "The shooting match is," Zara clarified. "But now the politicians are having their turn. The Stenk government wants our new toys, and the governor told them to take a hike. So me, my sister, and Leon Sung are on standby, just in case they get any bright ideas." With a nod, the Sterling sisters headed back towards the hangar. The negotiations were tense. The president of the Stenk Republic and St. Aina both knew they couldn't possibly acquire a Gundam, but the appearance of a mobile suit that could at least hold its own against one, even in defeat, was a technological game-changer. The performance of the Oni class was light years ahead of their own military hardware. They were both willing to pay a king's ransom. "Distinguished leaders," Colonel Steele said, his voice the epitome of calm diplomacy. "Please allow me some time. I must consult with my superiors regarding your generous offers. If they approve, I will make the arrangements immediately." "I shall await your good news, Colonel," the president said. "I hope this can be the beginning of a fruitful cooperation," St. Aina added with a gracious smile. Later, in St. Aina's private quarters, her young aide Euphemia paced furiously. "Your Holiness, I simply don't understand. These Aegis wing mercenaries, all they care about is profit. It wouldn't kill them to part with one captured machine. But no, they demand a fortune or the deal is off. Have they forgotten how much we pay them daily? We've covered every expense on time without question. Don't they think they're being just a little bit unreasonable?" St. Aina laughed softly. "Effie, my dear, they aren't being unreasonable at all. They are a private military company. They get paid to do a job. They risk their lives to capture those 3 machines. They are spoils of war, their property. In truth, it was we who were being unreasonable to simply ask for one as a gift." Commander Johan, standing respectfully by the viewport, added, "Her Holiness is correct. Furthermore, the strategic value of that technology is immense. Our nation's next generation MS development has hit a wall. If we could reverse engineer that machine, it could provide the breakthrough we need. It could save us years of costly, dead-end research." A soft knock came at the door. "Enter." A knight in ceremonial armor stepped inside and bowed. "Your Holiness, a verbal directive has arrived from His Holiness, the Pontiff." St. Aina immediately rose from her desk and made a sign of reverence. Behind her, Euphemia and Johan dropped to one knee. The knight spoke with formal gravity. "His Holiness the Pontiff proclaims his will. He requests an immediate private communion with Her Holiness St. Aina." "I will obey the will of His Holiness," Aina replied, her expression serene. After nearly an hour of intense, systematic interrogation, the 3 pirate captains broke. They told their handlers everything. They were the leaders of 3 independent pirate crews, who often worked together. Some time ago, they were approached by a shadowy organization, calling itself the Amaterasu Syndicate. The syndicate offered them advanced mobile suits, in exchange for a 30% cut of all their plunder. The deal had been profitable for all, but recently, the syndicate had provided the 3 Oni-class units, and with the new hardware came new, non-negotiable terms. The syndicate's cut was now 55%. Listening to the debrief, Draco immediately connected the story to a past incident involving the Sea Wolf pirates and their leader, Taro Sayama. Sayama had been supplied by a similar benefactor, but had never known their name. Amaterasu, Draco mused, stroking his chin, the great sun goddess from the mythology of my past life's Japan. This world has a similar island nation, the Taoyu Empire, a militaristic imperialist state. Their mythology also venerates Amaterasu. Could this syndicate be a clandestine branch of their government? If so, the Taoyu Empire's mobile suit technology might be the most advanced on the planet, and nobody even knows it. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Steele. "Governor, the offers are in from the Stenk President and Her Holiness. They are substantial. Shall I accept?" Draco smiled. "Do it. We only need 1 for research and development. The other 2 are surplus to requirements. Let's cash them in for a tidy profit and strengthen some political ties while we're at it." The deal was done. 1 Oni-class MS was delivered to St. Aina's vessel, another to the Stenk Republic's flagship. The third was immediately moved to the Albion One's R&D labs to be stripped down and analyzed. 4 days later, the fleet arrived at the space colony designated Number 4. After the Stenk refugees had been safely disembarked, St. Aina accepted the president's hospitality for 1 night. Before departing the next day, the Aegis Wing fleet fell into formation, escorting St. Aina's ship on the next leg of her journey, the Parkley Empire. It was to be the final stop on her diplomatic tour. Chapter 96. Scant research value for several days, the Aegis Wing fleet carved a silent path through the cosmos, a phalanx of steel guardians for St. Aina's diplomatic convoy. The journey itself was uneventful, but a persistent nuisance buzzed at their periphery. The international press, a veritable swarm of media shuttles, chartered by news agencies from across the Earth sphere, shadowed their every move, their camera drones like a cloud of metallic gnats. It was a 24-hour media circus in the cold vacuum of space. Whenever a Gundam was scheduled for a routine patrol, the press vultures would descend, tracking the machine from every conceivable angle. It made the pilots' jobs a nightmare. "I can't get a clean sensor sweep with this lot buzzing around," Leon Sung complained over a private channel. "It's like trying to navigate through a swarm of flies." Colonel Steele had dispatched standard mobile suit patrols to politely, and then firmly, warn the reporters off, insisting they were interfering with a live military operation. But the journalists were relentless, shouting back a litany of justifications. Freedom of the press, the public's right to know, freedom of information. Exasperated, Steele made a pragmatic decision. He cancelled all further Gundam patrols. If they couldn't get their money shot, perhaps they would get bored and leave. The harassment wasn't confined to the fleet. Every Aegis Wing base in the Colonial District 6 was under siege by reporters. The Aegis Armaments Manufacturing Company was even worse off. Its factories and corporate headquarters were staked out around the clock. Employees, particularly senior staff, were ambushed the moment they stepped outside, all hounded with the same burning question: who was the genius that invented the Gundam? To a person, they all remained resolutely silent. Back on the Albion One, Draco stood in the hangar bay, observing the dissected remains of the Oni-class mobile suit. Its components were laid out on massive tarps, a mechanical autopsy in progress. Its power plant, a nuclear fission reactor, was now exposed on a diagnostic cradle. Orville, the chief engineer, stared at the reactor with unconcealed disdain. "Honestly, Governor, it's a barge job. This fission unit is a country mile behind our Minovsk-Ulyanov hyperdeuteran reactors. The stability is appalling for a start, and I can't believe they mounted the bloody thing directly behind the cockpit. I know there's a layer of radiation shielding, but one decent crack in that housing and the pilot's cooked. If the reactor takes a direct hit and breaches, well, the pilot's paced, obviously, but the resulting fission explosion would take out everything in the immediate vicinity. You have to wonder if they designed it as a mobile suit with a built-in suicide bomb, just in case they needed to go out with a bang. Standing nearby, Zara and Kira Sterling exchanged a look of horror. A cold sweat prickled on their skin. If they had landed a killing blow on the cockpit during the battle, the resulting nuclear detonation could have crippled or destroyed their own Gundams. Even if they survived the blast, the hard radiation would have been a death sentence. Your theory has a certain grim logic, Orville, Draco said thoughtfully, but I suspect the simpler answer is that this fission reactor is the best technology they have. They probably lack the ability to develop a more stable, advanced fusion-based power plant. The intel from our prisoners confirms it. The Amaterasu Syndicate's primary mission was to capture one of our Gundams at all costs. Orville grumbled, wiping his hands on a rag. I'm just saying, Governor, if you shared the plans for the MU reactor, human civilization could probably take a proper leap forward. Not all the Gundams even use one, do they? The Minovsky-Ulyanov reactor is still just a form of heart fusion, Orville. It's not the final word in energy. Still, one step at a time, eh? The tech you've developed is decades, maybe centuries, ahead of anything else in the Earth sphere, and even if the Tengu cartel did manage to get their hands on a Gundam, there's no guarantee it would be one with an MU reactor inside. True, Draco conceded. In all likelihood, the Amaterasu Syndicate has no idea the reactor even exists. They are probably after the other hardware, the frame technology, the actuators, the control systems. Orville nodded in agreement. That makes sense, based on our teardown and the simulation data. Even if we retrofitted this Oni with an MU reactor, its overall performance, thrust, output, speed, would only be marginally better than the original prototype Gundam. It wouldn't come close to any of the later models. The core problem is the skeleton, the joint drives, the entire foundational structure. It's all fundamentally inferior. Draco gave a final look at the dissected machine. So in the end, it's just as I suspected. The Oni has very little research value for us. He turned to leave, intending to head back to his quarters and catch up on administrative work. Governor, a moment, Zara Sterling called out, stopping him. You mentioned heart fusion and cold fusion earlier. I understand the first one, but what exactly is cold fusion? Kira, standing beside her sister, looked on with equal curiosity, her expression eager for an explanation. Draco paused. A more accurate term would be cold nuclear fusion versus thermonuclear fusion. They are both nuclear reactions, but they operate on different principles. To put it simply, thermonuclear fusion is what happens inside a star. Immense heat and pressure forcing atoms together. Cold fusion aims to achieve the same reaction at or near room temperature. Zara processed this. So in simple terms, one generates nuclear power from extreme heat, and the other generates it from the cold. That's a reasonable way to look at it, yes, Draco confirmed, then continued on his way. Back in his office, Draco sat down and pulled up the latest progress report from General Armstrong on his terminal. The first production models of the Hyaku Shiki and the Gundam MK Roman II were complete. They were being assigned to elite squadron leaders for immediate field testing. The custom refit of the Gundam Astrea Type F Kai was also finished. Meanwhile, the Astray Blue Frame, the ZZ Gundam, and the Gundam Pluton were all in the manufacturing phase. The Pluton was progressing fastest of all. The second of the revolutionary solar furnaces was also complete and had been designated for it. Barring any unforeseen issues, the Pluton would be the next new Gundam to roll off the line. Finally, the new weapon systems. The Zeta Gundam's Hyper-Mega Launcher and specialized equipment packs for the red and blue Astray units were manufactured and ready for deployment. Draco focused on the files for the ZZ Gundam, a machine he had personally modified from its original design. The old ZZ was a beast, but deeply flawed. The complex transformation systems made the frame incredibly fragile, but the biggest issue was the power consumption. The head-mounted high mega cannon, the double beam rifle, the hyper beam sabers, they drained its energy reserves in minutes. In its original configuration, it was useless for any kind of sustained combat. He smiled faintly. Thankfully, the Manhwa Type 2 reactor solves that problem. The original's engine output was 340 kW. The Type 2 in our version tops out at 450 kW, giving it a 10% boost in thrust and acceleration over the baseline. As for the enhanced and full armor upgrade packages, those will require a bit more of my time to perfect. His screen displayed a photograph of the newly completed Astrea Type F Kai, its crimson armor gleaming. A thought began to form. If this escort mission for Saint Aina continued for much longer, he would need more assets in the field. He made a decision. He would have the Astrea and, as soon as it was ready, the Gundam Pluton, shipped out to the fleet. New power was on its way. Chapter 97. The Parkley Empire, a thunderous salute from ceremonial cannons, echoed through the darking bay as the magnificent vessel carrying Saint Aina completed its final approach. Below, a gleaming honor guard of the Parkley Empire stood in perfect formation, their polished livery reflecting the brilliant station lights. This was an arrival of monumental significance, and the Empire had spared no expense. At the foot of the disembarking ramp stood Emperor Valerius Roman III himself, a gesture of profound respect. The international media, who had moments before been a persistent nuisance to the Aegis wing fleet, now descended into a frenzy of flashing data lenses, their focus shifting entirely to this historic meeting. Emperor Valerius Roman III was a strikingly young man, barely into his 20s, having inherited the throne from his father just 3 years prior. The sight of the handsome, almost boyish emperor standing beside the radiantly beautiful Saint Aina created a powerful, instantly iconic image that was broadcast across the Earth sphere. A portrait of youth, tradition, and perhaps a new hope for peace. For the Parkley Empire, that hope was desperately needed. The nation was buckling under the strain of a long and brutal war. An air of exhaustion hung over the populace, a deep-seated weariness with the constant conflict. It wasn't that they were losing, far from it. They had won decisive victories, annexed entire nations, and claimed vast swaths of territory, including several colonial satellites. But victory had come at a catastrophic price. The empire was on the brink of both triumph and bankruptcy. Its treasury was perilously close to empty, drained by the war effort and the immense cost of occupying and rebuilding its new territories. There was simply no money left for another campaign. Worse, they now faced the daunting task of pacifying the anxious and resentful populations of their conquered colonies, a fertile ground for foreign intelligence agents to sow the seeds of rebellion. The empire's mighty war machine had ground to a halt, locked into a purely defensive posture. They were a victor in name only, trapped by the consequences of their own success. Saint Aina's visit was, therefore, a godsend. It provided the young emperor with the perfect, face-saving opportunity to declare an end to hostilities without appearing weak. Flanked by the saint in a live, system-wide broadcast, Valerius Roman III addressed the nations. The Parkley Empire is weary of war, he announced, his voice ringing with a sincerity that resonated across the political spectrum. We yearn for peace. I declare today that our conquests are at an end. We wish to open diplomatic channels with all neighboring states and guarantee that we will never again be the first to raise arms in aggression. He turned to the woman beside him. I ask that Her Holiness Saint Aina bear witness to this solemn vow. With a graceful nod she accepted. Aboard the Albion One, Director Draco and Colonel Steele watched the broadcast on the main bridge screen. Well, Governor, Steele remarked with a wry smile, looks like Her Holiness is playing the peacemaker again. Let's just hope this one doesn't go pear-shaped like the last. We'll take it one step at a time, Colonel, Draco replied, his eyes fixed on the screen. She's the client. Our only job is to ensure her safety. Steele chuckled. True enough. Still, a few more clients like this, and we could take the rest of the year off and still be rolling in it. Draco turned to him, an eyebrow raised. Speaking of which, what are our exact earnings on this contract so far? All operational damages and expenditures were reimbursed directly by Her Holiness's office, Steele reported, pulling up the figures. On top of that, the retainer is 200 million Earth sphere currency per day. We've been her exclusive escort for nearly 20 days now. That's a cool 4 billion in the bank. And that's why you think we should be putting our feet up, Draco surmised. Heh, Steele grinned. You're wrong, Colonels. If we get more clients like her, it means we have to work even harder, take on even more contracts. Steele looked genuinely puzzled. How do you figure that, Governor? Clients this wealthy allow us to make enormous profits, yes, Draco explained, his tone shifting from that of a commander to a CEO. But that money isn't for holidays on some beach. It's for reinvestment. The mass production Gundams I've commissioned, the Hyaku Shiki and the Gundam MK Roman II, are cheaper than our custom units, but a single one still costs more than 10 Dagger 105s. Windfalls like this allow us to build more of them faster. It allows us to expand our strength, which in turn allows us to secure bigger, more lucrative contracts. It's about growth, Steele. Always my mistake, Governor, Steele said, chastened. Thinking too small. Draco clapped him on the shoulder. You weren't thinking small, Steele. You were thinking about minimal effort for maximum profit, a worthy goal for a holiday, but not for building an enterprise. Heh heh, Steele laughed, this time with a hint of embarrassment. The Emperor's declaration sent a wave of relief through the neighboring states. Learning from the disastrous security failures in the Stenk Republic, Saint Aina wisely suggested that any formal peace treaty be negotiated and signed within the heavily fortified capital colony of the Parkley Empire. Valerius Roman III immediately agreed and dispatched diplomatic envoys to all 6 bordering nations. None of them wanted a war with the Empire. Aside from being hopelessly outgunned, their own populations were clamoring for peace, and their economies were already strained from absorbing refugees from the Empire's past campaigns. A war, even a short one, would mean immediate financial ruin. With Saint Aina acting as a neutral guarantor of their safety, the 6 leaders agreed to attend. The proposed terms were simple and universally welcomed: a pact of non-aggression and the immediate opening of borders for trade and economic cooperation. The Parkley Empire's military and intelligence services locked down the capital. Checkpoints were established at every port, every junction, every corridor. No chances were being taken. Aegis Wing's role shifted to close protection, with elite ground teams assigned to Saint Aina's personal detail, shadowing her every move. During a tour of the security arrangements, the Emperor and his Minister of Defense watched the Aegis Wing soldiers. They were particularly captivated by their advanced personal equipment, their combat armor. The minister murmured in awe, indicating the sleek, powerful frames of the Spartan Roman IV combat skins. Our own special forces have nothing that comes close to that level of technology. Later, the Emperor approached Saint Aina directly. Your Holiness, I wonder if you might do me a service. Would it be possible for you to arrange an introduction to the leadership of the Aegis Wing? I believe there is a business transaction I would like to discuss with them. Of course, Your Majesty, she replied with a knowing smile. Governor, Colonel Steele reported to Draco a short time later. Saint Aina has introduced us to Emperor Valerius Roman III. He says he has a business proposal for us. Draco considered this for a moment. An arms deal, I presume. That would be my guess, yes. Then it's not for us to handle directly. Pass the inquiry to Director Zarkira at Aegis Armaments. This falls squarely under her department. Yes, Governor. Chapter 98. Coup d'etat. The encrypted comms channel shimmered into life, revealing the composed, professional face of Director Zarkira. Governor, she began without preamble, have you had a chance to review this quarter's financial report? I have, Draco replied, his tone as cool and measured as ever. He was sitting in his private office aboard the Albion One. The sales figures are impressive. Over 6,000 strike dagger units, more than 1,000 GM customs, 1 million sets of the hoplite combat armor. A production volume of this scale is far beyond our own factory's capacity. I assume we've been outsourcing heavily to third-party contractors. We have, Governor, Zarkira confirmed, a flicker of pride in her eyes. Outsourcing the bulk manufacturing has significantly reduced the pressure on our own production lines. The fees we pay the contractors are modest, but still highly profitable for them. The lion's share of the profit, however, remains with us. More importantly, the order books are overflowing. We're struggling to accept all the new contracts coming in from governments across the sphere. Draco responded with a simple, understated nod. Good. On that note, Governor, there is something I need to ask. What is it? The schematics for the GM Roman II and the other Dagger series variants. When can Aegis Armaments expect to receive them for production and sale? Once I've completed the development of the next generation of mobile suits, the previous models can be released to the general market. he answered, giving nothing away. Zarkira's expression turned serious. Governor, there are several other matters I must report. From your tone, I gather they are important. Go on. Firstly, we've uncovered a significant number of industrial spies. They are not just sniffing around the sales division. We've identified operatives from rival corporations and foreign governments embedded within our R&D teams. Their goal, obviously, is to steal our proprietary technology, especially anything related to the Gundams. The joke's on them, of course. None of the actual Gundam data is even on our servers. I'm already aware of this, Draco said calmly, showing no surprise. It's not just your division, Zarkira. There are moles within the mercenary corps as well. Deal with your internal security issue as you see fit. What else? It's about your aunt, Lady Juliana Long. Draco's expression didn't change. Don't tell me. She wants to propose a business partnership. She does, and she's offering some very, very tempting terms. Such as Zarkira detailed the specifics of the offer, Draco's brow furrowed in deep thought. The conditions were indeed enticing, leveraging political and economic capital that even he would find difficult to acquire. After a long silence, he gave his instruction, "Tell her we'll consider it." In the days leading up to the peace summit, the Parkley Empire's intelligence services had been working overtime. Numerous terrorist cells and criminal organizations were rounded up in a series of decisive raids. Under interrogation, the trail of money and influence invariably led back to the same source: a cabal of war-profiteering capitalists and the arms manufacturing corporations they controlled. When the intelligence reports reached his desk, Emperor Valerius Roman III was filled with a cold, simmering rage. The utter cynicism of these merchants of death, who would happily ignite a war for the sake of their balance sheets, sickened him. The discovery only strengthened his resolve. He would have peace if only to spite them. He gave his military and intelligence chiefs a single, clear order: hunt down every last one of these conspirators and bring them to justice. The leaders of the 6 neighboring nations arrived at the capital colony under the highest possible security. Every operative in the Empire's military, intelligence, and counter-espionage divisions was on high alert. The safety of these dignitaries was paramount. For their part, the visiting leaders had no desire to prolong their stay. It wasn't that they distrusted the young emperor, but the memory of the bloody coup in the Stenk Republic was still fresh in their minds. After a brief but cordial series of talks with Valerius Roman III, the 7 leaders, with Saint Aina presiding as witness, signed the historic peace treaty. The very next day, the 6 delegations departed for their home nations. The media hailed Saint Aina as a hero, anointing her the peace angel, and praising her immense contribution to galactic stability. As her vessel prepared to leave, Emperor Valerius Roman III came to the spaceport to personally see her off, a final, public gesture of gratitude and respect. The ripples of the treaty spread, and across the war-torn colonial District 7, the guns at last began to fall silent. The Aegis Wing Fleet was now escorting St. Aina's convoy on the final leg of its journey to the electromagnetic orbital station of the Orlo Cross Nation on Earth. In the command center of the Albion One, Draco and Colonel Steele observed the star charts on the main viewscreen. "It's been remarkably quiet since we left the Empire," Steele noted, rubbing his hands together with glee. "Every quiet day is another 200 million in the bank. I hope Her Holiness doesn't reach her destination too soon. A few more weeks of this would suit me just fine." Draco shot him a sideways glance. "She has been an excellent client, Colonel, but this contract will end sooner or later, and frankly this quiet is starting to worry me." "Worried, Governor? About what? Think about it. St. Aina has successfully brokered peace in 2 major conflict zones. The Parkley Empire just dismantled a massive conspiracy funded by arms dealers. Those people, the ones who profit from chaos, are not simply going to give up. Yet in all the days we have been traveling, we haven't seen a single terrorist, a single fake pirate raid, not one attack. It's too clean. As the others say, the calm before the storm," Steele mused, his cheerful demeanor fading as he considered Draco's logic. "Keep our guard up," Draco said, a troubled look in his eyes. "I have a very bad feeling about this." 3 more days passed in uneventful silence. They were now just 24 hours from their destination. Then the news broke. It came like a thunderclap, shattering the fragile peace of District 7. The president of the Stenk Republic had embarked on a diplomatic tour of apology to the nations his predecessor had ravaged. His first stop was the kingdom of Dihar. Live news feeds showed the president laying a wreath at a war memorial for the nation's dead, his expression etched with profound remorse. Then, in an unprecedented act of contrition, he knelt before the monument. The king of Dihar publicly accepted the gesture. Whether the hatred between our peoples can be laid to rest, only time will tell, he declared. But if the Stenk Republic is willing to acknowledge its past and bear the burden of its mistakes, I believe my people can one day find it in their hearts to forgive. The image was broadcast across the sphere, a powerful symbol of reconciliation. It was a moment of hope. The very next day, that hope was brutally extinguished. News alerts screamed across every channel. The Crown Prince of Dihar had launched a coup d'état. The royal palace was stormed, the king was taken hostage, and the visiting Stenk president and his entire diplomatic entourage were captured, their security detail executed on the spot. A live broadcast began, showing the prince, his face a mask of fanatical, populist rage. He declared his father a traitor for bowing to the enemy and dishonoring the memory of our dead. He branded the Stenk president a war criminal. Then, as the entire Earth sphere watched in stunned horror, he carried out the sentence. Live on camera, the king of Dihar and the president of the Stenk Republic were dragged to a makeshift gallows and hanged. Chapter 99. Pontiff David. The political contagion spread with terrifying speed. In the immediate aftermath of the coup in the kingdom of Dihar, a fever of nationalist fury swept through its neighbors. Within days, the governments of the kingdom of Kes and the Majan sovereignty were also toppled in swift, brutal putches, led by heirs apparent and ambitious deputies. The deposed leaders, who had only just signed a historic peace treaty, were summarily executed on trumped-up charges of high treason. The new, hardline regimes immediately nullified the treaty. In a joint, chilling declaration, the leaders of the three kingdoms announced the formation of a coalition of vengeance. Their sole declared purpose was a war of retribution against the Stenk Republic. We will not rest, their broadcast proclaimed, until the Stenk Republic is wiped from the stars. The news of their president's public hanging hit the Stenk Republic like a physical blow. A wave of grief and incandescent rage surged through the populace. Citizens flooded the streets, not in protest, but in a unified roar for blood. In the military, the pervasive weariness of a long war was burned away in an instant, replaced by the white-hot fury of a nation betrayed. United in their thirst for revenge, the soldiers swore an oath. They would make the three kingdoms pay the ultimate price, their very existence. The fragile peace, so painstakingly constructed, had shattered into a million pieces. As the four nations spun back towards the abyss of total war, the international community watched in horror. All eyes turned to Saint Aina, the woman they had lauded as the peace angel. The question was on everyone's lips. What could she possibly do to stop this now? The answer came not from her, but from the Orlo Cross nation. A spokesperson for the pontiff announced that Saint Aina had been recalled. Her holiness did everything in her power to bear witness to a peace she hoped would last. The statement read, "The decision of these new leaders to embrace hatred and conflict is theirs alone, and has nothing to do with her." Shortly thereafter, Pontiff David himself, a venerable man with a mane of white hair, a neatly trimmed goatee, and eyes that held a sharp, unwavering intelligence, held a press conference. "Saint Aina is a child I raised," he began, his voice resonating with a paternal warmth that cut through the formal setting. "Though we share no blood, I have always regarded her as my own daughter. The decision to recall her was mine and mine alone. To have her in such a perilous environment for so long, I confess, I spent every night consumed with worry for her safety. It was a torment I could no longer bear. I brought her home so that I could finally know peace of mind." A journalist raised a hand. "Your Holiness, what is your nation's official stance on the coming war?" The Orlo Cross nation has always maintained a strict policy of neutrality, the pontiff stated firmly. "We advocate for peace in all corners of the sphere, but we do not interfere in the internal affairs of other sovereign states. The choice between peace and war is a decision each nation must make for itself." After half an hour of carefully managed questions, the press conference concluded. The pontiff returned to the quiet grandeur of his palace. He made his way directly to Aina's chambers. Outside her door, Commander Johann and Euphemia stood a silent, solemn guard. "Has she still not come out?" David asked, his voice laced with a father's concern. Johann placed a hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. Your Holiness, the saint has remained in her room for days. We have prepared all her favorite foods, but she has barely touched a thing. A deep sigh escaped the old man's lips. Open the door. I must see the child. Yes, Your Holiness. They pushed the heavy doors open and Pontiff David stepped inside. The room was dimly lit. Aina was slumped over her desk, asleep, her head resting on her arms. Beside her, a tray of exquisite pastries lay untouched. Her face was pale, exhausted, and streaked with the tracks of dried tears. The sight pierced David's heart. He walked to her bed, took up a soft blanket and returned to her side. Gently, he draped it over her shoulders, his hand resting for a moment to stroke her hair. His mind drifted back 15 years, to the day he had first met her. War had broken out between two neighboring states, and a flood of desperate refugees had poured across the border into the Orlo Cross nation. David had ordered the gates opened, and had gone himself to the crowded camps to offer what comfort he could. That was where he saw her, a tiny 5-year-old girl, her face smeared with dirt and tears, crying hysterically as she tugged at the clothes of passers-by, begging for someone to save her mother. But no one could help. They were all drowning in their own misery. Her father was already a casualty of the war, and her frail mother had collapsed after the arduous journey to safety. David had intervened at once, ordering his aides to rush the woman to the palace's intensive care unit. But it was too late. Ravaged by illness and exhaustion, her body gave out. The little girl, watching her mother die, could only let out a great, heart-shattering wail of despair. Moved by a profound compassion, David had swept the orphaned child into his arms. Hush, little one, he had whispered, his own eyes wet with tears. From this day forward, I will be your father. For 2 years the girl remained lost in her grief, her heart closed to him and the world. But David was patient. No matter how busy he was with the affairs of state, he made time for her every single day, trying to coax a smile, to gently guide her out of the darkness. Slowly, miraculously, his unwavering love broke through. Her heart began to heal. She smiled, then laughed, and the bright, kind-hearted child she was always meant to be blossomed. She finally began to call him father. Their time together became the greatest joy of his life. In her, he saw an innate goodness and a wisdom beyond her years, and he made the decision to groom her as his successor. In public, their relationship was formal, the pontiff and the saint, but in private they were simply father and daughter. Aina stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She saw David standing over her, and immediately tried to rise and offer a formal greeting. But weak from days of not eating, a wave of dizziness washed over her and she stumbled. David caught her, gently easing her back into the chair. His voice was a mixture of love and stern admonishment. You silly girl, this is not your fault. Why are you taking the weight of the world onto your shoulders and punishing yourself like this? If you make yourself ill, what am I supposed to do? Father, I'm so sorry, she whispered, her voice thick with self-blame. He gestured to the untouched food. And look at this, your favorites, and you haven't eaten a bite. What a waste. Well, I suppose I'll just have it all thrown out and order something fresh. No, Father, don't. That would be wasteful. A warm smile finally broke through his worried expression. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Ah, so now you know what waste is. You had me so terribly worried, my child, locking yourself away like this. I'll have someone warm this up, and I am going to sit here and watch you eat every last bite. But your duties, you're too busy to waste time on me. No duty is more important than my daughter's health, he said softly. Aina looked up at him, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Father, will you eat with me? My dear Aina, he said, his voice full of emotion, there is nothing in this world that would bring me more joy. He turned to the door and called for Johann. His voice was once again that of the pontiff, firm and commanding, but his order was that of a father. Have the food on this desk reheated at once, and prepare several more dishes. My daughter and I will be dining together. Yes, Your Holiness, the commander replied, a hint of a smile touching his own lips. I will see to it immediately. Chapter 100. Council Governor, you wish to make a detour to the Rainland Emirate? Colonel Steele asked, his surprise evident, before returning to the main base. That's the plan, Draco confirmed. I'd like to spend a few days there. Of course, sir. Setting a new course now. Steele couldn't quite fathom it. Of all the places in the sphere, Why was the governor so interested in that tiny backwater nation? For Draco, however, the reason was simple. He wanted to visit his friends, Bjorn and Georgian, and to spend a few days in a place untouched by the galaxy's endless conflicts. He had a genuine affection for the unassuming little country and its decent, good-natured people. Back in the quiet of his personal quarters, Draco initiated an encrypted call to Director Zarkira of Aegis Armaments. "Director," he began, "I've been reviewing some of the R&D files you sent over. It appears several of our internal teams have developed new weapon systems for our mobile suits." "They have, Governor." Zarkira's voice was crisp and businesslike. "There are a few prototypes I believe are ready for field testing. I was about to recommend them to General Armstrong for performance evaluation. The Longinus anti-ship beam rifle, the rail sniper electromagnetic rifle, the 180mm positron cannon, and the high-impulse fletchette shotgun, correct?" Draco read from his screen. "Precisely. My assessment is that the Longinus and the rail sniper are far too powerful for standard machines. I doubt even a GM Roman II could handle the power draw, let alone the recoil. They'll need to be tested on the Gundams to see their true potential. The 180mm positron cannon, however, is perfectly viable for the GM custom. Its power consumption is less than a third of the 320mm variant, allowing for at least 10 shots before draining the reactor. As for the high-impulse shotgun, it's a purely kinetic weapon, no energy cost. As long as you have shells, you can keep firing. It's suitable for any MS in our inventory." Draco considered this. "The first two, the Longinus and the rail sniper, will remain exclusive to Aegis Wing for the foreseeable future. I have no intention of selling weapons of that caliber until we have something significantly more advanced to replace them. The positron cannon has limited market appeal due to its energy demands, but the shotgun, that's a different story. It's perfect for mass production. We can sell it as a standalone weapon system or as a standard issue bundle with our MS sales." "I concur, Governor," Zarkira agreed. "The high-end rifles will need extensive combat data and adjustments before we can even think about developing their successors anyway." "One more thing, Director," Draco added. "When I return, I will be transferring the complete design schematics for a new MS assault carrier to you. The Pegasus class." Zarkira's professional curiosity was piqued. "How does its performance compare to the Albion?" "It's not in the same league as the Albion," Draco admitted, "but it's still a generation ahead of any carrier currently being produced by the major world powers." "Understood, Governor. We'll be ready." "Excellent. I won't keep you from your work." Draco ended the transmission. He immediately opened a new channel, this time to General Armstrong. "General," Draco began, "have you given any thought to establishing a branch base in the Rainland Emirate?" "I have, Governor," Armstrong replied without hesitation. "It's slated to be our 8th forward operating base. I've already dispatched my deputy to open negotiations with their leadership." "Good. I've instructed Colonel Steele to set a course for the Emirate now. I intend to take a few days of downtime there before returning to headquarters. I trust you won't reprimand me for my selfishness, dragging an entire fleet along for a personal holiday." General Armstrong raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Governor, please don't speak like that. You are the ultimate authority of the entire Aegis conglomerate. The mercenary corps exists to follow your command and ensure your safety wherever you choose to go. Even so, I shouldn't disrupt the company's operations for personal reasons. Governor, the situation in Colonial District 7 is becoming more volatile by the day. The peace is fragile. That instability could easily spill over into District 6. A war could break out at any moment. And I imagine Aegis Armaments would be the only part of our conglomerate to benefit, seizing the opportunity to make a fortune," Draco mused. "But what about the mercenary corps, General? How would a full-scale war affect us?" "That depends entirely on our course of action. Some of the warring nations in District 7 are already hiring mercenary outfits to bolster their forces. And if one of them were to approach us with a contract, should we accept? If we did," Armstrong said, his tone turning serious, "we couldn't afford to behave like the other mercenary companies." "Behave? What do you mean, General?" "It's an open secret among our competitors, Governor. They put on a show. Theatrical, staged battles. They'll agree behind the scenes. You take out one of my fighters, I'll damage one of your mobile suits." Then they file reports with their employers, citing combat losses and justifying their fees. It's a complete sham, just a way to milk the client. Aren't they afraid of being caught? Armstrong explained. Even if they are, the consequences are minimal. At worst, they lose the contract. The mercenary guild protects its own. The smaller nations can't afford to anger the guild. If they do, they get blacklisted, and no other outfit will work for them. The merc company that got caught gets a slap-on-the-wrist warning from the guild, relocates and waits for the next gullible punter to come along. Draco frowned, processing the cynical reality of the business. If other mercs can get away with taking these nations for a ride, why can't we? The reason is simple, Governor, Armstrong explained patiently. It's the Gundams. Any nation that hires us will do so with the explicit expectation that we deploy them, and we can't exactly fake a fight with a Gundam. Their performance is too well documented, too absolute. We cannot afford to have a Gundam lose, as it would shatter our reputation and our future profitability. But if we accept a contract and win a decisive victory for our client, the war ends, and when the war ends, so does the revenue stream for all the other mercs who profit from prolonged conflict. We wouldn't just be winning a battle, we'd be ruining their entire business model. We'd be cutting off their gravy train, and they would resent us for it. Draco understood the paradox perfectly. Our strength prevents us from playing the same games. If we take a contract, we'd not only have to annihilate the enemy's army, but likely our competitors' forces as well. We'd make enemies of the entire mercenary world. So what's your recommendation, General? My recommendation, Governor, is that we do not accept any contracts from warring nations. We stick to what we do best: security, escort missions, and special operations. We remain above the fray. The two men discussed a few more routine operational matters before ending the call. Draco leaned back in his chair, the complexities of his position weighing on him. He was the master of the most powerful military force in the sphere, yet that very power shackled him. His trip to the quiet, peaceful emirate suddenly felt less like a holiday and more like a necessary moment of reflection.